This was a big mark in the history of the giant demon clan. From this moment on, they were no longer a rank 4 cultivation country but rank 5. Suzaku attached great importance to this, so one of the ascendants of Suzaku personally met the soul transformation ancestor of the giant demon clan. In truth, there had been rumors that the giant demon clan had a soul transformation cultivator, but no one could confirm it. However, the chances were high because the young master of the giant demon clan, Chi-Hu, had come back with a lot of celestial jade. When the ancestor used his soul transformation cultivation to apply for the right to become a rank 5 cultivation country, the rumor was confirmed. The giant demon clan wasn't native to Suzaku. They had moved here. Chi-Hu was able to battle a late-stage soul formation at the mid-stage of soul formation, so it was clear how powerful they were. The innate-born superpower of the giant demon clan undergoes a change when they reach the soul transformation stage. The fact that an ascendant from Suzaku personally came to increase their country's rank showed how powerful it was. It has to be said that Suzaku normally only sends out a late-stage soul transformation cultivator to manage this process. The promotion of the giant demon clan was like a drop of ink in water. There wouldn't be much change at first, but then it will begin to spread everywhere. None of this had anything to do with Wang Lin though. He walked out of the valley and went into the formation with Feng Yushan and company. Right before he disappeared, he turned around to look at the valley. The country of Suzaku was on the largest continent on planet Suzaku. It was named the Suzaku continent. There were only 4 cultivation countries on this continent. The other 3 were all rank 5 cultivation countries, and they were the 3 most powerful rank 5 cultivation countries. The 3 countries were Green Dragon, Thousand Fantasy, and Pilu. In the middle of the continent and taking up of the continent was where the country of Suzaku was located. Even mortals of Suzaku were higher ranked than regular mortals because they were people of Suzaku. There were a total of 3 sects in the country of Suzaku. They were the Heavenly Jade sect, the Earth Soul sect, and the Immortal's Path sect. Each of the sects had 1 ascendant cultivator. Combined with the late-stage ascendant cultivator at Mount Suzaku, who held the title of Suzaku, they were the main force of planet Suzaku. There were countless cultivation families under the 3 sections. They relied on the 3 sects for support and became a network that sent large amounts of disciples to the 3 sects. A beam suddenly fell from the sky onto an altar in Suzaku, causing waves of spiritual energy to spread out. Red Butterfly was sitting on a lotus leaf in the back mountain of the Heavenly Jade sect. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward the beam that had fallen from the sky. Red Butterfly's eyes became cold and she whispered, "He came!" Wang Lin slowly appeared on the altar and Feng Yushan appeared after that. Feng Yushan let out a sigh of relief. Since Xianxia had come, he could go report it to Mount Suzaku. There was one more person on the altar beside Wang Lin and Feng Yushan. This person was wearing a purple dress with a picture of a purple butterfly on a lily. She was wearing a blue veil that was clear and transparent like magic. Her eyes gave people a feeling of elegance. Her nose was straight, and she had small red lips. She quietly stood there with her gaze on Wang Lin. After Feng Yushan saw the woman, he quickly and respectfully said, "Greetings, third elder apprentice sister." The woman gently nodded her pretty little head and asked, "Is this fellow cultivator Xianxia?" Wang Lin looked at the woman. He wasn't affected by how beautiful she was. He clasped his hands and said, "I am Xianxia, fellow cultivator Tsang. This little girl is a disciple of the Immortal's Path sect. My surname is White and my name is Snow." The woman smiled. Her skin was as white as snow and 2 strands of her 3 feet long black hair were draped over her chest. The remainder of her hair was coiled into a bun on the top of her head. "Teacher ordered me to wait for you here and then bring you to him." Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He looked at the woman and asked, "Immortal's Path sect?" White Snow nodded and said, "Mount Suzaku has set the date for the battle between fellow cultivator Tsang and Red Butterfly. It will take place half a month from now. At that time, many messengers of the other cultivation countries will come to watch. Until then, my Immortal's Path sect is in charge of housing fellow cultivator." Wang Lin pondered a bit and then nodded. White Snow faintly smiled and jumped off the altar. A ray of white light flew over and held white snow in the air. It was a pure white crane. After Wang Lin landed on the white crane, it let out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew into the distance. Sun Yushan looked enviously at the white crane before jumping off the altar and flying toward Mount Suzaku. White Snow would occasionally look at Wang Lin. Throughout these past several years, Sang Nyo's name had been very big. After seeing Wang Lin, she couldn't help but be disappointed. She was sure that this Sang Nyo would have peerless talent, but looking at him now, he looked extremely normal. After a long pause between the two, White Snow softly asked, "Fellow cultivator Tsang, how certain are you in the fight against Red Butterfly?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from looking at the country of Suzaku and shook his head. "Not certain at all." White Snow was stunned, but she smiled. "Fellow cultivator Tsang doesn't have to be modest." Wang Lin didn't bother with the woman and carefully looked what was below him. He carefully remembered the layout of the area. His map Jade only had a very vague description of Suzaku. Although Wang Lin secretly thought that Suzaku was trying to recruit him as a core disciple, he was still on guard. Wang Lin pondered a bit and asked, "Fellow cultivator White Snow, what sects are in Suzaku?" White Snow's voice was very alluring. After her explanation, Wang Lin had a rough understanding of Suzaku. Junior apprentice sister Red Butterfly is a disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect. With that, White Snow let out a sigh and looked toward Sang Nyo. From what she heard from her teacher, it sounded like after the battle Mount Suzaku wanted this person to join her sect. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and he didn't speak. The speed of the white crane wasn't fast, but the ride was very smooth. As it passed by various mountains, Wang Lin secretly remembered them all. Suzaku was filled with spiritual energy. It was an aspect which other countries couldn't compare with at all. Along the way, Wang Lin had already passed by 10 spirit veins. It was because of these spirit veins that there was so much spiritual energy inside of Suzaku. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became serious as he looked into the distance. In the distance was a mountain that went into the clouds. It looked like a celestial mountain. The white crane didn't fly toward the mountain and instead went around it. Although his expression was calm, his heart was shocked. White Snow whispered, "That is where the Heavenly Jade sect is located. Because of the formation, you can't see it." Just at this moment, a red figure descended from the mountain and stood on a white cloud. That person was looking over at their direction. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the red figure, but he remained silent. The red figure slowly disappeared as the white crane flew away. Red Butterfly stood outside the Heavenly Jade sect as she looked at Wang Lin slowly disappearing. Her eyes became even colder as wind blew by and caused her empty sleeve to flutter. He indeed came. Red Butterfly turned around and disappeared back into the Heavenly Jade sect. Wang Lin stood upon the white crane and coldly looked at White Snow. This woman had especially picked this route. She must have had her own agenda. Not long after, the white crane flew into a mountain that looked like a very long dragon. The crane flew through layers of clouds and into the depths of the mountain. Wang Lin stepped off the crane. After landing, White Snow whispered, "Fellow cultivator Tseng, this is not the Immortal's Path sect, but my teacher's personal immortal cave. Teacher is currently cultivating. Pick any of the rooms from the northern 3 rows. Teacher will meet you once he is ready." With that, she clasped her hands at Wang Lin and disappeared among the houses. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't carelessly spread out his divine sense inside Suzaku or else he would attract a lot of trouble. He followed White Snow's words and walked toward the northern buildings. Along the way, he encountered many servants. All of them had numb expressions. None of them even looked at Wang Lin as they quickly passed by. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the northern end and saw the 3 rows of extravagant rooms and picked one. The rooms had everything already prepared for him. Wang Lin sat down in the room and began to ponder. Ever since he entered Suzaku, he had this feeling of danger. Although it was very faint, it still existed. Wang Lin knew that with just his cultivation, there were many people in Suzaku who could kill him. Any soul transformation cultivator could kill him. Suzaku's attitude toward him was very weird to him. It was strange that someone was sent to receive him. It seemed that White Snow's teacher would greet him soon. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. At dusk, the room was very dim because there was no light inside. As time passed, it became even darker. In the dark, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He looked around at the foreign room inside this foreign sect, and in this foreign country. He couldn't find any sense of belonging. Wang Lin let out a sigh and was just about to light a candle when he suddenly looked up at the door and knocking began to echo in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Lin said, "Come in." Without any sound, the door opened and a boy wearing black entered the room. He was carrying a tray of fruits in his hands. After entering, he didn't even look at Wang Lin as he placed down the tray and then turned to leave. Wang Lin said, "Wait a moment." The boy stopped, turned around, and looked at Wang Lin. Although the room was dim, he could still clearly make out what the boy looked like. The boy was very young, only about 13 or 14 years old. Without waiting for Wang Lin to ask, the boy opened his mouth and pointed at it. Inside his mouth he only had half of his tongue. Wang Lin was stunned and didn't speak. The boy gently smiled at Wang Lin before turning around and leaving, gently closing the door on his way out. For some reason, Wang Lin had a creepy feeling about this immortal cave. Looking at the fruits on the tray, he pondered for a bit and before going back to cultivating. His right hand was still on his bag of holding, so he would have time to resist in case any danger showed up. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. In these 3 days only the boy ever came to his room. On the morning of the second day, he went outside but found that all of the servants were missing half of their tongues, making them unable to speak. In addition to this, most of the area was covered by powerful restrictions which sealed them from going too far. Wang Lin wouldn't be able to break any of them in a short period of time. There was something strange about this place. Wang Lin pondered for a bit until he just gave up on thinking about this. He focused on cultivating to keep himself at the best condition for the fight against Red Butterfly. 10 days passed without any distractions. On this day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man sitting before him. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea and looked at Wang Lin. This person was good-looking but not extremely handsome. He didn't have a beard, but there was stubble on his face. His eyes were bright but seemed to be somewhat covered in mist. Although he didn't speak, he emitted a sense of majesty. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He wasn't surprised by the fact that this person was able to enter without him knowing. There were many people with cultivation levels higher than Wang Lin's here. He wasn't a boy who had just started cultivating, so he wouldn't easily be shocked. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and gently tapped the table with his finger. He didn't say a word. Wang Lin also pondered and didn't speak. The room was completely silent. This was a very scary kind of silence. A sense of pressure began to build with each tap of the middle-aged man's finger. If Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul formation stage, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Even if he were still at the early stage of soul formation like he was before he entered the celestial realm, he would have had trouble. However, Wang Lin was very calm right now. After a very long time, the middle-aged man stood up and, without even looking at Wang Lin, left the room. He hadn't said a single word the entire time. After he left, Wang Lin stood up and walked over to where the middle-aged man previously was. There was some tea spilled on the table in the shape of 2 words. Lose, die. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He wiped the table with his hand and the words disappeared. He looked at the darkness outside the window and his eyes lit up. The middle-aged man must have been at least at the soul transformation stage. He was probably White Snow's master. The 2 words left by this person were very clear. If he loses the battle against Red Butterfly, the only road that would be left for him was death. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. A few days later, the day of the big battle arrived. It was very lively around the giant altar in Suzaku. All of the cultivators that had arrived were eagerly awaiting this big battle. Suzaku had announced this battle between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly 10 years ago. This battle caught the eyes of a lot of cultivators. Although the two people battling were only at the soul formation stage, there was a huge difference in their social statuses. Red Butterfly was the genius of Shuiyu and was the #1 genius in Suzaku. She was able to reach the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years and was the #1 candidate to reach the ascendant stage. Xianxia was of unknown origin but was able to obtain a rain cauldron. Then he took an arm from Red Butterfly and instantly became famous. If that was just the case, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. But this Xianxia was only at the early stage of soul formation when he entered the celestial realm. He was able to fight against the late-stage soul formation cultivator when he was at the early stage and even took an arm from her. As a result, he became a legend. Now it was the second battle between the two, which attracted the attention of everyone. Red Butterfly was standing on the right side of the altar. She was wearing a blue, court dress with a dark purple flower embroidered on the edge of the dress. It was very simple and clean. Her hair flowed down like a waterfall with only a ribbon tying it together. However, the gentle breeze that would cause her empty sleeve to flutter put a blemish on the almost painting-like Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly's beauty was like her talent. It was filled with arrogance and ruthlessness. Around the perimeter of the altar were rings of white light with chairs placed on them. There were already many people sitting there. Men and women, young and old. All of them were various messengers of different cultivation countries. Although there weren't 100 people, it was very close. Although there were almost 100 people, there wasn't any noise. These people sat on the outer ring. On the inner ring there were only 4 chairs, and there were 4 people sitting on them. These 4 people were all white-haired old men. At this moment, a white crane came from the distance. On the back of the crane stood a young man wearing white. He was standing up straight. His hair was tied with a purple ribbon, and although he looked average, he gave off a manly aura. Beside him stood a woman in purple. Her looks weren't at all inferior to Red Butterfly's. The crane arrived at the altar and let out a cry. The white-robed young man jumped off and landed on the altar. He was Wang Lin. Red Butterfly lowered her head to look at her empty sleeve before raising her head. Her eyes became cold. There was also a deep sense of hatred hidden in her eyes. As the heaven's chosen daughter, until she met Wang Lin, she had never lost. Not only was Wang Lin the first person to ever defeat her, he even took one of her arms. If Wang Lin had beaten her in a straight-up fight, although she would hate him, her hatred would not be this strong. But back then, Wang Lin acted when she was at her weakest and tried to destroy her Tao heart. In all these years, her cultivation level hadn't moved. This was all because of Wang Lin. Only by killing him could her Tao heart recover. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he calmly looked at Red Butterfly. One of the old men sitting in the inner 4 chairs coldly looked at Wang Lin and Red Butterfly and said, "I'm the elder of Mount Suzaku, Gong Suinpa, and I'll be the judge for this fight." His right hand formed a seal and then pointed forth. A door of light suddenly appeared on the altar before them. "Go inside. That is where your battlefield will be." The old man closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Without a word, Red Butterfly walked into the door of light and disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he carefully looked at the door of light and walked inside. After the both of them entered the door of light, it immediately expanded to cover the entire altar. Inside the door was a deserted mountain range. People could see what was going on through the door of light. After Wang Lin entered the door of light, he was able to detect that this door of light was a transfer array. Where he appeared was a deserted mountain range. The surroundings were completely quiet and there was no light coming from the sky. An aura that would make you feel irritated filled the air. Giant and ancient oak trees grew everywhere. 10 feet away, a giant red python was coldly staring at Wang Lin and sticking its tongue out. A shout came from the sky. "Xianxia!" Wang Lin flew into the sky to see a ray of red light charging toward him. Before she even arrived, a cold aura had already spread out. This cold aura condensed into small ice particles that gathered 100 feet away from Wang Lin into a giant ice sculpture. This giant ice sculpture was over 100 feet tall and was shaped like a person. Its face was expressionless as it swung its giant fist at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he backed away. A flash of red light appeared on the head of the ice sculpture and Red Butterfly appeared. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Wang Lin and whispered something. A bright light appeared and turned into a ice rose before her. She made up her mind to not have a long fight with Xianxia. She would use the quickest method to kill this person. As the ice giant swung out its fist, Red Butterfly plucked a rose petal and sent it forth. The petal swayed back and forth like a boat on the rocky sea. Wang Lin snorted. He waved his right hand and the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. Restriction gas came out in the shape of dragons. They intertwined and fused into a giant fist that met the fist of the ice giant. Bang! The shock wave caused many of the trees below them to fall over. Even the python was knocked onto the ground. It was squirming due to the many wounds on its body. All of the wounds were caused by the vibrations of the shock wave. The huge impact caused the ice giant to take a step back. Cracks had appeared on his fist and pieces of ice were flying everywhere. Wang Lin's hand shook. The fist formed by the restriction shattered, and as the vibrations reached the restriction flag, it caused cracks to appear on it. This is a treasure that my country of Shui has been refining for 500 years. Ice God. Xianxia, you will die for sure. Red Butterfly's eyes became even colder as her hand moved and the floating rose petal suddenly began to change. Thin lines flew off the petal and formed a giant net that flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved the restriction flag, causing a screen of black fog to appear. Then he took out the celestial sword and swung at the net. The sword energy went through the black fog and landed on the flower petal. Bang! Cracks immediately appeared on the petal, but it didn't shatter. Countless threads from the flower petal covered the sky as it arrived before Wang Lin. Red Butterfly's eyes became even colder as she plucked another flower petal. She threw it forward and formed a seal with left hand as it flew. Then she pointed at the petal and it immediately grew many times larger. It was still heading toward Wang Lin. Red Butterfly didn't stop but plucked another flower petal. She bit her tongue and spat out some blood. The blood fell on the petal and 9 sword symbols made of blood appeared on the petal. 9 rays of sword energy appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. 3 flower petals. Xianxia, I want to see if you die or not. Red Butterfly slapped the ice giant under her. The ice giant let out a roar and swung its fist right behind the 9 rays of sword energy. For every step it took, there would be a giant hole left on the ground. Countless trees fell over and the vibrations caused many cracks to appear on the ground. This could be considered one of the most dangerous battles in Wang Lin's life. He didn't want to use the war chariot unless he had to. After all, this was Suzaku. There was bound to be many people watching. Exposing too many of his secrets wouldn't be good for him. Facing the net coming at him, Wang Lin let out a roar and swung the celestial sword like crazy, forcibly creating an opening in the net. Wang Lin quickly charged out from opening and opened his mouth to spit out a black ray of light. It quickly changed into a giant black stamp that slammed into the giant petal. The black stamp trembled before it was wrapped by the petal and turned into a puddle of black water. Wang Lin's face was pale. He used the moment the black stamp stopped the petal to teleport away. Just at this moment, the 9 rays of sword energy silently arrived. They moved as fast as lightning. Wang Lin quickly touched his bag of holding and 2 bells appeared. They collided with the sword energy, creating a sound wave. The 9 rays of sword energy paused for a moment under the effect of the sound wave, but then continued toward Wang Lin. With that pause, the 2 bells shattered and the pieces formed a suit of armor around Wang Lin. He let out a roar and teleported again. This time he was charging toward Red Butterfly. However, just when he reappeared, the ice giant's fist arrived before him. This punch was much faster than the one before. It landed on Wang Lin's body in almost an instant. Wang Lin's body was sent flying. The 9 rays of sword energy stabbed into his body as he flew through the air. Then the giant flower petal quickly wrapped around him, leaving no opening. Killing intent filled Red Butterfly's eyes and she shouted, "Xianxia, accept your death." Her left hand formed a seal and pointed at the petal. Soon, Sounds of explosions came from within the petal. However, just at this moment, a ray of black energy leaked out from the flower petal. Red Butterfly's expression changed when a huge ray of black sword energy that felt like it could destroy the world came out from within the petal. The petal was split in half and Wang Lin slowly walked out. The ribbon that was tying his hair had broken. His hair flowed in the air without any wind and his eyes were filled with intense coldness. He looked at Red Butterfly like he was looking at a dead person. There were many cracks on his armor and behind him the 9 rays of sword energy all shattered. Wang Lin's voice was low as he slowly said, "Red Butterfly, the battle has just started. What happened just now was only a warm-up." Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin and pointed at the rose with 6 remaining petals. She was about to use a spell. "Red Butterfly, look at this." Wang Lin revealed an evil smile as he took out a cocoon-like stone that had many Dao symbols on it. Wang Lin's right hand hit it and the symbols on it began to glow. Red Butterfly's face became pale as a small amount of black gas emerged from her forehead. She shouted, "Xianxia, what is that?" "It's just an arm." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he hit the stone. Pieces of rocks fell off, revealing a dark and withered arm. Holding the arm in his hand, he let out an evil smile. "Red Butterfly, is this arm familiar to you?" Red Butterfly's body trembled as she stared at the arm. She then suddenly turned toward Wang Lin. The coldness in her eyes had reached its limit. "Xianxia, you villain." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Then his eyes suddenly darkened and said, "I'm a villain?" Back in the celestial realm, there was no hatred between us. I had never messed with you, yet you tried to kill me multiple times. Even now, I still don't know why you wanted to kill me. Why can't I resist if you tried to kill me? Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. Without any hesitation, she pointed at the rose and all 6 petals scattered. Wang Lin let out a snort. Without any hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and a black flag appeared in his hand. This was the flag that was only missing 1 restriction to summon divine retribution lightning. His left hand moved before him. A restriction appeared and he placed it on the flag. The restriction shook and a blinding light shined from the flag. Red Butterfly's expression changed. Her hand quickly formed seals and she chanted a very complex spell. The 6 petals quickly flew out and turned into 6 women wearing red. However, a powerful force was being released from the restriction flag. This force pushed everything away. Wang Lin allowed himself to be pushed away and let the restriction flag float in the sky. As for the 6 petals that had turned into 6 women, they were also stopped in their tracks. They were unable to go forward. At this moment, rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky. Red clouds covered the sky like the heavens were going to collapse. Everyone watching the fight from outside was shocked. The 4 old men sitting in the inner circle all suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes were locked onto the red clouds. Divine retribution! Gong Sunpa's eyes lit up. 6 returned to 1. Red Butterfly's expression changed as she quickly formed seals with her hand. The 6 women in red quickly fused with Red Butterfly. Behind her, 6 beautiful, red figures appeared. Red clouds covered the sky. Wang Lin sneered as he pointed at the restriction flag. The restriction flag quickly turned into waves of restrictions that shot toward Red Butterfly. Just at this moment, with a huge bang, all of the red clouds gathered and a ray of red lightning descended. Its target was exactly where the restrictions were at. Red Butterfly quickly backed up, but Wang Lin had been keeping an eye on her. The moment she moved, he waved the celestial sword and a ray of sword energy shot out at her. However, this sword energy wasn't for Red Butterfly. Collided with the descending red lightning. Bang! With a loud bang, the sword energy collapsed. The red lightning paused for a moment before it continued to descend. Using this pause, Wang Lin shouted, "Restriction flag, scatter." The restriction flag suddenly shook as more restriction gas poured out of it. This continued until the restriction flag turned to dust and disappeared. However, the restriction gas that came out arrived before Red Butterfly in almost an instant and hovered around her. Much of the gas had already entered the ice giant's body as well. Although the gas couldn't do any damage, it could act as a beacon for the divine retribution lightning. The giant quickly stomped the ground. Every time it stomped, a lot of restriction gas would dissipate, but there was simply so much gas that it kept on entering the giant's body. Red Butterfly was about to teleport when her expression suddenly became ugly. The moment divine retribution arrives, all teleports are sealed. Red Butterfly, accept your death. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, the red lightning arrived. The moment the restriction gas touched the lightning, it dissipated. The red lightning descended upon Red Butterfly, who was surrounded by restriction gas. Although all of this took a while to explain, it happened in the blink of an eye. Red Butterfly's face was pale and she clenched her teeth. The moment the red lightning arrived, the 6 figures behind her flew out. Explode! One of the red figures exploded the moment it touched the red lightning, but it was unable to stop the divine retribution lightning. Red Butterfly's voice cracked. Explode! Explode! Bang! 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 The divine retribution lightning pierced through them like they were paper. One figure collapsed, another figure collapsed, and soon all 6 figures had collapsed. However, the power of the red lightning lowered a bit in these series of explosions. Without a word, Red Butterfly sank into the ice giant. The moment she disappeared into it, the red lightning struck the ice giant. The giant suddenly raised its head and let out a painful roar as many cracks appeared on its body. There was a red line moving within the ice giant. It wasn't attacking the ice giant but moving to the remaining restriction gas in its body. In addition, there was the ghostly image of a whip that would glow. Every time it glowed, the power of the red lighting would weaken a bit. A pity! Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he swung the celestial sword at the giant. He let out a roar as he directed a large ray of sword energy toward the ice giant. The giant opened its mouth and shouted. However, the voice belonged to Red Butterfly. Soul Lasher! Just at this moment, the whip inside the ice giant glowed brightly, flew out from the chest of the giant, and struck Wang Lin. Fast. Too fast. Wang Lin wasn't able to dodge at all. He coughed out blood and his body fell. However, his origin soul was knocked out of his body and flew far away. At this moment, the sword energy landed on the ice giant and its aura weakened a lot. A wound as thick as an arm went through its body. That whip was simply too fast. Wang Lin didn't have any time to react when his origin soul was whipped out of his body. As his soul flew backwards, he was shocked and then pain started coming from all over his origin soul. This pain was like his heart was being pierced. This pain meant that his origin soul was about to be damaged. He didn't hesitate at all to use spiritual energy to stop himself. With one teleport, he went back into his body. Wang Lin opened eyes and quickly backed up. There was shock in his eyes. The attack from the giant just now was simply too strange. What kind of whip is that? Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he stared at the ice giant. Luckily, Wang Lin's sword energy had landed on the giant and the divine retribution lightning was still inside the ice giant. Due to these 2 factors, the ice giant wasn't able to attack Wang Lin, while his origin soul was knocked out of his body. The situation would have turned very ugly for Wang Lin otherwise. Just as the sword energy landed on the ice giant's waist, the divine retribution lightning destroyed the last of the restriction gas and suddenly disappeared. The red clouds left as quickly as they arrived and the sky returned to normal as if the red clouds had never appeared. The ice giant shook its body. Pieces of ice fell off it and landed on the ground. The giant was now only half of its original size at 50 feet. The wound on its waist quickly closed and soon disappeared. However, the image of the whip was still at its chest, releasing a demonic light. Without a word, Wang Lin turned around and escaped. That whip was simply too dangerous. If his origin soul were to get knocked away again and his body got destroyed, then even if he won, he will still have lost. Red Butterfly appeared once more on the head of the ice giant and shouted, "Xianxia, I want to see what you can still do." The ice giant that was now only half of its original size became more nimble than before. It got up from the ground, causing the earth to shake, and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin continued to run. Luckily, the battleground was very large and he hadn't reached the boundary yet. He quickly took out a pill and consumed it to adjust his body as he flew. As for the ice giant behind him, he completely ignored it. Red Butterfly's expression was as cold as ice. She hated the person before her down to her bones. If it wasn't for the ice giant, she would have been killed the red lightning. This Xianxia had a treasure to call down divine retribution lightning. However, I don't believe he has two of them, or else he could have just used both right away. Even with the soul lasher, the ice giant won't be able to withstand two divine retribution lightning strikes. Red Butterfly's eyes were gloomy. She gave a command and the whip suddenly appeared in the ice giant's hand. Red Butterfly shouted, "Xianxia, accept your death." The giant swung the whip in his hand. It moved even faster than lightning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed. Although the whip speed was quick, he had been on guard this whole time. As the whip was coming toward him, he disappeared with a teleport. He reappeared 1,000 feet away and coughed out blood. When he was teleporting away, the whip touched him. Although it didn't knock his origin soul out, it injured him. What an amazing whip treasure! Wang Lin took a deep breath and continued to escape. He took out a large amount of pills and devoured them to recover as much spiritual energy as possible. Red Butterfly's eyes were cold as she controlled the ice giant to chase Wang Lin in a mad pursuit. As Red Butterfly chased Wang Lin, she insulted him. "Xianxia, you are now running away like a homeless dog. Where is your dominating aura from back then?" Wang Lin laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, you haven't resolved the curse from that arm yet. You're only suppressing it with your spiritual energy. This is true reason you used your most powerful treasure right at the start." Red Butterfly's expression became gloomy and she snorted. Every single time they met, she had never been able to beat Wang Lin in words, so she no longer spoke. She controlled the giant and whipped the air before them multiple times. After a while, Wang Lin recovered a bit of spiritual energy. His eyes lit up as he took out an item. It was Red Butterfly's arm. He chanted while his left hand formed seals and pointed at the arm. The arm glowed a demonic light as various symbols appeared on it. Wang Lin's left hand slapped the arm and he shouted, "Explode!" A black line immediately appeared on Red Butterfly's forehead. Her body trembled and her face became pale. She shouted, "Xianxia, if I don't kill you, then I'm not called Red Butterfly." Wang Lin sneered and shouted, "Suppress it. I want to see how long you can suppress it. Explode! Explode! Explode!" The black line on Red Butterfly's forehead suddenly began to spread and soon covered Red Butterfly's beautiful face. "You?" Red Butterfly coughed out black blood. She was indeed worried about the curse on her arm, which was why she wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The battle went outside of her control. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he once more shouted, "Explode!" The arm in his hand immediately exploded. There was no longer any blood left inside, so it exploded into a cloud of black dust which spread out in all directions. The explosion of the arm activated all of the curses inside Red Butterfly's body. She coughed out another mouthful of black blood and a dark aura covered her face. Wang Lin's body immediately stopped. He no longer ran. He used this moment to throw out the beast trap and with a bang the war chariot arrived. The beast spirit immediately came out with a roar. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Wang Lin and the giant. The current Wang Lin couldn't worry about exposing too much. The most important matter right now was winning. After the chariot appeared, it would take time to activate. Wang Lin held the celestial sword in his hand and swung down. The sword energy created a sonic boom as it flew out and smashed into the ice giant. Bang! The ice giant stumbled back several steps as a wound appeared on its body. Red Butterfly's eyes were closed. She was concentrating all her attention to suppress the curse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He went up and swung down again. Bang! After the bang, the ice giant backed up even more. Red Butterfly struggled to open her eyes and stared viciously at Wang Lin before spitting out a word. The ice giant's eyes released a demonic light. Red Butterfly had given up on controlling the ice giant and was using all her power to suppress the curse. The giant's body began to move. It swung its fist and the image if the whip immediately appeared. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all and used celestial sword to block. With a bang, Wang Lin was pushed back more than 100 feet. Although the celestial sword wasn't damaged, Wang Lin coughed out blood from the force of the blow. Just at this moment, the ice giant landed before Wang Lin with one leap. It swung its fist down and inside the fist was the image of the whip. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he quickly threw the celestial sword toward the fist. The moment the fist hit Wang Lin, the sword flashed by the right arm and cut the entire arm off. The celestial sword itself was very different from the sword energy. The celestial sword landed 1,000 feet away and stabbed deep into the ground. Blood sprayed out from all over Wang Lin's body and many of his bones were broken. However, he laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, I took one of your arms and now I took one of this useless ice giant's arms. It is now more fitting for you." He waved his hand and the ice giant's right arm appeared in his hand. A flash of blue light appeared and the ice immediately fell from the arm until it shrank to half its size. Right now the many spikes on the war chariot released a black aura that was being absorbed by the spirit beast. The spirit beast grew larger and its eyes revealed a vicious gaze. The ice giant let out a roar and rushed toward its broken arm. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he spat out a ray of white light that surrounded the arm. He was now using all of his energy to refine it. More cracks appeared on the arm and it shrank again. The giant's speed was very quick. It arrived with one jump and then it swung its left arm. Bang! Wang Lin backed up and then disappeared. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground where Wang Lin was just standing. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was next to the celestial sword and grabbed it. Wang Lin shouted again, "Break!" The arm coated in white light cracked again and a large amount of ice fell off. Right now, this arm was the same size as a normal person's arm. The giant suddenly turned around and swung out another punch that was as fast as lightning. Wang Lin raised the celestial sword and swung down. Just at this moment, the whip suddenly appeared on the ice giant's chest. Wang Lin's expression changed and he moved the celestial sword to block before him. However, the whip changed directions. It went around Wang Lin and hit his body. Bang! Wang Lin coughed out blood and his body was knocked back 100 feet. His origin soul was once again whipped out of his body and flew out 1,000 feet. The ice giant's eyes released a ghostly light. It ignored Wang Lin's original soul and instead walked toward Wang Lin's body. War Chariot activate. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. During the time he managed to delay the ice giant, the god-slaying chariot managed to activate. The beast spirit let out a roar and charged out. All of the chains on the beast spirit were gone. However, instead of charging at the ice giant, it charged toward Wang Lin. Disobedient beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hand formed a seal and a chain flew out from the chariot. The chain locked the beast spirit in place. The beast spirit beast struggled vigorously and didn't change its direction. It clearly wanted to use whatever it took to devour Wang Lin. At this moment, the giant arrived next to Wang Lin's body and smiled as it smashed its fist down. Wang Lin's origin soul shouted, "Su Ligua!" The celestial sword let out a miserable scream as black gas appeared on the sword and it blocked the fist. Bang! The giant's fist hit the celestial sword and was pushed back by the shockwave. However, Su Ligua let out a weak cry before the celestial sword fell to the ground. No more sounds came from it. The giant's eyes lit up as it ran up again. Just at this moment, even more chains flew out of the war chariot and dragged the beast spirit back. The beast spirit was filled with rage as it turned toward the ice giant and charged toward it. The giant immediately raised its head. It stopped its attack on Wang Lin's body and punched the incoming beast spirit. Bang! 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 The giant continued to attack and knocked the beast spirit away. This angered the beast spirit. Its mouth expanded greatly and devoured the ice giant. However, the moment it tried to devour the ice giant, the whip came out and hit the beast spirit. The beast spirit felt pain and immediately shrank a bit. Pa! Pa! The continuous whipping caused the beast spirit to be furious, but it ignored the whip to continue to devour. The beast spirit went through the ice giant's body. The giant's body shook and a large amount of cracks appeared on it. More ice fell off and the ice giant shrank once more. It was now only 20 feet tall and the ice around its right shoulder began to melt. The beast spirit was about to turn around for another attack when Red Butterfly opened her eyes. The curse was suppressed back to the single black line on her forehead. Red Butterfly's rushed voice contained a hint of darkness as she said, "Soul Lasher, reveal your true form." This time, a pure white whip appeared in the ice giant's hand. This whip isn't illusionary like before but solid. It whipped the beast spirit like crazy. The pain caused the beast spirit to become even more enraged. It was about to charge out again when it suddenly let out a painful cry and looked back at the war chariot. After all, he was only a spirit and was limited by the chariot. Also, Wang Lin was not using it properly for it to display its full power, so now it was feeling the call of the chariot. The beast spirit let out a reluctant roar into the sky as it changed into gas and returned to the war chariot. Wang Lin's origin soul had returned to his body during the fight between the beast spirit and the ice giant. He had also consumed pills to recover and sent spiritual energy into the celestial sword to awaken Su Ligua. With the celestial sword in his hand, he swung down. Wang Lin's sword energy quickly arrived. The ice giant let out a roar and punched the sword energy. It turned around, kicked the ground, causing the ground to crack, and quickly escaped. Chase! Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he raised his sword and chased after her. Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. The battle today was much harder than their battle back in the celestial realm. She never would have even dreamt that this Tsang Nyo would have gained this much power in a mere decade. Thinking back to the celestial realm, when she used her full power to kill this person, Tsang Nyo could only run and had no power to resist. Even later on, it was only because he had a treasure that could collapse a celestial fragment that she was suppressed. She never saw Wang Lin as anything. In her heart, this Tsang Nyo was not someone at the same level as her. He was weak. An insect, a stepping stone that would obey the strong. She had killed many soul formation cultivators like Wang Lin during her battle against the Four-Sect Alliance. Even in Suzaku she kept this mentality. This was her pride. However, this pride crumbled when Wang Lin took her arm. She couldn't stand the fact that a weak and insignificant cultivator dared to sneak attack her. Her hatred for Wang Lin had reached its limit. She resolved herself to kill Wang Lin in order to make her Tao heart complete again. She even took out Shui Yu's national treasure, the ice god, to kill this person. Even her senior apprentice brother secretly borrowed the heavenly jade sect's main treasure, the Soul Lasher, and let her borrow it to get on her good side. She originally didn't want to use the Soul Lasher. She thought that with the ice god and her life treasure, killing Tsang Nyo would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. However, she had heard a lot of rumors about the Soul Lasher and was moved by them, so she didn't reject the offer. She hid it inside the ice god to use it as a secret weapon to win. But right now, after so many rounds, their battle had reached its boiling point. This Tsang Nyo's treasures were endless, far more than she could have imagined. Especially that beast spirit. It was too fierce. If Tsang Nyo had the power to control it, and the beast spirit continued to attack, she was sure that without the Soul Lasher, she would have lost. Right now she could only escape. The ice god was extremely weak. From all the damage it took, it was now only 20 feet tall. If it shrank any more, it would collapse completely. She had only experienced this kind of escape twice in her entire life. The first time was when she was forced into a corner by Wang Lin, and the second time was right now. To be forced to escape like this twice by the same person was like a slap in the face for her. This made her feel very ashamed and her hatred deepened. Wang Lin chased closely after her with a gloomy expression on his face. He looked at the figure constantly teleporting before him and said, "Red butterfly, where is your pride? Does the heavenly daughter of Suzaku have to run from me, a mere mid-stage soul formation cultivator? Xianxia, if I don't kill you, I'm not called Red Butterfly." Avatars. Even though Wang Lin was taunting her, her pride made it so that she had to fight him. A change suddenly occurred. She let out a scream and the rose appeared before the ice giant. There were no flower petals, only 2 stamens. Red Butterfly didn't hesitate as her origin soul flew out and split in half. One half went into the stamens. The 2 stamens fused together to form a very beautiful figure. The figure quickly took form and revealed its appearance. An avatar that looked exactly like Red Butterfly appeared, only this avatar had all of her limbs. Red Butterfly's avatar opened her eyes and looked very calm. The original Red Butterfly was very cold and ruthless, but this avatar showed no emotion and was extremely calm. Xianxia, I don't mind giving up my chance to reach the soul transformation stage anytime soon just to kill you. This avatar was something she had been cultivating to make it easier for her to reach the soul transformation stage. Unless it was absolutely needed, she wouldn't bring the avatar out. But now, in order to kill Wang Lin, she didn't care about the cost. This avatar had no spiritual energy inside even though it contained some of her origin soul. This avatar was filled with her domain. She had been pouring her domain into the avatar for a while. Red Butterfly and her avatar both said, at the same time, "Ruthless domain!" The avatar quickly flew forward and emitted a rainbow-colored light. Red Butterfly's avatar said, in a very alluring voice, "To lure out all the emotions of the mortal world and then using the blade of intelligence to cut it all away. This is the ruthless domain. Emotions, come forth." The color of the sky suddenly changed and a mysterious power covered the heavens and earth. 7 rainbow-colored orbs suddenly appeared next to Red Butterfly and then flew toward Wang Lin. Familial love. 2 balls of light shattered to form a man and woman. The man had trimmed white hair and the woman had a loving gaze. Love. Li Muan's figure appeared in the orb. She stared at Wang Lin with eyes filled with sadness. Hatred. Teng Huayuan teared open the orb of light and walked out. There were countless souls in his hand. The souls of the Wang family cried out in anguish. Appreciation. Zhang Danu's 3 generations walked out and stared at Wang Lin in confusion. He opened his mouth to talk but couldn't say a word. Wang Lin's body stopped moving and he sat cross-legged. His origin soul flew out and said, "Under the reincarnation cycle, life and death domain." The sky was suddenly torn open by a pair of giant hands and a rift appeared. A giant black and white painting came out of the rift. There were many large mountains and flowing rivers inside the scroll. Although they looked still, they were in fact moving. Under the life and death scroll, Wang Lin's origin soul was glowing. He revealed a complex expression as he looked at the people before him. Red Butterfly's avatar said, "Sword of Intelligence." A rainbow-colored sword appeared before Red Butterfly's avatar. Cut! Wang Lin's parents were killed by the sword. They were soon followed by Li Muan. Danyo's family was killed by Teng Huayuan, and then he disappeared after a swing of the sword. Ruthless. Red Butterfly and her avatar looked very worn out. She then pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul shook and his eyes became dim. His right hand raised up and pointed at the life and death scroll in the sky. Wang Lin softly said, "Even a ruthless person can't escape the reincarnation cycle. How could the emotions in the world be so easily cut or discarded? Although the Sword of Intelligence is powerful, it can't cut through the cycle of reincarnation." Black and white gas appeared and fused together to make the gray gas of the reincarnation cycle. The gray gas suddenly came out of the scroll in the shape of a giant thumb and pressed down before Red Butterfly's avatar. Red Butterfly's avatar's body trembled. She shook her head, bitterly smiled, and said, "If I could have reached the soul transformation stage, even the reincarnation cycle would be suppressed by ruthlessness. If the heavens reincarnation cycle wasn't ruthless, then it wouldn't be the heavens reincarnation cycle anymore. Unfortunate." The avatar let out a sigh as it disappeared. Red Butterfly coughed out a mouthful blood. Her origin soul was damaged, but the hatred in her eyes were replaced by a hint of clarity. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body and his face became very pale. Although the battle between domains looked calm, it was the most dangerous part of this fight. The moment Red Butterfly's sword of intelligence landed, his origin soul was damaged. If it wasn't for the fact that his life and death domain had evolved when he reached the mid-stage of soul formation, his origin soul would have been destroyed. Even right now, his life and death domain was only a bit more powerful than Red Butterfly's domain. This was because, as Red Butterfly said, the heavenly reincarnation cycle was originally ruthless. However, there was a very fine line between ruthless and emotionless. Because of this difference, Wang Lin barely won. In truth, domain battles between cultivators were them proving their own Tao paths to each other. I understand. Red Butterfly's eyes released a mysterious light as she looked toward Wang Lin. All of her hatred disappeared. She returned to the completely cold and emotionless gaze she had when she first met Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart sank. Red Butterfly was indeed a genius to be able to gain something from this domain battle. This woman must be killed or else Wang Lin won't have a day of peace in the future. Wang Lin moved. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. Restriction gas flew out and formed into a black lance. As more restriction gas entered the lance, there were sounds of it expanding. The lance grew larger and gained a stronger aura. All of the restriction gas had gathered in the lance. This was the peak power of the restriction flag after reaching its first completion stage. Wang Lin quickly charged forward with the lance in one hand. With his other hand, he swung down the celestial sword. Boom! The ice giant let out a roar and jumped into the air to punch Wang Lin. However, the lance was longer, so it lunged toward Red Butterfly at the ice giant's forehead. The ice giant's hand grabbed the lance. However, the sword energy was right behind the lance, so it landed without any resistance. Bang! The giant let out a painful cry, and its left hand smashed down as restriction gas entered its body. However, the lance didn't hit Red Butterfly but stabbed the giant's neck. Boom! The giant's eyes dimmed and it slowly fell to the ground. Red Butterfly took a deep breath and pointed at her brow. Then she came out of the ice giant and floated in the air. Her current body was very weak, her life treasure was used up, her domain avatar was destroyed, her origin soul was heavily injured, and the ice giant was destroyed. Right now she was as weak as she was back in the celestial realm. But she seemed to have a feeling of enlightenment and no longer had the urge to fight. She felt that once she comprehended this feeling, then killing this Xianxia would be as simple as waving her hand. Countless cracks appeared on the giant as it fell and finally collapsed. All of the ice melted, revealing a pure white whip. Red Butterfly waved her hand and the soul lasher flew toward her. How could Wang Lin let her succeed? This was something he had to obtain. The lance quickly turned into a black whip and wrapped around the soul lasher. Red Butterfly's expression changed and she shouted, "You dare! Why wouldn't I dare?" Wang Lin laughed as he pulled the soul lasher toward him. He swung the celestial sword at Red Butterfly to prevent her from fighting him for it. Red Butterfly's face was gloomy. After pondering for a bit, she let go to dodge the sword energy and sneered at Wang Lin. "Xianxia, this soul lasher has a seal placed on it by the Heavenly Jade Sect. Even if you steal it, you won't be able to use it." As she spoke, the black line on Red Butterfly's forehead slowly faded away until it disappeared without a trace. Her domain avatar was destroyed during the domain battle, so her method to reach the soul transformation with relative ease was gone. But the enlightenment she gained made her confident that she would be able to break into the soul transformation stage on her own in a few decades. She took a deep breath and 4 rays of light suddenly appeared around her. When the lights disappeared, 4 figures appeared. Metal spirit, wood spirit, water spirit, fire spirit. Aside from the earth spirit, the other elemental spirits all appeared. This was Red Butterfly's ultimate treasure. This was her root and where her talent came from. Wang Lin scanned the soul lasher with his divine sense. What he saw made his heart sink. There was a powerful seal on the soul lasher, so his divine sense couldn't get through it at all. Wang Lin snorted. He put the soul lasher into his bag of holding and then stared at the 4 elemental spirits. In today's battle, Wang Lin had been heavily injured. Aside from the various injuries on his body, his origin soul had also been damaged. This could be said to be a very bitter fight. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he thought, "For spirits, my heaven-defying bead will use these to reach completion today." As Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin, her hand formed a seal and she said, "For spirits, killing formation." After that, she turned to leave. She wasn't in the mood to fight anymore and was ready to leave this place. Wang Lin was about to chase when the 4 spirits suddenly moved and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He shook the restriction flag in his hand and the lance reformed. He thrusted the lance toward the spirit in the front. The spirit increased its speed and collided with the lance. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword with his right hand, but the wood spirit went to block it as the water and metal spirits closed in on him. Wang Lin snorted. Back then, before he had reached the soul formation stage, he had to put in a lot of effort to win against one spirit. However, he was now at the mid of stage soul formation and had already planned on how to steal these elemental spirits from Red Butterfly. At this moment, his eyes were calm. He slapped his bag of holding and 9 carvings appeared. These 9 wood carvings all contained the time domain. Aside from 2 of them, the remaining 7 were all made from the wood of the reincarnation tree. This material made it much easier to activate the time domain and was much more powerful. Wang Lin softly said, "Time!" An invisible shockwave suddenly spread out and the 4 elemental spirits paused for a moment. Wang Lin's speed was very quick. He immediately grabbed hold of the metal spirit and with one step suppressed the wood spirit. After that, he ignored the remaining 2 spirits and chased after Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly was more than 1,000 feet away when her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Xianxia would still have a powerful treasure left after this battle. She felt very bitter in her heart. No matter what, she had to kill this person today. Only by using all of her treasures and using the fact that she had a bit more spiritual energy than him could she kill him in one fell swoop. Her eyes darkened and she said, "Metal spirit, explode!" The metal spirit being held by Wang Lin suddenly shook and began to release a destructive aura. Wang Lin let go of the metal spirit and teleported away. The wood spirit was still in Wang Lin's hands. Bang! The spirit exploded. Although Wang Lin teleported away, he was still hit by it. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and immediately weakened. His cultivation became unstable after all of these injuries, so it dropped to the early stage of soul formation. After landing, Wang Lin immediately took out pills from his bag and swallowed them. His eyes flashed as he teleported to Red Butterfly. He formed a seal with his hand and said, "Red Butterfly, accept your death." Red Butterfly's eyes lit up and she said, "3 spirits, explode." The remaining 3 spirits trembled and 3 powerful, destructive auras began to spread. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. Red Butterfly's eyes were cold. There was no color in her eyes as she said, "If you kill me, we both die together." Wang Lin's eyes became even colder as he pressed down the seal in his hand without any hesitation. For the first time, panic entered Red Butterfly's face. But just at this moment, a gentle power descended from the sky and surrounded the 3 spirits. The destructive force disappeared and the spirits were saved. A person silently appeared before Red Butterfly. This person was Suzaku's Gong Suinpa. He casually waved his right hand and Wang Lin was knocked back 100 feet. Wang Lin glared at Gong Suinpa and silently pondered. This power was not something he could fight against, and let's not forget that he was heavily injured. "Xianxia, you won. Go to Mount Suzaku to receive your order and someone will arrange things for you. After that, you will be a disciple Suzaku invited from the outside. As one of these disciples, Suzaku can grant you one wish. Once you have decided on what you want, you can come to Mount Suzaku to state your wish." Gong Suinpa grabbed the 3 spirits and put them back inside Red Butterfly. However, when the wood spirit was flying over, Wang Lin clenched his teeth, swung the celestial sword, and cut it in half. He quickly molded half of the wood spirit into a crystal and put it inside his bag of holding. After he did this, he raised his head and looked at Gong Suanpa. "Humph, you sure are bold. Looking at the fact that you won, I won't pursue this matter, but your wish is cancelled." Gong Suanpa coldly looked at Wang Lin. Then he pointed at the sky, and the spirit that had exploded reformed. The old man put it back inside Red Butterfly as well. Color returned to Red Butterfly's face, and she respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder." Gong Suanpa's gaze toward Red Butterfly wasn't kind. He reached out toward Wang Lin with his right hand and said, "Hand over the soul lasher." Wang Lin stared at Gong Suanpa and pondered a bit. Seeing that Gong Suanpa was getting impatient, he secretly let out a sigh. In the cultivation world, strength was all that mattered. He took out the soul lasher and bitterly handed it over. After Gong Suanpa grabbed the soul lasher, his right hand pointed at the air and the door of light appeared. "Let's go." Gong Suanpa walked through the door. Red Butterfly quickly followed. She turned around to coldly stare at Wang Lin and whispered, "You will die for sure next time." The current Red Butterfly didn't know that she only had 3 days left to live. A secret plot began unfolding after an order was given out by someone at Mount Suzaku. Wang Lin stepped into the door of light. When he reappeared on the altar, everyone was already gone, like no one was ever there to begin with. After looking around, he found that he was the only person left. A piece of jade was floating in the air and releasing a gentle glow. Wang Lin waved his right hand and caught the jade. He checked the jade and found a map. The map led to Mount Suzaku. He pondered for a bit and sat down in the lotus position. He had sustained heavy injuries in his fight against Red Butterfly, and his cultivation was unstable. Even if he were to take pills, they would only help a bit, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. If he wanted to completely recover, he would have to enter closed-door cultivation. After a long time, the sky darkened and Wang Lin stood up. He slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast appeared. He sat down on the mosquito, sent out a message to the mosquito, and continued to cultivate. The mosquito's flight became more smooth as it headed toward the direction Wang Lin instructed. The night was very quiet in Suzaku. The moon was high in the sky and moonlight covered the ground. 3 days later, a strange scene occurred in the back mountain of Mount Suzaku. Mount Suzaku was the holy land of Suzaku. In the front was the Suzaku's palace, and in the back was the back mountain of Suzaku, where one would require the permission of the current Suzaku to enter. The back mountain wasn't very large. It was only a large cave. This cave was divided into 4 layers. At the moment, there were 2 deep pools on the second layer. Both pools were releasing white gas. However, the gases from the 2 pools acted differently when they reached the ceiling. The white gas from one of the pools would immediately turn into frost and spread out. The white gas from the other pool would immediately become red water droplets and disappear into the ceiling. One pool was cold and the other was hot. The cool pool contained 30,000-year-old cold water from the heavenly frost planet. Suzaku paid a huge price for it. The flame pool contained 30,000-year-old fire from the origin fire planet. The cost was the same as the cool pool. Around these 2 pools were 99 top-quality spirit stones that made up 2 different formations and released an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. At this moment, in the centers of each of the 2 pools, sat 1 male and 1 female. The man was sitting above the flame pool and the female was sitting above the cold pool. Both of them were wearing very thin clothes and were cultivating. The male wasn't very handsome, but he emitted a slightly evil aura. However, this evil aura didn't irritate people. Instead, it made people feel a strange intimacy toward him. The female wasn't any less beautiful than Red Butterfly. She could be considered a national treasure. In addition, compared to Red Butterfly, this girl had a more charming atmosphere about her, making her even more alluring. If Wang Lin was here, he would feel that this woman was familiar. At this moment, an old man covered in a red glow entered the cave. This old man looked exactly like the dirty old man who gave Wang Lin the straw hat. However, their auras were very different. This was clearly a different person. After a long time, The old man slowly said, Xian Feng. The male sitting inside the flame pool opened his eyes. The evil aura around him became even stronger. He remained calm after seeing the old man and said, Qian Feng greets ancestor. Red butterfly is inside the secret room. Go and devour her consciousness and domain. The old man's voice was filled with a sense of age. The man's eyes flashed and he said, Red butterfly? But she is Shui Yu's heavenly daughter. When he said heavenly daughter, he licked his lips and made a face filled with disdain. The old man slowly said, Her ruthless domain had a breakthrough in her battle with Xianxia, so it's about to reach its first completion, but she hasn't realized it yet. Once you devour her, you will have gained the ruthless domain. As a result, your chance of reaching the ascendant stage will increase a bit more. I have searched for a very long time for this girl. The male stood up. As he did this, white gas was released from his body. His eyes revealed an evil gaze as he muttered, Xianxia, I don't know if he can take one hit using 10% of my cultivation with his cultivation level right now. The old man sighed. It is a bit regrettable about Red Butterfly. This girl. I'm getting old and just can't bear to do certain things. Forget it, Hugo. The male faintly smiled and said, Ancestor, you always say regrettable, but the title of Suzaku won't be passed to an outsider. It will either be me or junior apprentice sister. With that, his body slowly faded until it disappeared. Inside a chamber, Red Butterfly was cultivating with her eyes closed to recover. She opened her eyes and said, Xianxia, next time I'll definitely kill you. A gentle voice suddenly appeared inside the chamber. I'll grant your wish for you. Who? Red Butterfly's eyes suddenly became serious. The evil-looking young man came out of the void and said to Red Butterfly, I'm Qian Feng. Then he casually pointed with his finger. Red Butterfly's face changed. Her hand formed a seal and a red light started being emitted from her body. The young man shook his head and revealed a mocking smile. His finger shattered the red light and landed between Red Butterfly's eyebrows. Red Butterfly's body trembled. She wanted to struggle, but that finger was like a mountain. It made her unable to resist. What are you doing? Red Butterfly forced herself to calm down. Qian Feng's eyes looked extremely evil as he whispered in Red Butterfly's ear, I want your domain and your 4 elemental spirits. Red Butterfly's master calculated that she would go through a calamity. However, her master got the wrong person. It wasn't Wang Lin but this Qian Feng. Inside the cave, the old man sighed again. Unfortunately, there can only be one Suzaku. The old man's gaze landed on the woman sitting in the cold pool as he said, Lu Mei. The woman inside the cold pool opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the old man. This woman was the Shen Dao sect's Lu Mei. The old man said, You made 1,000 avatars to go cultivate at various sects in different countries to comprehend the heavens' laws. One of the avatars went to the Shen Dao sect in Zhao. Remember Wang Lin? He was a disciple of the Heng Yu sect. Lu Mei pondered a bit and said, Disciple has some memory, but it's not very clear. That Xianxia is Wang Lin. There was no shock in Lu Mei's eyes. She only nodded and didn't say a word. The original person I prepared for you was Zhou Yi from the 5 Elements sect. He had the crazed domain. If you could have left your mark on his Dao heart, you could have devoured his crazed domain. Unfortunately, this person disappeared within the celestial realm. Lu Mei pondered. The old man looked at Lu Mei and said, You are about to leave your closed-door cultivation. That Xianxia should arrive soon, so you should go greet him. Use whatever method you can to leave your mark on his Dao heart. Use this man as your furnace to help your domain reach its greater completion. Once you succeed, you will gain control of his life and death domain. As a result, you will have a higher chance than Feng Heir to take the title of Suzaku. Lu Mei let out a sigh. She bit her lower lip and began to ponder. Oh, you're not willing. The old man's eyes glowed red. They seemed reserved yet dignified. Lu Mei whispered, Disciple obeys. The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the cave and into the distance where an old man was eating a drumstick in a rank 1 cultivation country. Junior apprentice brother, of the 4 people you picked, Xianxia is the weakest, so I guess you won't mind. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I hope that when I come out, you will have already succeeded. After a long time, the old man withdrew his gaze and disappeared in a flash of red light. Lu Mei stood up. Her thin clothes stuck to her body, revealing a perfectly curved and exquisite figure. She wore a pale pink inner dress and then an outer white dress that revealed her alluring neck. The pleats of the skirt flowed lightly like splendid white moonlight on the ground. 3,000 strands of her hair were tied up with a ribbon with one strand hanging in front of her chest. Her skin was as white as snow, and the faint, red blush that appeared on her face created a very charming and delicate aura. She was like a beautiful butterfly floating in the wind, but at the same time as cold as ice. She was Lu Mei. Compared to when Wang Lin met her, she was even more alluring and beautiful. Wang Lin. Is it the young one with the large sword in the Hangyu sect? Yes, he was the first person to regain his senses. I didn't think that he would enter the eyes of the ancestor in just 500 years. This person is not simple. Lu Mei let out a sigh and walked out of the cave. To leave my mark on his Tao heart will not be hard. However, is this the right way? Lu Miao revealed a look of confusion. At this moment, the evil-looking young man named Qian Feng floated into the cave with someone behind him. The person was Red Butterfly. However, Red Butterfly's eyes were like black holes, and there was no sign of life on her body. She was like a puppet. Lu Mei calmly looked at Red Butterfly and didn't say a word. Qian Feng stopped 3 feet away from Lu Mei. He let out a smile, revealing his white teeth, and said, "Junior apprentice sister, are you going to leave?" Lu Mei nodded and whispered, "Senior brother Qian Feng? Is the person behind you Red Butterfly?" Qian Feng laughed. "Red Butterfly is already dead. She is my concubine Furnace. Let's just call her Heartless." Lu Mei carefully looked at Red Butterfly until she couldn't really bear to watch anymore. She knew that Red Butterfly had already lost her domain and life energy, and had become Qian Feng's puppet. The fact that a top beauty of this generation had suffered such a fate made Lu Mei feel melancholy. This was the 3rd person devoured by Qian Feng so far. Every time he devoured someone, his cultivation level increased. The ancestor was getting desperate to raise the next Suzaku. Qian Feng looked at Lu Mei's back with an evil gaze and muttered, "Junior apprentice sister, one day you will become my concubine. Heartless, what do you think?" Red Butterfly stood motionlessly behind him. There was no light in her eyes. It was as if she was just a corpse. Somewhere in a rank 1 cultivation country in Suzaku, a dirty old man who was eating a drumstick suddenly coughed a few times and spat out the chicken meat in his mouth. His face was extremely gloomy as he stood up, but then, after pondering a bit, he sat down. His expression was extremely ugly as he muttered to himself, "Senior apprentice brother, you and I have battled throughout our entire lives. Are we going to continue to fight even when we are about to die? I lost the battle for the title of Suzaku back then so you could have it, but you shouldn't push it too far. Since Wang Lin was able to return from the celestial realm, he is chosen by me. If you ruin him, I'll ruin Qian Feng." He threw the chicken drumstick in his hand away and his eyes glowed with anger. "However, I wonder what the chances of that junior Wang Lin turning that little girl Lu Mei into his cultivation furnace are. Senior apprentice brother, let's see if your disciple is better or if my chosen candidate is superior. That will also be very fun." Wang Lin was cultivating with his eyes closed while sitting on the mosquito beast. After a long time he opened his eyes and sighed. "My body's injuries are fine, but the injuries to my soul are a problem. Also, I have this feeling of danger here in Suzaku. This feeling is definitely accurate. Red Butterfly's injuries were similar to mine, but she had a breakthrough. If I can't reach the late stage of soul formation by the time she comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to defend against her." Wang Lin was in deep thought when his expression suddenly changed. The mosquito stopped flying and looked around in confusion. "Big Dipper transfer. An ancient voice suddenly yelled, and then a giant formation appeared in the sky. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put the mosquito away and teleport. However, he only teleported 1,000 feet away before he was knocked out of his teleportation by an invisible force. Shortly after, the formation in the sky moved and a powerful surge of spiritual energy poured out of it. Wang Lin was shocked and was sucked into the formation. In the blink of an eye, his body disappeared inside the formation. The formation slowly disappeared and an old man slowly walked out. He muttered, "Country of Shuiyu, you owe this old man a favor." This person was the one that was sitting next to Gong Suanpa. He was a foreign affairs elder. In a deserted area in the northern end of the Saga continent, a giant formation suddenly opened up and a person was thrown out. Wang Lin stopped his body midair. He looked around and his expression darkened. There was a middle-aged man before him as well as tables, chairs, and a tea set. The middle-aged man was sitting on the chair as he picked up the cup, took a sip and said, "Junior Xianxia, I'm Shuiyu's sect master, Li Yuanfeng. I'm here to take your life for red butterfly. Soul transformation." He was able to tell the middle-aged man's cultivation level at a glance. His expression darkened even more. Without any hesitation, he tried to rip open a spatial rift to escape with the star compass. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't resist a soul transformation cultivator. He could only try to escape. However, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became cold. Normally, with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could easily tear open space, but right now he couldn't tear it open even when using all his power. This didn't have anything to do with his cultivation level dropping. After all, he was still at the early stage of soul formation, so he should have easily been able to open a spatial rift. The middle-aged man put down the teacup and shook his head. "Little guy, to prevent you from escaping, I set a formation to seal the space in this area. Your star compass might as well be a pile of trash here." Without a word, Wang Lin turned to teleport, but then his eyes suddenly became even colder. He couldn't teleport. The star compass was useless and teleportation was useless. This person had clearly done plenty of research to set up this trap that prevented Wang Lin from escaping. Wang Lin took one step and quickly backed away. The middle-aged man casually poured another cup, gently blew at the tea, took a sip, put down the cup and stood up. He shook his head and said, "I normally don't act, but when I do, I don't let my guard down just because my target is at the soul formation stage. Xianxia, you are definitely dying this time." He flew after Wang Lin. The middle-aged man flew at exactly the same speed as Wang Lin. He was going too slow to catch up on purpose, like a cat playing with a mouse. Wang Lin's expression darkened even more. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He filled it with spiritual energy, causing a blue flame to quickly surround it, and then it disappeared. "Sun Tai, come quickly." Wang Lin sighed. Not long after, he quickly stopped. Before him stood 3 people. The 3 of them were all wearing black robes and their faces were covered. The person in the middle took a step forward and then an oppressive aura appeared. Another soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin's heart felt very bitter. At this moment, the middle-aged man arrived. He stopped 100 feet away from Wang Lin and said, "There is no need to run. Xianxia, today is the day you die." With that, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. A whirlwind suddenly appeared and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly backed up. He took out the celestial sword and slashed at the whirlwind. The sword energy shattered the whirlwind and charged toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man revealed a mocking smile. He caught the sword energy with his hand and crushed it. "What's this?" The middle-aged man was a bit surprised. His right hand felt a bit numb. Wang Lin sighed again. After his cultivation level dropped, his spiritual energy was a mess. His origin soul had also taken damage, so he couldn't even show the same power he had when fighting Red Butterfly. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and turned around to escape again. Just at this moment, the soul transformation cultivator wearing black robes let out snort. He caught up to Wang Lin like lightning and gently hit Wang Lin's back with his palm. Wang Lin let out a painful groan. He only had time to focus all of the remaining spiritual energy in his body on his back and use the celestial sword to block. However, his body was still hit by a powerful force and was knocked into the ground 1,000 feet away. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood along with some small pieces of his internal organs. Wang Lin's face was almost like a dead person's. There were now more injuries on top of his previous ones. The black-robed person reached out and took Wang Lin's celestial sword. He said, "This is a good sword. There is even a sword spirit inside." "Not bad." The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, "This sword belongs to you, but that little flag that can attract divine retribution belongs to me." The black-robed old man laughed and said, "Okay, the star compass originally belonged to my clan, so I'm going to take it back." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Of course." Wang Lin struggled to get up. His legs were trembling slightly. This was due to his injuries. With a sullen expression, he looked at the black-robed old man and said, "Giant Demon Clan." The black-robed old man took off his mask, revealing a gray-haired elder, but his eyes were like the moonlight. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Junior Xianxia, this old man is indeed from the Giant Demon Clan. Back in the celestial realm, you stole the star compass from our young master, so I'm here to take it back today. I hope you won't mind." Wang Lin's gaze was dark. His right hand trembled as he took out pills from his bag and ate them before the two soul transformation cultivators. Then he calmly said, "Two soul transformation old monsters came out at once to kill me. This honor, I'll remember it." The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, "That is correct. Even though you are going to die, you should die with a smile. As for your treasures, I'm very interested in them." With that, he pointed at Wang Lin again. This time, a surge of spiritual energy shot out from the middle-aged man's finger toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin had managed to recover a bit of spiritual energy, so he took out the restriction flag and shook it. Restriction gas came out and formed walls of restriction to block that surge of spiritual energy. Many layers of the restriction gas were shattered, but it managed to stop the spiritual energy that was heading toward Wang Lin. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as looked toward the restriction flag in Wang Lin's hand and smiled. "What a good little flag. I have to study it carefully." From his point of view, Xianxia would die for sure. It was impossible for two soul transformation cultivators to be unable to kill a mere soul formation cultivator. Wang Lin's face became even more pale and a hint of despair appeared in his heart. His original body definitely couldn't come. Ignoring the fact that it was too far away, his original body still couldn't come here or he would die for real. He had to stall for time until Sun Tai arrived. This was the only way. However, all of his spiritual energy was used up when he used the restriction flag. There was no more spiritual energy left in his body. The middle-aged man was about to point his finger again when one of the people in black beside the old man went forth and respectfully said, "Ancestor, let Junior kill this person to avenge myself." The middle-aged man lowered his hand and looked toward the ancestor of the giant demon clan. The ancestor looked at the black-cloaked person and nodded. The black-cloaked person turned around and took off his mask. It was Chi Hu. Chi Hu's eyes were calm as he flew toward Wang Lin. Chi Hu. As Wang Lin held the restriction flag in his hand, his eyes revealed a complicated feeling. "Xianxia, accept your death," Chi Hu shouted, but his eyes revealed a mysterious light. His palm shot out a wave of spiritual energy. When Wang Lin saw Chi Hu's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. That wave of spiritual energy that was flying toward Wang Lin had no attack power. It was absorbed by Wang Lin's body. Soon, spiritual energy began to fill Wang Lin's body. Chi Hu quickly arrived before Wang Lin and kicked him, causing him to fly very far. This kick not only didn't harm Wang Lin, it even sent another wave of spiritual energy into him. "Brother Tseng, escape to the southeast." Chi Hu's anxious voice entered Wang Lin's ears. The middle-aged man was able to see through it instantly and snorted. The ancestor of the giant demon clan charged out and shouted, "Chi Hu, what are you doing?" Chi Hu moved to block his ancestor. His eyes were clear as he shouted, "Ancestor, That star compass is something I gifted to Xianxia, not something he stole. I, Qi Hu, am a man. Xianxia saved me multiple times in the celestial realm and he is my friend. How could I abandon him just like that? The ancestor of the giant demon clan let out an angry laugh. He was about to go around Qi Hu. However, Qi Hu roared and the axe image on his forehead flashed. He took a step toward his ancestor and shouted, "That star compass is useless to us, so what if I give it to someone else? You already took his flying sword. Is that not enough?" The ancestor suddenly turned around and stared at Qi Hu. He reached out with his hand and Qi Hu immediately felt himself completely locked in place by a powerful force. "If you weren't the junior with the most pure giant demon blood, I would kill you today, you ungrateful brat. Once we return to the clan, you will be punished with 100 years of closed-door cultivation and suffer the pain of having your body refined." With that, he chased after the escaping Wang Lin. Qi Hu clenched his fists as he looked toward where Wang Lin had escaped to. "Brother Tsang, I tried my best." Qi Hu felt melancholy. He didn't think that Wang Lin was going to survive. The reason he was willing to offend the ancestor was to not disappoint himself. "I, Qi Hu, am an honorable man. Xianxia considers me a friend, so I can't do something so heartless." Wang Lin had recovered some spiritual energy with Qi Hu's help and was using it to escape. As he flew, Wang Lin pointed at this brow and sighed. He didn't know what formation the enemies had laid down. He only knew that he couldn't tear open space nor teleport, and he even felt something blocking him from entering the heaven-defying bead. At least right now he wouldn't be able to enter it without some time. This formation was very mysterious. It was not only Wang Lin who couldn't teleport. The giant demon clan ancestor who placed the formation couldn't teleport either. The celestial sword was stolen. If I live today, I must take it back. A hint of hatred appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. However, just at this moment, the middle-aged man caught up to Wang Lin and coldly said, "You won't be able to escape. I'll send you to your death." He lifted his right hand and pressed down with his right thumb. A powerful force surged out from the thumb, but just before the force hit Wang Lin, a powerful domain also surged toward him. This domain had a fragrance, the fragrance of tea. To put all of one's effort into appreciating tea to experience life and have the tea accompany one for life. Wang Lin's life and death domain immediately appeared, but when put up against the domain of a soul transformation cultivator, he couldn't compete. He coughed out more blood and his origin soul was damaged again. Wang Lin's body fell from the sky. Marks that looked like tea leaves appeared on Wang Lin's face. Every time they shined, Wang Lin's body would weaken. His origin soul was slowly dissipating. At this moment, the ancestor of the giant demon clan caught up and lowered his head to look at Wang Lin. "We have already wasted a lot of time. After you kill this person, I still have other things to do. Fellow cultivator Li, go ahead." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he smiled. "You're not willing to act because you're afraid of Mount Suzaku. Fine. Since this is my plan, I'll do it." With that, he pointed at Wang Lin. He was about to end Wang Lin's life. However, just at this moment, a thunderous clap came from the sky and a giant rift in space was torn open. A black and purple coffin descended from the sky. A cold snort came from the coffin. The heaven and death demon sealing formation. If I didn't already know this formation, it would have been really hard for me to enter. A red-robed old man stared at the three below him with glowing eyes. After seeing the giant demon clan ancestor and the middle-aged man, his face darkened and he cursed. "Xianxia, do you have nothing better to do instead of getting yourself into trouble? I have to say, aren't you two old farts embarrassed to have to team up to kill a soul formation junior?" Corpse sect. The middle-aged man withdrew his finger. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the old man. The red-robed old man was the corpse sect's head elder, Sun Tai. Sun Tai's expression was sullen as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. He then moved his gaze to the giant demon clan ancestor. He secretly cursed. Although the giant demon clan ancestor was only at the early stage of soul transformation, he knew that members of the giant demon clan gained access to their bloodline's power when they reached the soul transformation stage. Even though he was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, that power was something he wouldn't easily mess with. Sun Tai said, "I'm going to take this person away." Fellow cultivator. The middle-aged man from Shui was about to speak. Sun Tai looked at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Shut your damn mouth and scram!" A mere early-stage soul transformation cultivator, and one that reached it by force, doesn't have the qualifications to talk to me. The middle-aged man's face changed from blue to red. Ever since he had reached the soul transformation stage, he was treated like a sovereign in Shuiyu. Even when meeting other soul transformation cultivators, none of them dared to talk to him like this. Sun Tai snorted and turned his gaze toward the giant demon clan ancestor. The giant demon clan ancestor's expression was sullen as he stared at Sun Tai. After pondering a bit, he shook his head and said, "No, this person must die and his corpse must belong to me." The middle-aged man from Shuiyu was surprised. He turned his head to look at the giant demon clan ancestor. This was the first time that he said he wanted the corpse. Sun Tai snorted and shouted, "You're not a member of my corpse sect. What use do you have for the corpse?" The giant demon clan ancestor stared at Sun Tai and decisively said, "I have my own use." He indeed did have use for the corpse. Even if the Shuiyu man hadn't come to ask him, he would still have secretly acted to kill Wang Lin. He knew that Zhang Niu's real name was Wang Lin. Taking back the star compass was just an excuse to kill Wang Lin. The real reason was the news that was brought back by a clan member who went to open a foreign battleground 500 years ago. The heaven-defying bead is a treasure even the Cultivation Alliance wants. If my giant demon clan gets it and gives it to the Cultivation Alliance, we will definitely be granted rank 6 status. Then we can leave Suzaku and get our own giant demon clan planet. Then my clan will have the ability to have ascendant-level cultivators. The heaven-defying bead was obtained by this Wang Lin. All of these thoughts quickly flew through his head. He made up this mind that Wang Lin wouldn't be stolen by anyone else today. That year, the clan member that reported the news was immediately killed by him and had his soul carefully searched. After determining that the clan member didn't tell anyone else and that the number of people that knew was very small, he decided to not kill everyone off and to secretly look for Wang Lin. However, although the ancestor had a lot of power, Wang Lin seemed to have evaporated, and Suzaku was simply too big. Based on information from the clan member, Wang Lin had disappeared inside a spatial rift inside the foreign battleground. Thus, he personally went to the foreign battleground and searched inside the spatial rift for 100 years but still found nothing. He gradually put it in the back of his mind and felt regret. He believed that Wang Lin had died without any remains and the heaven-defying bead was once again lost. However, all of this changed when Zhang Niu appeared. He found what Qi said to be strange. After using his status as the ancestor to force Qi finally told him the truth. The ancestor immediately became suspicious. After doing some investigation, he found that Zhang Niu was Wang Lin. As a result, he immediately became happy, but due to Suzaku's interference, he couldn't act or else everything would be nothing but a dream. However, he did kill the one other person that knew of this matter. It was a messenger from a rank 4 cultivation country. When the giant demon clan ancestor searched the messenger's soul, he found that the messenger wasn't sure of the news and hadn't reported it. After confirming this, he relaxed and decided to wait for the right moment to kill Wang Lin. One day, Shuiyu's Li Yuan came to ask him to set up a formation to help kill Wang Lin. He came up with the excuse of retrieving the star compass so that he could get close to Wang Lin. As a result, even if Suzaku were to look into this matter, Shuiyu would take the blow and he would be able to secretly take the heaven-defying bead. Even if Wang Lin were to die, he could use a secret technique to find the whereabouts of the heaven-defying bead. Sun Tai's eyes darkened. He snorted and flew toward Wang Lin. The middle-aged man quickly flew up. He took out a bronze watch and was about to block Sun Tai. But Sun Tai shouted, "Scram!" and a force surged out from Sun Tai's body, causing the middle-aged man to pause for a moment. "You dare!" The giant demon clan ancestor threw out a punch. A black vortex suddenly appeared and closed in on Sun Tai. Sun Tai's right hand pointed at the coffin behind him. The lid of the coffin moved a bit and a mummified body flew out to fight the giant demon clan ancestor. He took this opportunity to reach out and grab Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very weak at the moment. His eyes were closed and his face was deathly pale. Without a word, Sun Tai turned around and flew into the rift. The middle-aged man's expression was unsettled. He hesitated for a bit and didn't act. How could the giant demon clan ancestor watch this fat sheep be stolen right out of his hands? He let out a roar as his body crackled and his body suddenly became 100 feet tall. Then a giant axe appeared in his hand. After chasing Sun Tai into the rift, he swung the axe down, causing a thunderous roar to echo in the void. A giant wave of axe energy shot out, causing Sun Tai's expression to darken. He already knew that the giant demon clan was difficult to deal with. His right hand formed a seal and he shot it at the axe energy. Boom! After a loud boom, Sun Tai charged out of the rift. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar. With a few steps, he walked out of the rift and chased after Sun Tai. In the northern part of the Suzaku continent, one could see 2 rays of light flying across the sky. While Sun Tai ran, his face was gloomy and he cursed. "You really think I'm scared of you?" His right hand drew a seal, and he pressed it on Wang Lin's forehead. Then he threw Wang Lin's body into the dense forest below. The moment Wang Lin landed, he struggled to open his eyes and then sat down in the lotus position. He began to cultivate to counter the middle-aged man's domain and Sun Tai's seal. He was awake now and knew that Sun Tai didn't have any good intentions. To Sun Tai, coming to save Wang Lin was better than dying. The giant demon clan ancestor chased after them. With a wave of his giant axe, he sent out a wave of axe energy. With a bang, the space before Sun Tai exploded, creating countless small rifts. Sun Tai cursed. He pointed to the air and 3 rays of green light flew out. The 3 rays of light turned into 3 corpses that charged toward the giant demon clan ancestor. Sun Tai shouted, "Explode for me!" Bang! 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 Heaven-splitting explosions occurred in the sky. The powerful force from the explosions pushed the giant demon clan ancestor back several dozen feet. Sun Tai's expression was furious as he charged forward. At the same time, his right hand turned into a giant palm that pressed down upon the giant demon clan ancestor. The ancestor was every gloomy. He was only at the early stage of soul transformation. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a powerful body and his bloodline's power, he wouldn't dare to steal from a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. However, Wang Lin was too important to his giant demon clan, so he could only fight. The giant palm contained power far beyond spiritual energy. Soul transformation cultivators didn't use spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. They needed celestial spiritual energy to increase their cultivation level. Therefore, their attacks would naturally contain some celestial spiritual energy hidden within. Before, when the middle-aged man and the ancestor attacked Wang Lin, they didn't use any celestial spiritual energy. After all, celestial spiritual energy couldn't be recovered unless they had celestial jade, so they wouldn't carelessly use it. Celestial jades were very difficult to get hold of. This was the reason why there weren't many soul transformation cultivators and why there were so few life and death battles between the ones that were around. Generally speaking, soul transformation cultivators don't casually use celestial spiritual energy, but when they do, their power is terrifying. Using celestial spiritual energy was something unique to cultivators at the soul transformation stage and above. It was the same with domains for soul transformation cultivators and above. This was a change in quality of one's power. Although this palm from Sun Tai was just a simple palm without any powerful techniques behind it. If it was a normal attack, it wouldn't be much, but because it contained a bit of celestial spiritual energy, its power was immense. Even if it were just a simple fireball technique, if it contained a bit of spiritual energy, it would be a dangerous move. The celestial spiritual energy caused the giant demon clan ancestor to be shocked. His eyes lit up and a bit of celestial spiritual energy entered his right hand. He swung down his axe to meet the palm. Boom! After a loud explosion, The ground shattered and rainbow-colored light filled the sky as a shock wave spread out. Half of a huge nearby mountain collapsed into dust. This shock wave came quickly and disappeared just as quick, so it didn't spread too far. After all, neither of them used much celestial spiritual energy. The giant demon clan ancestor's body trembled as blood came seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He was furious, but he didn't charge at Sun Tai. Instead, he charged toward the forest that was collapsing. I am a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. I don't believe I can't kill you. Once I kill you, I'm sure I can get a good price for the corpse of a giant demon clan member. Sun Tai snorted as he charged forward and raised his hand in the air. He shouted, "Thunder!" With a bang, a ray of black lightning appeared in the sky and descended. Sun Tai shouted, "My thunder domain was obtained after I paid a heavy price to cultivate at the heavenly thunder planet for 100 years. You're merely a branch member of the giant demon clan. Die for me." The giant demon clan ancestor's expression darkened when he saw the black lightning. He let out a roar, causing his body to grow 30 feet taller, and punched the descending lightning. Boom! Another loud boom. The lightning traveled through the ancestor's body, causing his face to become pale. More blood seeped out the corners of his mouth as he stared at Sun Tai. At this moment, the middle-aged man from Xueyu quietly teleported next to where Wang Lin was cultivating. He let out a cruel smile as he raised his hand to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a vicious gaze. He had just tried to recover earlier but found that this person's T-domain and the seal from Sun Tai together had formed a powerful seal. As a result, he couldn't recover any spiritual energy at all. Even when he took pills, the moment the pills dissolved, the spiritual energy would be absorbed by the seals. The amount of spiritual energy he currently had was less than what a Foundation Establishment cultivator had. It was only at about the level of a third-layer chi condensation cultivator, and it was constantly draining. Once all of the spiritual energy was drained from his body, he would be like a mortal and could be killed easily by a mortal martial artist. His origin soul was extremely weak and could collapse at any time, so he couldn't even leave his body. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life besides the one time he lost his body. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he pressed down with his right hand. But just he did so, a ray of black lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed as he quickly used all of his power to escape. However, the lightning seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the lightning and the middle-aged man disappeared over the horizon. "Humph! You dare to try sneak by me?" Sun Tai sneered and formed a seal with his hands. He decided to scare away the giant demon clan ancestor before settling down to deal with Wang Lin. He had already decided that he would completely seal Wang Lin this time to prevent his origin soul from being destroyed. The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He looked at Sun Tai and said, "I'll take this person away and return him in 7 days." Sun Tai said, without any hesitation, "Not possible. How could he let this person take Wang Lin away? It would be like putting his origin soul in the hands of someone else." The giant demon clan ancestor pondered a bit and then said, "It was you who forced me. This is the first time I have used my bloodline's power since reaching the soul transformation stage. Take my attack." After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and the veins on his head popped out like he was enduring massive amounts of pain. Soon, a giant vortex appeared behind him. Black light was being emitted by the vortex as it slowly spun. A mysterious force was spreading out from it. Sun Tai's expression changed. Just at this moment, the giant demon clan ancestor shouted, "Turn!" The vortex behind him suddenly began to spin rapidly and a powerful suction force appeared. However, this suction force had no effect on the surroundings. It only affected Sun Tai. Sun Tai immediately felt the powerful suction force from the vortex and felt himself being pulled. He clenched his teeth and used the celestial spiritual energy in his body without any reservation. He pointed to the air and a red coffin suddenly appeared. Sun Tai's palm hit the coffin, causing it to shatter. The body of a boy floated out of the coffin. Turn! The giant demon clan ancestor shouted again. The veins on his body bulged out even more. The bloodline ability was very stressful to his body, and because his cultivation level wasn't high enough, he could only last a few breaths. The vortex began to spin like crazy and Sun Tai was dragged into it. He revealed a reluctant look and shouted, "Demon child! Kill him!" The boy suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a demonic light. It took one step and arrived before the giant demon clan elder. Its speed was several times faster than teleporting. The giant demon clan ancestor saw the boy land a hit on his chest. He suddenly felt a destructive force hit his body. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his origin soul quickly escaped his body along with his bag of holding. The boy then kicked a hole through the giant demon clan ancestor's body. However, Sun Tai had already been pulled into the vortex. He let out a scream of frustration and slowly disappeared. The giant demon clan's bloodline's power had no ability to attack due to the low cultivation level of the giant demon clan ancestor. However, it could teleport someone far away from Suzaku and into the distant stars. As the vortex disappeared, Sun Tai also disappeared. The boy was the only thing left floating in the air. After a pause, he chased after the giant demon clan's ancestor. The giant demon clan's ancestor didn't have time to grab Wang Lin. After letting out a frustrated roar, he quickly escaped. The boy quickly chased after him and the two of them disappeared over the horizon. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief as he struggled to stand up and walk out of the forest. With every step he took, he could feel this body getting weaker and the amount of spiritual energy in his body lessening. Li Yuanfeng's domain and Sun Tai's seal had fused almost perfectly, sealing his power. The image of the tea leaf became more and more solid until it turned into a scar on Wang Lin's forehead. This scar formed a strange shape, the shape of Sun Tai's seal. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and struggled to walk for a long time. He felt like there was a mountain on top of him and every step was a struggle. By the time he made it out of the forest, all of the spiritual energy in his body had been used up. Not a sliver of it remained. His physical injuries were extremely bad. He felt waves of pain coming from his internal organs, and his origin soul was so weak that it was about to collapse. Once he walked out of the forest, he felt the sunlight on his body. His body suddenly felt really weak and he blacked out before even falling to the ground. After Wang Lin and Red Butterfly's fight, the name Xianxia gained even more prestige and the treasures he used were seen by all of the messengers of the various cultivation countries. After these messengers returned to their respective countries, the news spread out. Whether it was the restriction flag, the celestial sword, or the god-slaying war chariot, these items suddenly became the most talked about things among cultivators. The person named Xianxia had been titled the #1 person under the soul transformation stage on Suzaku. At the same time, Mount Suzaku sent out a message that Red Butterfly was going into closed-door cultivation to attempt to break through to the soul transformation stage. No one questioned this. After all, if Red Butterfly had a breakthrough during her fight, then going into closed-door cultivation was natural. However, as time slowly passed, people found out that Xianxia had gone missing. No one knew where he had gone. They only knew that Xianxia had disappeared without a trace when going to Mount Suzaku to get his order. This matter caused a big storm. The old man who held the title of Suzaku came out of his closed-door cultivation and looked to the north. 3 days ago, there were shock waves containing celestial spiritual energy coming from there. That meant that 2 soul transformation cultivators were using celestial spiritual energy to fight. In addition to that, he also felt the giant demon clan's bloodline power. Although the Suzaku's cultivation was powerful, he wasn't a god that could know things in advance. Suzaku was huge and complex. So, after some extensive searching, he found out that this matter with Xianxia was started by Xueyu and that the giant demon clan participated. However, he couldn't find the identity of the other soul transformation cultivator. In addition, when he spread out his divine sense, he could only vaguely feel where Wang Lin was. He couldn't pinpoint his exact location, which was surprising to him. He judged that Wang Lin's origin soul must have collapsed due to serious injuries. This was why he couldn't pinpoint where Wang Lin was. However, in his eyes, Wang Lin was only one of Lu Mei's cultivation furnaces. He was important but not that important. Lu Mei, go to the northern end of the Suzaku continent. Wang Lin is there. After leaving a message for Lu Mei, the old man went back into closed-door cultivation. Shui Yu's actions went against his will. They will definitely be in danger in the future. Lu Mei's figure floated down from Mount Suzaku and turned into a ray of light that flew toward the northern end of the Suzaku continent. Right now, on one of the cliffs of Mount Suzaku, stood a woman wearing a red veil. Her eyes were empty and there were no signs of life within her. There was a bright red flower near her feet. As the wind blew, the flower trembled as if would be blown away, but it still struggled to grow. Chen Feng's figure appeared behind the red-veiled woman. He flicked his finger and the flower at the woman's feet turned to dust. Heartless. I know that you have a tiny bit of your origin soul hidden somewhere. But with me in control, there won't be a second ZXN. Chen Feng's right hand touched the red-veiled woman's face and he let out an evil smile. 1 month later. In a village in the northern part of the Suzaku continent, a young man was sitting on a rock at the entrance of the village. His face was filled with very shocking scars, making him look very ugly, and his eyes were dim. He was looking into the distance. His eyes weren't focused at all. They only contained sadness and confusion. As villagers passed by the village entrance, they all looked at him with disgust before going around him. The young man's expression didn't change at all as people passed by. He just stared into the distance. Shortly after, a young girl who was wearing flower-patterned top and pants came by. Behind her was a dog the size of a calf. This girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Her face was white, and her eyes were big. The girl stopped 30 feet from the young man and shouted, "Ugly mute. My dad told me to call you back for dinner." The young man turned around, looked at the young girl, and stood up. His legs were a bit numb. Maybe because he had been sitting there for too long, so he almost fell over as he tried to stand up, causing the girl to laugh. "Mute, hurry up. I'm hungry." The young girl turned around and walked back into the village. The dog ran before her as if it was opening a path. The young man slowly followed the girl. As he looked at the village, the sadness in his eyes deepened. In a house near the entrance of the village sat a middle-aged man. His blue shirt had been washed so many times that it was turning white. There were herbs laid out on the ground. When the wind blew, the fragrance of the herbs spread. The young girl bounced into the room, sat down next to the man and said, "Dad, I called the mute back." The man frowned. He looked at the girl and shouted, "Behave yourself. Call him uncle." The girl stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. Instead, she ran into the house and helped her mom set the table. The man stood up and looked at young man. He said, "Little brother, don't mind her. Eri has always been like this. Come, let me see how much you have recovered." The young man nodded and sat down next to the man. He stretched out his arm, which was very thin. It looked like it was just bones wrapped in skin. The man pressed his hand on the arm. After a while, he let out a smile and said, "Little brother, you are recovering very well. Let me give you some more medicine, and then you will just need to nourish your body and you will be fine." The young man pondered and then nodded. The middle-aged man saw the young man like this and signed. He met this person 1 month ago when he went to the forest to gather wood. This young man was at the brink of death when he found him. He was a doctor and a parent, so he decided to take the young man in and heal him. This person's injuries were very heavy. Even his internal organs were out of place and damaged. The middle-aged man had no confidence in healing the young man at all. He had left it up to fate. However, the young man's body was very strange. After 10 days, his body was getting better and the young man woke up. However, after the person awakened, the middle-aged man found out that the boy couldn't speak. He was a mute. At this moment, a woman walked out of the house and the girl followed behind her. The two of them carried some dishes out and placed them on the table. The girl pouted and said, "Mom, I'm not going to eat with the mute. He is so ugly that I can't eat with him here." "You!" The middle-aged man stared at the girl. The woman quickly stood before the young girl and placed some of the dishes into her bowl. "Go eat inside the house." The girl pouted. She was about to speak when the young man picked up his bowl with trembling hands. He stood up, walked out of the yard, sat down on a rock, and stared at the rice in his bowl as he pondered. No one in the cultivation world knew where he was. He was Wang Lin. Someone who once flourished was now in such a state. This was all caused by Shui Yu and the giant demon clan. Wang Lin's right hand trembled while he placed the bowl down on the rock. He let out a bitter smile. 1 month ago his origin soul collapsed. It collapsed but hadn't completely disappeared. It remained in his body as shattered pieces. However, as time passed, the shattered pieces were slowly dissipating. His body was also heavily damaged, but due to some strange luck, the spiritual energy that released when his origin soul collapsed was able to somewhat repair his body. This was why he was able to get better. However, the current him had lost all spiritual energy and had become a mortal that even had trouble holding a bowl. Right now, even a mortal could knock him to the ground with one punch. What he didn't expect was that the collapse of his origin soul would even affect his original body back in Chu. It had fallen into a deep sleep and hadn't been able to wake up. This was very bad news for Wang Lin. If his original body hadn't fallen asleep, he could have his original body come to pick him up. Then he would just need to find a place filled with spiritual energy to cultivate. But now all of that went up in smoke. He wasn't mute, he was just unwilling to speak. The marks caused by the T-domain caused his face to be extremely ugly, so people were fed up with him. Aside from this couple in the village, no one else ever said anything kind to him. Without any spiritual power, he wasn't able to open his bag of holding. The current him had completely become immortal. Wang Lin let out a sigh and then ate all of the rice in his bowl. In 9 years, Wan Er will have to face the heavens reincarnation cycle again. 9 years. Wang Lin swallowed the last bit of rice and revealed a determined gaze. Throughout this month, he was trying to come up with a way to recover his cultivation. As long as the domain and seal were broken, he would naturally regain his cultivation. However, he was at a loss when it came to breaking them. Late at night, Wang Lin lay down in the wood shed in the yard and slowly fell asleep. His body was very weak right now. It didn't even have an ounce of strength. Early in the morning of the next day, the middle-aged man put a basket on his back and went into the mountains with a few hunters to gather herbs. Wang Lin opened his eyes, sat down in the lotus position, and silently cultivated inside the wooden shed. After a while he let out a sigh. There wasn't any spiritual energy in his body, so it was impossible to cultivate. Only by being in a place with dense spiritual energy could he do some forced cultivation to cause spiritual energy to appear in his body. He bitterly shook his head and walked out of the shed. His body was still weak. Just at this moment, the young girl walked out of the house. After seeing Wang Lin, she pouted and said, "Ugly newt, you have already stayed here for a month. When are you leaving? My house is not a charity house. How could we have that much extra food for you to eat?" The woman walked out of the house and scolded her. How many times has your dad told you to call him uncle?" The girl let out a dissatisfied snort and said, "Shoukai, follow me." With that, she walked toward the gate. The dog suddenly charged out from the corner of the yard and followed the young girl while wagging its tail. The woman's gaze swept past Wang Lin as she apologetically said, "That child doesn't know any better, so don't mind her. Her dad is going to the mountains to gather herbs. He said your body is very weak, so feel free to stay as long as you want. You can leave once you feel better." In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. In this half a month, with the help of the middle-aged man's medicine, Wang Lin's body slowly regained a bit of strength. On one late night, Wang Lin walked out of the shed. He looked at the house that the middle-aged man lived in and memorized it before walking out of the yard. He was going to leave. In this past half a month, Wang Lin had saved up some dried food and wrapped it up. In the company of the moonlight, he walked out of the village. At this moment, he suddenly thought back to 500 years ago. When he was rejected by the Hangyu sect, he had also left home in the middle of the night. After he left, his journey began. It had been 500 years since then. He let out a sigh and walked into the distance. He had no idea where he was right now. When he was teleported by that transfer array, he didn't have time to figure out where he was. Right now he only wanted to find a spirit vein so he could use it to gain a bit of spiritual energy, and then figure out a way to break the domain and seal that plagued him. Late at night, the cold wind blew and Wang Lin's body shivered. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and thought about how long it had been since he felt like a real mortal. Even when he was turning into a mortal, it was countless times better than this. Along the way, Wang Lin kept running out of breath, so he had to take breaks. He naturally traveled very slowly. 7 days later, he was still walking on the main road. Although he had no spiritual energy, he was still able to sense it. He did find a few places with spiritual energy, but no matter how hard he tried to cultivate, he couldn't gather any inside his body. Wang Lin bitterly thought, maybe only the local sects have places with thick spiritual energy. However, how would he be able to enter a sect with his current body? Wang Lin sighed. He looked at the sky and a hint of despair appeared in his heart. But that hint of despair was quickly crushed by his determination. He took a deep breath and muttered, Shuiyu and Giant Demon Clan, I won't forget what happened. One day I'll pay you back 100 times what you have done to me. He revealed a determined gaze as he stood up and continued to walk forward. But just at this moment, sounds of horses came from behind him. This sound was particularly jarring in the dead of night. As soon as Wang Lin heard the sound, a group of black horses closed in one by one. Sitting on top of the horses were burly men with the faces of murderers. One of the burly men saw Wang Lin as he passed by and quickly reined in his horse and said, "Ha ha! What an ugly kid! What a money tree!" He reached out and grabbed Wang Lin. A shout came out from the front. "Fourth Ma, what are you doing?" "Boss, I found a money tree. If we break this ugly kid's legs, we can use him to block the Heavenly Power Escort Company's carriages on the road. It's better than using our own brothers." The burly man with the knife scar on his face commanded the horse to charge forward. The burly man with the knife scar charged up, raised Wang Lin, and smiled. "Boss, look." Wang Lin's eyes were closed. He was very angry. A few martial artists in the mortal world could easily humiliate him like this. A very large man sat on the horse before them. He looked at Wang Lin and nodded. "Okay. Take him." The group of 18 horses galloped into the distance. They stopped at a fork in the road 1,500 kilometers away. Each of them quickly put on their masks, spread out to the sides of the road, and hid themselves. These people's movements were very skillful. It was clear that they did this sort of thing often. In the blink of an eye, the only people that remained were the burly man with the knife scar and Wang Lin. He was holding Wang Lin in place. "Little Six, take away your brother's horse." Just as he finished speaking, a thin young man came out and took the horse away. "Little brat, consider yourself unlucky." The burly man with the knife scar let out a vicious smile as he placed Wang Lin down and unhinged his jaw. Then he poked a few spots on Wang Lin's shoulders and legs with his finger. With a few crackling sounds, Wang Lin's shoulders and legs were shattered. Waves of pain filled his body and giant beads of sweat covered his forehead. His gaze locked onto the burly man with a knife scar. He burned that man's face into his memory. The burly man with knife scar snorted. He took out some medical paste and smeared it over Wang Lin. Then he disappeared into the bushes. As Wang Lin lied there on the ground, a murderous intent filled his body. He had never been treated like this in his life, but his body was simply too weak, so he eventually passed out. Time slowly passed by. 1 hour later, the sounds carriages came from the distance and gradually got closer. Then the carriages suddenly stopped and someone charged forth on a house. He quickly arrived and looked down at Wang Lin before shouting, "Leader, it's a dead body." With that, he jumped off the house and kicked Wang Lin to the side of the road. He then got back on the horse and returned to the carriages. The carriages once again moved forward, but just as the carriages passed where Wang Lin was, torches suddenly lit up around them and laughter filled the air. "Heavenly Power Escort Company. Did you think I wouldn't rob you if you took the long way around? Stay behind for me." A loud shout came from the forest and 18 vicious men walked out. Someone with a torch lit up the paste that was smeared on Wang Lin. This paste turned into a gas that soon covered the carriages. Fire cloud poison. A shout came from the carriages. Shortly after, each member of the escort party felt all of their strength leaving their bodies. That is correct. This is the special poison the 18 fire cloud heroes use. This poison affects the blood and is activated by fire. Today, none of you will escape. A massacre began. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the escort team was killed. One scream after another echoed through the night. The 18 bandits looked very vicious under the light of the torches as they murdered the escort team. Ha! Big brother. There were even 3 women. This is enough for us to have some fun once we get back. The burly man with the knife scar cut off someone's head and then picked up one of the women. This woman was pretty, but her screaming face was pale and filled with fear. The knife-scarred burly man laughed. He touched the woman a bit before putting her over his back and letting her hit him. 2 more men quickly came up and grabbed the other 2 women as they laughed at the first woman. Soon, horses came out from the side of the road. The very large man took out a box and looked inside. With a very satisfied expression, he shouted, "Brothers, let's go!" These people all got on their horses and were about to leave with the 3 crying women. The knife-scarred burly man went by Wang Lin with the woman over his shoulder and said, "Boss, this kid still has breath left in him. How about we keep him for a few more days to use again?" The large man nodded and quickly left on his horse. The knife-scarred man kicked Wang Lin to another person. That person caught him and carried him. They all shouted as they rode off into the distance, leaving behind the bodies which emitted a powerful stench of blood. When the sun rose in the morning, the 18 men were halfway up the mountain. There was a huge village there with 3 large words on a board at the front. Fire Cloud Village. Everyone has returned. Open the gate. The gate of the village opened and the 18 men quickly entered. Soon, the village became very lively. The knife-scarred man that was holding the woman got off his horse and said, "Boss, I'm going to go and enjoy myself first." With that, he entered a house and soon the miserable screams of a woman could be heard. These burly men were clearly used to these kind of things, so they all laughed. The other 2 women were also taken away. Wang Lin was thrown into a water prison behind the village. It was completely dark in the cage. There was no light or sound. He also couldn't feel anything with his feet. It was as if he was hanging in mid-air. His body was suspended in the air and swung back and forth. Wang Lin moved his swollen head and the pain from his arms and legs suddenly appeared like fire burning his skin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and became completely sober. A miserable scream came from the distance, only it was very faint by the time it reached this prison. However, because it was so silent here, the scream seemed to linger forever. After losing all of the spiritual energy and his origin soul collapsed, Wang Lin no longer felt like he could move anything with just a look like he did before. Even though his surroundings were completely dark, he realized that he was trapped in a small space. His arms were tied and he was left hanging with his body in the cold water. The water that he couldn't see the color of covered his body up to his neck and released a foul smell that would make anyone nauseous. Wang Lin quickly raised his head high so he could breathe. It was like being sealed inside a well. After the miserable screams ended, it was as silent as a grave once more. It seems that a cultivator that has lost everything is even worse than a mortal. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. A hint of anger that came from his frustration was hidden very well within his eyes. The Wang Lin that could move the heavens and shake the earth no longer existed. Wang Lin had lost all of his spiritual energy. His origin soul had collapsed, and he didn't have the strength of a mortal. He couldn't even open his bag of holding. He had also lost track of his bag of holding. It was definitely taken away by those martial artists. At this moment, Lu Mei's beautiful figure flew over the fire cloud village. She didn't even lower her head, because she didn't know that the person she was searching for was in that village. As Wang Lin silently pondered, his eyes became brighter and brighter. This water cage had spiritual energy denser than any other area he had been to after leaving the village. This spiritual energy didn't come from the mountain but from the water. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He then slowly closed his eyes and began to quietly cultivate. The place he was being held at was completely quiet, which was similar to where a cultivator would cultivate. Wang Lin's entire body from the neck down was in the water. The spiritual energy inside the water slowly gathered toward Wang Lin's body, but a thin barrier seemed to prevent the spiritual energy from being absorbed. Even if a bit of spiritual energy entered his body, it would be pushed out by that thin barrier. As a result, as time slowly passed, the spiritual energy inside the water cage became even more dense. In the Fire Cloud village, torches lit up the area even at night. Sounds of people enjoying themselves could be heard along with the screams of women. At this moment, inside a rather luxurious cottage, sat the large, burly man with an open box before him. There was a pearl the size of a fist that emitted a gentle light inside the box. Greed filled the large, burly man's eyes when he picked up the pearl. He muttered, "What a big pearl! It should definitely fetch a good price." After a while, he put the pearl back inside the box and closed it. Then his eyes fell on the other object on the table. This was a gray bag. When the man picked up the bag, he felt that it was very light, like there was nothing inside. What surprised the man the most was that there was no opening to this bag. "What is this?" The man pondered a bit before using all of his strength to try to rip the bag open. No matter how much strength he used, even when the vein on his head popped out, he couldn't tear the bag open. Could this be the silk from the heavenly silkworm? Yes, it must be. How could I not be able to tear it open otherwise? Legend has it that the heavenly silkworm's silk is most afraid of water. Humph! I don't believe I can't burn this. The large, burly man placed the bag in the fireplace. After a very long time, there was no change to the bag. The large, burly man was stunned. He didn't even feel any heat from the bag. What the hell is this? The large, burly man took out a large blade. This blade was something he had spent a lot of money to get custom made, and it was very sharp. He tried to slice the bag with it. After the blade sliced past the bag, he looked at the bag and was shocked. He picked up the bag and carefully examined it before laughing. "Treasure. This is a true treasure. If I place this before my chest, it will definitely save my life in an important moment. I didn't think that that ugly brat would have such a treasure. Too bad there is only one. If there were more and I could find a way to link them together to make a set of clothes, that would be even better." He carefully placed the bag close to his chest. Then his eyes lit up and he muttered, "I wonder where that ugly brat got this kind of treasure. I have to go ask." Thinking about this, he stood up, walked out, and charged toward the prison. Along the way, everyone who saw him revealed satisfied smiles. The large, burly man quickly arrived at the prison. There were two henchmen talking to each other as they guarded the prison. When they saw the large, burly man, they immediately said, "Greetings, big boss." The large, burly man snorted and asked, "Where did you guys throw the ugly brat we brought back?" One of the men quickly answered, "In the northern room." The large, burly man said, "Open the door." The man quickly ran to the side next to a metal fence and raised it up. He smiled. "Boss." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly fell to the ground. The fence fell as well. The sound of something falling into water came from inside the fence, and then a young man floated out. This young man's eyes were filled with coldness and rage. The large, burly man was stunned as he stared at the person who floated out. Then he immediately realized who it was and turned around to escape. However, he only took 2 steps before an invisible hand caught him. With one squeeze, he didn't even have time to scream as he was turned into a pile of blood and flesh. The bag flew to the young man. This young man was Wang Lin. The spiritual energy inside the water cage was finally able to get through an opening, allowing him to have a bit of spiritual energy within his body. However, this bit of spiritual energy was simply too small. After flying out and killing 2 people, he had used up almost all of the spiritual energy he had gathered. He quickly poured the rest of the spiritual energy into his bag. Mosquito beast. The bag emitted a green light and a ray of black light flew out, turning into the mosquito beast that was the size of a small mountain. The remaining henchman was terrified, and then the smell of urine appeared. This person's pants were wet and he fell over. He passed out from being too scared. After the mosquito beast appeared, it let out a roar that immediately spread across the village. All other sounds immediately stopped, leaving only the mosquito's angry roar. His mind was linked with Wang Lin's, so when he saw how weak Wang Lin currently was, he became very angry. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it pointed its mouth at the remaining henchman and sucked. The henchman quickly turned into a pile of bones. After releasing the mosquito beast, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Although he no longer had spiritual energy in his body, with the mosquito beast out, he would have some safety. The mosquito beast's roar shocked everyone inside the village. Everyone charged over with their weapons. However, they had only taken a few steps before they saw the mosquito the size of a small mountain. They all sucked in breaths of cold air and their knees went soft. A few timid people began screaming, "Monster!" Wang Lin's body was still in pain. He coldly looked at the ground and found the knife-scarred man. Wang Lin pointed at that person and then the mosquito charged at that man with its body. As the mosquito collided with the knife-scarred man, the man let out a miserable scream and his body was turned to mush. Even the house behind him had collapsed. The mosquito floated above Wang Lin and coldly looked at everyone. At this moment, everyone inside the village put down their weapons. Their legs were shaking and the fear in their eyes had reached its limit. At this moment, someone walked out from the crowd. This person was a scribe. Although he was terrified, he forced himself to calm down. After he came out, he bowed and said with a trembling voice, "Immortal, please don't be angry, don't be angry. We really didn't know Immortal's identity before. We really didn't know." Wang Lin stared at this person and asked, "What country is this?" The scribe quickly said, "This place is in the northern part of the country of Pilu." Country of Pilu? So this place is the northern part of the Suzaku continent. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then said, "Dig through this dungeon to let the water flow out. How many days do you need?" The scribe immediately said with trembling voice, 3 days. No, 1 day. We can do it in 1 day. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Start." He didn't ask the mosquito beast to help. He had it guarding him. The scribe relaxed a bit. He immediately turned around and shouted, "Everyone, come here and dig this place up." All of the people in the village moved, but they were all so terrified that they couldn't use any strength. This was especially true for the 16 people that brought Wang Lin back. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmly cultivated. The mosquito beast circled Wang Lin once before landing next to him. He would occasionally look at the people of the village with a vicious gaze. All 200+ people of the Fire Cloud village used all of their strength to dig an opening into the water prison. When they were done, a large amount of dirty water flowed out. But what shocked the villagers was that the water was only dirty at the start. As more water flowed out, it became clearer, and near the end, there was even a fragrance coming from the water. After 1 day passed, the water gradually stopped flowing. The people of the village stopped working and looked at Wang Lin with terror in their eyes. Wang Lin ignored them. With the help of the mosquito, he entered the prison again. The current prison was like a deep well. Sitting inside, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The mosquito was still by Wang Lin's side, guarding him. Anyone who was willing to come close was playing with their life. After waiting for a very long time and hearing no commands from Wang Lin, the scribe hesitantly backed up a few steps. After seeing no reaction from the mosquito beast, he backed up even more. The other people of the village followed suit and soon no one was around anymore. These people of the village were ready to escape the village when Wang Lin's voice came from the deep well. "No one is allowed to leave." The scribe secretly groaned but respectfully responded. Just like this, the Fire Cloud village became more calm than it ever had been. There were no sounds. It was as if the entire village was dead. All of the passing travelers and escort companies were very shocked because they hadn't seen the normally very arrogant 18 heroes of Fire Cloud village around in the past 2 months. One day, Wang Lin opened his eyes inside the deep well. All the injuries in his body had healed, but the T domain and seal on his body hadn't loosened at all. In these 2 months of time, I have only recovered to about the second stage of chi condensation. After the domain and the seal fused, the resulting barrier became too powerful. I must find a place with more spiritual energy. Unfortunately, my origin soul has shattered and I can barely keep the fragments from dissipating. So there is no way for me to take out the heaven-defying bead. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy gathered inside the bead, I could recover a lot. However, I do have some top-quality spirit stones, so I won't be short on spiritual energy for now. The first thing I must do is recover my origin soul, so I can take out the bead. This place isn't a spirit vein, but this water has spiritual energy. It is a bit strange. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then went deeper into the water. When he was cultivating, he was floating just over the water and didn't sink down. His cultivation had slightly recovered, so he decided to check it out. However, his current cultivation level was low, so he decided that if he encountered any danger, he would call the mosquito beast. Soon he sank deep into the clear water. However, although the water was clear, the bottom of the well was covered in a thick layer of black mud. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hand formed seal to activate a low-level technique that he hadn't used in a long time, the attraction technique. The mud on the ground was lifted and a stench quickly filled the water as the mud spread like ink. He quickly swam up to the top of the well like a squid, and the mud quickly followed like it was chasing him. Soon, Wang Lin came out of the water and waved his hand. Using the attraction technique, a large amount of muddy water flowed out of the hole. After a long time, the mud was cleared out and Wang Lin descended down the well once more. After repeating this 3 times, the mud at the bottom of the well was cleared out and what was under it was revealed. At the bottom of the well, he saw that there was a formation with 3 spots that held spirit stones. If they were just normal spirit stones, it wouldn't be much, but Wang Lin could see the red line on them, meaning that they all had to be top-quality spirit stones. Wang Lin's eyes became focused as he carefully looked down. No wonder this place has so much spiritual energy even though it's not a spirit vein. The 3 pieces of top-quality spirit stone had already turned gray from being placed there for who knows how long and were almost all used up. However, what attracted Wang Lin wasn't these 3 top-quality spirit stones but another object. This was a skeleton. From the looks of the skeleton, it was a woman. It was nailed to the bottom of the well using some black nails. Using 3 top-quality spirit stones to seal the skeleton. What a rich person! Wang Lin was able to immediately tell that this formation was used for sealing. Only the right index finger of the skeleton was pierced deep into the ground. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin didn't act recklessly. Instead, he swam up and was ready to leave. But just at this moment, his bag of holding released a yellow light. Something inside was forcing its way out. This was the first time Wang Lin had an item in his bag move without his control. The mysterious scroll that Wang Lin had accidentally obtained hundreds of years ago, the one that he had researched for a long time and still to this day didn't know how to use, charged out. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. The moment he took the scroll out, it caused the Forsaken Immortal clan's ancestor to pause. This scroll must have some famous background. Now he watched the scroll fly out and slowly open up. The scroll was completely black and waves of screams were coming out of it. Just at this moment, the skeleton at the bottom of the well suddenly began to glow purple. The skeleton's right index finger glowed even brighter. A fist-sized ball of purple light appeared before the skeleton and was completely absorbed by the scroll. The skeleton immediately shattered into gray dust, but the dust mysteriously didn't mix with the water. It instead covered the bottom of the well. This all happened very quickly. After the scroll absorbed the purple light, it began to fall slowly and Wang Lin caught it. After pondering for a bit, he decided to not investigate the scroll and charged out of the water. After coming out of the water, Wang Lin was very puzzled. After pondering for a while, he slowly opened the scroll. He saw a change in the blackness of the scroll. There was a faint, purple outline glowing on the scroll. However, if one didn't look closely at the scroll, they wouldn't see this at all. After a very long time, Wang Lin frowned. He still couldn't see through this scroll. If it was an important treasure, why was it in the hands of a core formation cultivator back then? He pondered for a bit before putting the scroll away. Then he looked at the prison and began to ponder. The skeleton under the well was very mysterious. To be sealed with 3 top-quality spirit stones, this person must have been extremely powerful. But who was the one that sealed her there? Compared to the skeleton, this scroll was even more mysterious. What exactly was that purple light? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "Mosquito beast, bring that middle-aged scribe here." The mosquito beast suddenly charged out and let out a roar that caused the snow on the mountain to tremble. Luckily, there wasn't enough snow to start an avalanche. But this roar shocked everyone inside the village. Everyone secretly groaned. They didn't dare to go outside. The mosquito beast's eyes revealed a fierce gaze as it charged down and smashed into a house. Its sharp mouth stopped 3 inches away from the person inside. That person was the middle-aged scribe. He looked at the sharp mouth before him and fainted. The mosquito beast brought the person to Wang Lin and threw him on the ground. When the scribe woke up, his face was pale and his eyes were filled with terror. Wang Lin asked, "How did you guys find this water prison?" The middle-aged scribe trembled as he spoke. "I am Immortal. A long time ago this was just a deserted mountain. This cave only appeared after an earthquake, and this water prison also appeared at the same time. The water always had a bad stench. Back then, the boss took a look and thought it would make a good prison, which is why this area became a prison." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the mountain. There were some marks of the mountain collapsing before, so this person was not lying. As a result, everything became clear. This mountain was placed here to seal that skeleton. And then, however many years later, an earthquake opened up a hole in the seal and allowed the skeleton to see the light of day again. But who exactly was she? Wang Lin waved his right hand to signal the middle-aged scribe to leave. His eyes sparkled as he mused over this for a while before throwing it to the back of his mind and focusing on finding a way to help himself recover. The top-quality spirit stones inside the water were almost used up and were getting weaker and weaker. Although it would still take countless years for them to be completely used up, they can no longer satisfy Wang Lin's needs. He sat down in the lotus position and slapped his bag of holding, causing 3 top-quality spirit stones to appear. Then he once again closed his eyes to begin cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 3 more months passed. It had been over half a year since Wang Lin left Chu. At this moment, the country of Pilu had entered winter. The cold air filled the mountain and chilled the bones. The bandits in the village hadn't left the mountain in over half a year, but there was plenty of food stored in the village so they could still get through winter. In these 3 months, Wang Lin sat motionlessly as he focused all of his attention into cultivating to gather spiritual energy inside his body. He was getting ready to try to break through the domain and seal in one go. His cultivation had recovered to the 6th layer of chi condensation with the help of the top-quality spirit stones. The mosquito beast still guarded Wang Lin, though sometimes it would look into the distance. The direction it was looking at was Chu. In these past 3 months, it started to miss the thunder toad. Although they were always at odds, after not seeing the thunder toad for so long, the mosquito beast missed the thunder toad. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding, took out 5 more top-quality spirit stones, and placed them around him. After pondering for a while, he touched the T mark on his forehead and revealed a determined look. Without a word, he closed his eyes and started to absorb spiritual energy like crazy from the 8 top-quality spirit stones. As the spiritual energy gathered around him, he emitted a green light and a refreshing fragrance slowly spread. As more and more spiritual energy gathered around his body, he began to activate the 6th layer chi condensation level spiritual energy in his body to guide the spiritual energy outside his body to collide with the seal. Wang Lin was like a metal plate while the spiritual energy inside his body was like a small hammer and the spiritual energy outside was like a large mallet. The 2 hammers both hit on the metal to try to create an opening. After waves of bombardment ensued, Wang Lin's face began to show how much pain he was in and the T mark on his face emitted a dark glow. Then the T mark began to move. From a distance, it looked like an array was turning. Every time it turned once, a large amount of spiritual energy would be absorbed by it. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a hint of hesitation. But this hesitation was soon replaced by determination. He took a deep breath and took out a white jade from his bag of holding. The moment this jade appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy dimmed and made way for the jade. Celestial jade. Swallowing this jade is like taking poison, but the domain and seal in my body are also like poison. To use poison to fight poison is the quickest way to create an opening in the seals on my body. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then he picked up the jade, broke off a piece the size of his thumb, and put it in his mouth. The moment the celestial jade entered his mouth, a powerful surge of celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body and surged through him like a flood. The spiritual energy in his body was immediately pushed aside. Compared to the celestial spiritual energy, it was just too insignificant. Because he had experienced swallowing celestial jade before, Wang Lin was calm as he controlled the surge of celestial spiritual energy to attack the T-domain and seal. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Every collision would cause Wang Lin's body to tremble, but it would also cause the T-mark to tremble. Eventually, small cracks began to form on the T-mark. The ground where he sat began to crack as well with every time he attacked the seals. The cracks spread and hit some of the houses. The houses that were hit by the cracks immediately turned to dust when the wind blew by. A series of crackling sounds came from within Wang Lin's body. At this point, about 10% of the T-mark on Wang Lin's face had cracked and fallen off. The moment they fell, they turned into black gas that gathered before Wang Lin's forehead instead of dissipating. Wang Lin's face was pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were bright. An opening in the T-domain and seal finally appeared after a long time of attacking them using the celestial jade. The moment this gap appeared, a large amount of spiritual energy from outside entered Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the shattered pieces of his origin soul began to condense. Although it hadn't recovered, it was no longer dissipating. Wang Lin immediately closed his eyes and quietly cultivated. 3 days later, the sky darkened and snow covered the mountain. From a distance, the entire mountain looked like it was buried in snow. The snowflakes that were falling toward Wang Lin would melt 3 inches from his body. This caused a circular watermark to gradually form around him. The T-mark on his face was no longer as prominent as it was before, and it was showing signs of disappearing. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, they were filled with spirit. 10% of the T-marks are gone, the seal has loosened, and my cultivation has recovered to the early stage of foundation establishment. As a result, I will be able to just barely use a lot of the treasures inside my bag. Thanks to that and the mosquito beast, as long as I don't meet any soul formation cultivators, I will be safe. However, that piece of celestial jade is the limit my body can handle right now. If I take any more, then I'm afraid my body will be turned to dust by the celestial spiritual energy before the domain and seal are broken. Now I can only try to reach the core formation stage as soon as possible. When I reach the core formation stage, I should be able to take another piece of celestial jade and try to break the domain and seal completely. However, I only have so many top-quality spirit stones, so I can't just keep using them like this. I need to find a place with dense spiritual energy to cultivate in peace. I must recover my cultivation in 9 years no matter what. After Wang Lin pondered a bit, his eyes lit up and he jumped on the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast let out a happy roar and carried Wang Lin away. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the fire cloud village. After killing the large, burly man and the knife-scarred burly man, most of his anger had been appeased. He patted the mosquito's big head and the mosquito let out a roar and charged forward. Slower. Wang Lin's expression changed. His cultivation had only recovered to the early stage of foundation establishment, so he couldn't withstand the speed of the mosquito beast, which was around late-stage nascent soul level. The mosquito immediately slowed down and flew slowly. While sitting on the back of the mosquito beast, Wang Lin took out the map jade and looked south. That was where the country of Pilu's soul refining sect was. One of the 3 great sects in the country of Pilu on the continent of Suzaku must have plenty of spiritual energy within the sect. The reason he chose the soul refining sect was because it was very strange. It only had a few hundred core disciples but more than tens of thousands of outer disciples. Compared to the other two great sects in Pilu, the soul refining sect had the lowest amount of core disciples, but they were on par with the other two great sections. To be able to match the other two great sects with only a few hundred core disciples showed that not only were the treasures in the soul refining sect great, but the cultivation of the core disciples was also powerful. The soul refining sect would never recruit disciples from mortal children. There was only one way to become a core disciple of the soul refining sect, and that was to first become an outer disciple. Every 3 years, the outer sect disciples would have a competition where one of them would be chosen to become a core disciple. The core disciples also competed every 3 years, but in their competitions one would be kicked out. This meant that even if someone became a core disciple, they could still be kicked out. It was very simple to become an outer disciple. As long as one paid enough spirit stones, they could gain the status of an outer disciple for a period of time. There were several large mountains around the soul refining sect with spiritual energy several times denser than normal. This was where the outer disciples of the soul refining sect resided. Although they were outer disciples, they were actually just paying spirit stones to rent a cave to cultivate in. The methods of the soul refining sect were very strange and rarely seen in Suzaku, and no one knew the reason why they did it like this. Because of this, Wang Lin chose the soul refining sect. The map had very detailed information about the soul refining sect. Wang Lin believed that the person who sold him the jade once came and was an outer disciple of the soul refining sect for a period of time. Pilu was, after all, a rank 5 cultivation country, and there were countless cultivation families that relied on the 3 great sections. These families would send a large amount of disciples to the 3 great sects every 3 years. None of these disciples of the cultivation families had special privileges. Unless their talent was heaven-defying, they would have to start from the bottom. Wang Lin arrived near the soul refining sect after 7 days of riding the mosquito beast. About 500 kilometers away from the sect, he got off the mosquito beast and took out a normal flying sword. He jumped on the flying sword and flew toward the sect. Not long after, the soul refining sect came into view, but a few kilometers away from the sect, a gentle light blocked him from entering. Wang Lin knew that this was the soul refining sect's defensive formation, so he immediately put away the flying sword and landed. Just at this moment, a ray of purple and red light passed by Wang Lin from behind, creating sonic booms. The trees in the forest all rustled from the wind the light had created. When the red light closed in, a red-haired old man came into view. This person's face looked very strange. His mouth and nose were very large, but his eyes were very small. It looked like he could swallow the heavens. After Wang Lin saw this person, his eyes lit up and immediately stood to the side respectfully. The old man was about to enter the soul refining sect when he suddenly turned and saw Wang Lin. He was surprised when he looked at Wang Lin. Then he looked at the scar on Wang Lin's face and shouted, "Which sect's disciple are you?" Wang Lin respectfully said, "Disciple is a rogue cultivator hoping to become an outer sect disciple." The old man looked at Wang Lin and nodded. To reach the foundation establishment stage as a rogue cultivator is not easy. You want to become an outer sect disciple to find a place to go into closed-door cultivation. Correct. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a respectful gaze as he said, "That is what disciple intends." The old man waved his sleeves and said, "You are too late. The time to accept outer sect disciples has long passed. Go home and come back in a few years." With that, he was about to step into the sect. Wang Lin sneered in his heart but revealed a respectful look. He pretended to be heartbroken as he took out a sealed box and said, "Senior, this is a flying sword that Junior found a few years ago and hasn't been willing to use. Senior, please accept this. Disciple only wishes to become an outer sect disciple." Wang Lin was able to easily see that this old man was only at the early stage of core formation. To this level of cultivator, the flying sword he took out was very valuable. The old man stopped and looked at Wang Lin with a faint smile. He thought that Wang Lin was definitely a rogue cultivator because he was much smarter than those from the big families. He waved his hand and the sealed box landed in his palm. When he opened the box, he revealed a joyous expression. But he immediately hid the joy and calmly asked, "Where did you find this?" Wang Lin respectfully said, "Many years ago, I helped a core formation cultivator. He was heavily injured and I helped protect him while he recovered. He gifted me this sword as thanks, but Disciple's cultivation level is too low to use it." The old man's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh? What kind of injury? Describe it to me." With Wang Lin's 500 years of being a cultivator, all he had to do was casually make something up and it would sound real. After the old man heard a little, the doubt in his heart disappeared. After all, the person before him was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Without seeing it personally, there was no way for him to describe the injury this clearly. Although there were some places that were a bit iffy, that was normal. If it was explained too clearly, it would seem fake. "Okay. I can see that you have worked hard to reach your cultivation level, so I'll make an exception. Follow me." With that, the old man entered the soul refining sect. At the same time, he took out a token and pressed it behind him. The light preventing Wang Lin from entering immediately disappeared. Wang Lin quickly walked in. "Follow me closely. There are many restrictions within my soul refining sect. If you enter one of them, I won't save you." With that, the old man flew forward. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. He stepped onto the flying sword and followed the old man. Shortly after, the old man stopped at a cliff. There was a luxurious palace here as well as countless houses nearby. After the old man landed, he shouted, "Chong Dawei! I'm coming, red hair. What are you shouting for?" A lazy voice came from one of the houses. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out. This person's hair was very messy, like it had been many years since it was last washed. The red-haired old man laughed and said, "This is a disciple I met on the way. How about you take him as an outer disciple?" The middle-aged man let out a yawn as he glanced at Wang Lin, who was standing behind the red-haired old man. He lazily said, "Since you personally asked, how could I refuse?" The red-haired elder smiled and said, "This time I gathered over 100 vengeful souls when left the sect. I'll add them to my soul flag and make one of them a main soul. Once I finish, I'll come and drink with you." With that, the old man flew into the distance. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is your name?" Wang Lin respectfully said, "Disciple is named Qian Mu. The 1090th cave on this mountain will belong to you. It costs 1 mid-quality spirit stone to use it for 1 year." The middle-aged man threw a black token at Wang Lin. Wang Lin made it look like his heart was aching as he took out 2 mid-quality spirit stones. After the middle-aged man took the spirit stones, he no longer paid attention to Wang Lin and left. Just as Wang Lin wanted to leave, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "What did you give red hair?" Wang Lin honestly replied, "A flying sword that a senior gave me in the past." No wonder that red hair was so happy. "Qian Mu, although you are at the foundation establishment stage, you shouldn't be proud. Although there aren't many foundation establishment cultivators among the outer disciples, there is still a decent amount. 6 months from tomorrow is when the competition of the outer sect disciples starts. If you work hard on your cultivation, you might have a chance to become a core disciple." The middle-aged man then shook his head and walked into the room. At this moment, Lu Mei looked toward the soul refining sect from a mountain 25 kilometers away. She was holding a piece of jade. This jade was sent to her by the ancestor via messenger. Although it couldn't pinpoint Zhang Niu's exact location, it would have a reaction if he was within 50 kilometers. At this moment, the jade was releasing a green light. Lu Mei whispered, "Is he at the soul refining sect?" A ray of green light was flying over the eastern side of planet Suzaku. However, this person was not flying with his body but with his origin soul. He was a mess. There were 3 fist-sized dents on his origin soul. Each one was emitting a silver light. This person was the giant demon clan's ancestor. He was heavily injured by Sun Tai's demon child and had to escape with his origin soul. He didn't even have time to worry about Wang Lin. But that demon child was very strange. It never said a word and only chased after him. In these past few months they almost circled the entire planet once. During the chase, the giant demon clan ancestor was hit by a few of the demon child's punches. These small fists marks shouldn't be looked down upon because they had injured his origin soul. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been a cultivator for a very long time and had some secret techniques of the giant demon clan, he wouldn't have been able to get away. He was too injured to us his bloodline power again, so, in the end, he lured the demon child to the extreme north. There was an ancient restriction there that had been in place since planet Suzaku was founded. Only by trapping the demon child in there was he able to get away. He was very weak at the moment and he didn't want to attract too much attention, so he quickly returned to the giant demon clan. As for whether or not Chi Hu and the other clan members had made it out alive, he had long forgotten about them. After returning to the giant demon clan, he immediately possessed a clan member and began his closed-door cultivation. As for Wang Lin, he didn't dare to search for him now. Suzaku had already begun to investigate this matter, so he could only clench his teeth and helplessly give up for now. Although he didn't catch Wang Lin, he stole this mysterious flying sword. At this moment, the ancestor opened his eyes. He moved around in the body he was possessing and his eyes darkened. This possessed body would take time to completely become his own. This time varied depending on the cultivation levels of the person being possessed and of the person doing the possessing. The ancestor's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword flew out and floated before him. The ancestor pointed at the celestial sword and a miserable scream mixed with pleas for mercy immediately came out. The ancestor shouted, "Sword spirit appear!" Black gas suddenly came out of the celestial sword and formed the shape of Su Ligua. After he saw the giant demon clan ancestor, he immediately began to beg for mercy. "My lord, have mercy. Please don't kill me. I was forced by that person named Wang. My hatred for him isn't any less than yours, my lord. I hate him to the bones." After the giant demon clan ancestor heard Su Ligua's words, he was stunned and then immediately smiled. "You are certainly a strange sword spirit. Most sword spirits are very determined and loyal." Su Ligua immediately revealed a pleasing smile and said, "Your grandpa Su." The ancestor stared at Su Ligua. Su Ligua quickly changed his expression and said, "How could those servant sword spirits compare to me? A wise man knows who they should follow." The giant demon clan ancestor looked at Su Ligua and then shot a ray of green light at him. Su Ligua immediately began to scream miserably while speaking badly about Wang Lin. The ancestor snorted and removed the spell. He then shouted, "From today onward, you are my sword spirit. Since you surrendered on your own, I won't place a restriction on you. After all, in my hands, you won't be able to escape anyway." In truth, that green light was meant to be a seal, but it only hurt Su Ligua instead of sealing him. This old man was very surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He decided to research it more once he adjusts to his new body. Su Ligua immediately revealed a thankful expression. He patted his chest and said, "My lord, don't worry. I have always been loyal. That Wang Lin mistreated me, so I rebelled against him, but my lord treats me so well. I wouldn't dare to betray you. This is my oath. If I break it, let 10,000 demons pierce my heart." Seeing this, the giant demon clan ancestor lightened up. Su Ligua let out a sigh of relief. He secretly thought, "It seems your Granda Su Ligua is smart. I don't know when that fiend will come and save me, so I must resist. I will first give in and then get back at this old man in the future. I Su Ligua am very loyal. That fiend has been good to me, so how could I betray him?" The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes lit up. He originally wanted to wipe this sword spirit out and replace it with his own. However, if it was not the initial sword spirit, he wouldn't be able to use the sword's full power. More so, this sword spirit was not simple. It had gained enough intelligence to beg for mercy and to please others. Thus, it made him even more unwilling to give it up. It has to be said that it was very rare for a sword spirit to gain intelligence. During battles, the benefits of intelligent sword spirits were great. He didn't know that Su Ligua wasn't the original sword spirit and that the reason he was intelligent was because he was a devil. Even if Su Ligua were to break the oath he had just made, the punishment wouldn't harm him at all. In fact, he was waiting for the punishment to happen, because it would actually strengthen him instead. The giant demon clan ancestor pondered for a bit before putting Su Ligua back into the sword and carefully examining it. The more he saw, the more shocked he was. This sword is definitely not normal. I don't even know what material it's made of. His eyes lit up and he carefully placed the sword inside his bag. As for Wang Lin, he took the token, flew along the mountain until he found Cave 1090, and flew inside. This cave was not very big. It was very similar to the one he used back in the Hangyu sect. All it had was a stone bed. There wasn't even a table. But the spiritual energy in here was very dense, several times more dense than outside. It was even slightly better than the well in the Fire Cloud village, which was powered by 3 almost depleted top-quality spirit stones. Although spiritual energy released by top-quality spirit stones was easy to absorb, it lacked a sense of vigor. Especially spirit stones that were about to be depleted. They had no vigor at all. The spiritual energy released by the spirit vein here was much better. Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position on the stone bed and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and shook his head. He felt like it was still too slow. He slapped his bag of holding and took out 3 top-quality spirit stones. Then he placed several restrictions on the walls and the entrance before closing his eyes to cultivate again. As a result, the spiritual energy in room 1090 immediately became denser. When the spiritual energy reached the walls, the restrictions would bounce it all back, preventing it from dissipating. The cave had become like a steamer. The spiritual energy had nowhere to go, so Wang Lin became the only outlet. As he breathed, large amounts of spiritual energy surged into his body. Wang Lin's face turned slightly red as he silently cultivated. The amount of spiritual energy in his body gradually grew, but it was still far from what he needed to break the T-domain and the seal. The T-domain and seal devoured spiritual energy, so as Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, they became even harder to break. Time slowly passed. It has been a month since Wang Lin became an outer disciple of the soul refining sect. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were brighter than before. In this past month, he had been absorbing spiritual energy like crazy. Of the 3 top-quality spirit stones, 2 had already turned to dust and the last one was about to expire as well. After wasting so many resources, his gains this month were also great. He started at the early stage of foundation establishment and managed to reach the peak of the mid-stage of foundation establishment, only 1 step from the late stage. It is still too slow. I had to waste top-quality spirit stones to barely reach this stage. I only have 15 top-quality spirit stones left. These won't be nearly enough. Wang Lin sighed and moved his body. Cracking sounds filled the room as countless cracks appeared on the stone bed. Cracks even appeared on the surrounding walls. Wang Lin was startled at first and then he pondered a bit. He immediately understood that it was because the spiritual energy was too dense for the cave to handle. If this continued, the cracks would become even larger. I can't use this cave anymore. I have to change caves. Wang Lin's hand pressed on the wall and all the cracks immediately closed up. Even the stone bed returned to normal when Wang Lin pressed on it. However, Wang Lin knew that this was only on the surface. If the spiritual energy increased, the cracks would reappear. But as long as he refrained from using top-quality spirit stones, the cracks wouldn't appear and he wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he stood up, opened the cave's door, and walked out. It was currently dusk and the distant sunset emitted a red glow. Today was the last day of the year. Wang Lin looked at the sunset. The winter sunlight didn't contain much warmth. By the time it landed on one's body, it was already cold. He pondered a bit and remembered that today was the last day of the year. Once today passes, it will be a new year. He thought about what little Zhou Ru could be doing. Was she still bullying little White? Thinking about this, Wang Lin let out a faint smile. He faced the sunset and took a deep breath. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "Life rises from the ashes." From his place high up in the heavens, he was suddenly beaten down into becoming immortal, but he was able to get through it all with his determination. It wasn't until today that he could lament about it and mutter those words. As he thought about what had happened since he lost his cultivation, a complex feeling appeared in his heart. Today, the last day of the year, represented Wang Lin's fall, but tomorrow was the first day of the new year, representing infinite new possibilities. Wang Lin whispered, "It has passed." At this moment, a girl's beautiful figure slowly flew toward the soul-refining sect in the sunset. Wang Lin's eyes became focused. This person looks familiar. Wang Lin carefully looked at the girl as she floated into the inner part of the soul-refining sect. This person is a bit familiar? Wang Lin took one more look and pondered a bit, but he wasn't able to remember where he had seen this person before. He floated down from the mountain and arrived before the buildings near the center of the mountain range. The middle-aged man was currently cultivating with his eyes closed. When Wang Lin landed, he casually glanced at Wang Lin. But then his eyes were immediately filled with shock and he stared wide-eyed at Wang Lin. "Hey! You reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment." This person's face was filled with shock. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Because his origin soul collapsed, he couldn't hide his cultivation level, so this core formation cultivator could see through him. Wang Lin secretly thought, "I must quickly recover my origin soul or else it will be a problem in the future." He respectfully said, "Disciple was already at the edge, and because this place has plenty of spiritual energy, I got lucky and made a breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment." The middle-aged man's expression didn't change, but he began to ponder. What Wang Lin said wasn't strange, but his cultivation speed was a bit too fast. He took a good look at Wang Lin and, after memorizing who Wang Lin was, asked, "Why did you come here?" Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Disciple wants to change to a cave with more spiritual energy." The middle-aged man frowned. "Cultivators shouldn't be too greedy. Your cultivation speed is too fast, so your foundation is unstable. If you keep this up, you will never reach the core formation stage." Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Disciple understands, but I hope senior can agree." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and said, "Since you insist, I won't try to stop you, but to change rooms costs one more mid-quality spirit stone." Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He looked heartbroken as he handed over a mid-quality spirit stone. The middle-aged man took the spirit stone and said, "Give me your token." Wang Lin handed the token over. After the middle-aged man put it away, he took out another token and said, "The lower the number, the more spiritual energy there is inside." With that, he threw the token at Wang Lin. After catching the token, he saw the number on it, 803. Then he quickly thanked the middle-aged man before leaving. It wasn't until he left that the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, "Strange." Then he flew to cave 1090. In the blink of an eye, he arrived inside the cave. He searched the cave for a while but found nothing wrong. Then he began to ponder. Was I being too paranoid? Was he just indeed at the brink of a breakthrough which resulted in his cultivation speed being so fast? The middle-aged man pondered a bit and then walked out of the cave. He decided to pay more attention to this person called Chen Mu. Wang Lin flew along the mountain with the token until he found cave 803. The size of the cave was the same as 1090's, but in the center of the cave was a small formation. This formation was very complicated. It even gave off the feeling that it wasn't real. After Wang Lin entered the cave, his gaze fell on the formation. He looked at it for a while and found that it was actually a simple spiritual energy gathering formation. There were many unnecessary things added to it, which were clearly there to prevent people from figuring the formation out. The purpose of this formation was to gather the surrounding spiritual energy to create an area with dense spiritual energy. However, this formation had to be used on top of a spirit vein eye or else it wouldn't be very effective. Spirit vein eyes were like acupuncture points on a person's body. This place can't be a spirit vein eye, so it must be a pseudo-spirit vein eye. Wang Lin looked at it for a while and figured out its secret. Although he had his cultivation sealed by the T-domain and the seal, he was a soul formation cultivator. With his 500 years of experience, he was instantly able to see through the formation. It has to be said that even core formation cultivators would have a hard time seeing through this formation. Only at the nascent soul stage could one see it, but they would still have a very hard time understanding it. Especially because there were many redundant things added on top of the formation, making it even harder to see through. After all, for the soul refining sect to turn this entire mountain into caves for the outer disciples, they must have taken measures to prevent people from seeing through the formation. However, the ancestor of the soul refining sect would never have imagined that a soul formation cultivator would be in the mountain for outer disciples. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved his right hand over the formation to find that there was an even more complicated formation under this one. Wang Lin looked at it and thought, I believe this formation is the one that's creating a pseudo-spirit vein eye by linking it to the real one. He pondered a bit before returning the formation back to normal. He sat down in the lotus position and placed restrictions on the walls again. Then he took out 3 top-quality spirit stones and began to cultivate again. The spiritual energy here was several times more dense than in room 1090. After all, this place had the spiritual energy gathering formation here along with a formation that pulled from the spirit vein to create a fake spirit vein eye. The spiritual energy here would naturally be much more dense. Adding on 3 top-quality spirit stones, the density of the spiritual energy here had reached a frightening degree. Even if a nascent soul cultivator saw this, they would steal it without any hesitation. By cultivating here, their cultivation speed would increase greatly. Wang Lin immersed himself in cultivation and forgot about time. His entire body was covered in a layer of spiritual energy frost. When the spiritual energy reached a certain density and wasn't able to go anywhere, it would condense into blue frost. Right now the entire floor of the cave was covered in this blue frost, making it look very beautiful. There was even more spiritual energy frost gathered on Wang Lin's body. From a distance he looked like a blue person. However, the T mark on his face was still very deep and looked very frightening. Spiritual energy slowly gathered inside Wang Lin's body. However, at the same time, the T-domain and seal also absorbed the spiritual energy and became more sturdy. They were currently several times sturdier than before. Time slowly passed and Wang Lin had been in closed-door cultivation here for 2 months. In these 2 months, Wang Lin's body hadn't moved an inch. He used all of this time to keep raising his cultivation level. However, the higher his cultivation level became, the more spiritual energy it required and thus, his cultivation speed decreased. In these 2 months, he was only able to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. He was still a certain distance away from the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. The 3 top-quality spirit stones had all turned to dust, which caused Wang Lin's heart to ache. He had decided to try to avoid using top-quality spirit stones to cultivate. On this day, Wang Lin's eyes landed on the formation in the room. His palm hit the ground and the formation shattered, revealing the other one underneath it. There isn't enough spiritual energy here. If I were to directly pull spiritual energy from this pseudo-spirit vein eye, it should give me enough spiritual energy to reach the core formation stage. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the formation and began to study it. A formation was just a type of restriction, and Wang Lin was very familiar with restrictions. After studying it for a bit, he gained some understanding. His hand formed a seal and the spiritual energy in his body moved. His hand created one afterimage after another and soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. At almost the same moment an afterimage appeared, another one would start forming. The sweat from his forehead had already gotten his clothes soaked. This illusionary restriction was Wang Lin's own creation, and it was very different from normal restrictions. With his current cultivation level, it was very easy to create normal restrictions, but the illusionary restrictions were very difficult. Back when he was inside the land of ancient God with his core formation cultivation, he could only create several of these. Now he was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. With his current cultivation level, he could barely make one. Wang Lin's hand moved faster and faster until all of the afterimages merged into one. Wang Lin pointed at the formation and shouted. Then the illusionary restriction suddenly landed on the formation. The formation immediately shook and then a powerful force came out of it and spread out. Wang Lin dodged the force and stared at the formation. After the force disappeared, the formation stopped working and no more spiritual energy came out. Wang Lin walked up and pointed at the formation. Then a series crackling sounds appeared as the formation shattered, revealing a spirit stone the size of a fist. The color of the spirit stone was red, and it looked like there were clouds floating inside it. Wang Lin was able to identify it immediately. This stone was known as the Crystal Kuan Stone. It had the ability to absorb spiritual energy but no way to store it. Without a word, Wang Lin's right hand pressed upon the red stone and it began to cultivate. Bang! An unfathomable amount spiritual energy surged out from the Crystal Kuan Stone at an unimaginable speed and charged into Wang Lin's body. With the powerful surge of spiritual energy charging into his body, he felt his pores open and black gas coming out of them. The T-mark on his face dimmed. Although it hadn't been destroyed, it was clear that it had weakened. Wang Lin felt very happy. He didn't think that directly absorbing from the spirit vein I would have such an effect, but he knew that it would only be this effective the first time. Once this powerful spiritual energy surge stabilizes, he will need to find an even more powerful spirit vein eye to obtain a similar effect. Wang Lin took a deep breath and removed all distractions from his mind. The spiritual energy coming out from the Crystal Kuan Stone gradually leveled out until it was no longer as fierce as it was before. Wang Lin also slowly emerged himself in cultivation once again. Country of Shuiyu, inside the Divine Snow and Ice Shrine. Li Yuanfeng was currently sitting in the lotus position and cultivating. Around him were 5 large blocks of ice. Each of these blocks emitted a 5-colored light as well as slivers of celestial spiritual energy for him to absorb. There was a piece of celestial jade the size of a thumbnail inside each block of ice. Thanks to a formation in the ice, the celestial spiritual energy underwent a mysterious change. Li Yuanfeng currently didn't look too bad, but his expression was dim and his face was pale. After a very long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a lingering look of fear. What powerful lightning! That lightning contained celestial spiritual energy. Even though I managed to reduce its power by half before it landed on me, it still managed to cause me such injuries. Li Yuanfeng tried to kill Wang Lin while Sun Tai and the giant demon clan ancestor was fighting. However, he was attacked by Sun Tai's lightning and spent a lot of effort to finally escape. He had only reached the soul transformation stage by force through a secret technique from Suzaku. He had no hope of having a breakthrough in the future. As a result, compared to those cultivators who broke through to the soul transformation stage themselves, he was too weak. Li Yuanfeng was stronger than peak late-stage soul formation cultivators but weaker than true soul transformation cultivators. So there was no way for him to stand up against Sun Tai's lightning. I don't know if Xianxia died or not. Even if he didn't die, my T-domain is not something that can be broken easily. Li Yuanfeng sneered and his eyes became cold. That junior red butterfly announced that she was going into close-door cultivation for 100 years. Once she comes out, she will definitely be a soul transformation cultivator. But at that point, my lifespan will have ended and it won't matter anymore. Why did the giant demon clan's ancestor want Xianxia's body? This is very strange. Could there be something I don't know? Li Yuanfeng pondered a bit, but still wasn't able to guess the reason. Inside Pilu, among one of the many mountains used by the soul-refining sect's outer sect disciples, Wang Lin awakened from his cultivation. The peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Wang Lin's eyes were bright as he took a deep breath and moved his body. The spiritual frost on his body began to move and entered his body. Even the frost on the ground and walls turned into faint, blue gas and was absorbed by Wang Lin. The T-mark on Wang Lin's face had faded a bit but was still very shocking. This pseudo-spirit vein eye isn't enough to meet my needs. I need to find a place with even denser spiritual energy. I believe the spot where the real spirit vein eye is located will be enough. Wang Lin rebuilt the formations to cover up the pseudo-spirit vein eye and walked out of the cave. It was sunny outside the cave. Looking into the distance, there was a hint of spring. The mountainsides were green, creating an elegant feel. Although the wind was still cold, it contained a hint of warmth. Wang Lin took a deep breath and was about to leave when his expression changed. He turned to look to the side. There were countless caves near Wang Lin's cave. He had been in closed-door cultivation this entire time, so aside from the middle-aged man, he hadn't met anyone else. Right now, at a cave 100 feet away, another person walked out. This person was wearing light blue clothes made of yarn and had a white veil over their shoulder, giving off a very out-of-this-world feel. A head full of black hair was moving along with the wind. She seemed very gentle and, along with a hint of pink on her cheeks, looked very elegant. This woman seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at her, so she looked over. Her eyes contained an unexplainable beauty. After seeing Wang Lin, she let out a smile as a response and then looked into the distance. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He was immediately able to recognize this girl as the person he saw arriving in the sunset. Wang Lin frowned. This girl looks familiar, but I'm confident that I have never seen her before. The Lu Mei from the Shendao sect was only an avatar created from the 1000 clone technique. Wang Lin pondered a bit and no longer cared about this girl. Although she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, even more beautiful than Red Butterfly and someone Li Muin couldn't even compare to, but she still couldn't attract his attention. He jumped down from the mountain and examined it as he floated down. Then his gaze focused on one of the caves on the mountain. There wasn't anything special about this cave, and it wasn't the lowest one. From a distance, he could see the number 743 on top of the cave's entrance. It should be here. Wang Lin landed and looked at the cave. While he was cultivating, he used the pseudo-spirit vein eye to find where the real spirit vein eye was located. Looking at it now, he was able to immediately determine that cave 743 was one the closest to the real spirit vein eye. There is someone inside. Wang Lin saw that the door of the cave was sealed. After pondering a bit, he came up with a plan. He was about to return to his cave when the middle-aged man walked out of his house. His eyes lit up and he looked toward Wang Lin. In truth, was watching Wang Lin from the moment he came out. The middle-aged man's expression revealed no emotion as he said, "Qian Mu, come here." A trace of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He arrived 10 feet away, the middle-aged man. Peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank and his heart started beating like crazy. He had a hunch that there was something strange about this Qian Mu. Qian Mu's cultivation speed was too fast. When he got here, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. When the middle-aged man next saw him, he was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Now that the middle-aged man saw him again, he had already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. The middle-aged man licked his lips as his heart pounded. He didn't hesitate to think that the next time they meet, this person will have already reached his cultivation level, the early stage of core formation. This Qian Mu either has some heaven-defying treasure or his cultivation method is very mysterious. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin and smiled. "Qian Mu, I'm afraid that the next time we meet, I'll have to call you fellow cultivator." Wang Lin glanced at this person and said, "No problem." A hint of ill intent appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he quickly hid it and smiled. "Qian Mu, if you can reach the core formation stage, you will have a good chance in the competition to become a core disciple a few months from now. Once you become a core disciple, you have to remember to come back every now and then." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Of course, but the spiritual energy in my room isn't enough. I wonder if I can change to another one." The middle-aged man was startled and was a bit embarrassed. The caves numbered under 700 require an elder's permission. However, I can help you apply for it once. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "You don't have to go through that much trouble. I just want cave 743. The middle-aged man looked at cave 743. He laughed and said, "That is no problem, but, Qian Mu, although cave 743 has more spiritual energy, it isn't the best." "No problem." Wang Lin laughed and took out 2 mid-quality spirit stones. "I have constantly had to bother Senior. This extra spirit stone is something to show my respect." After the middle-aged man accepted it, he secretly sneered. "Right now is not the time. But when night comes, no matter how many spirit stones you give me, I'm still going to find out how you cultivate so fast. Although he was thinking about this in his heart, he laughed. He took out a jade, recorded a message, and flicked it. The jade flew out. Under the control of the middle-aged man, it flew into cave 743. After a while, a person flew out from cave 743. He was wearing black and his face was filled with meat. He looked more like a butcher than a cultivator. He landed before the middle-aged man and clasped his hands. "Senior, what do you wish to speak with me about?" The middle-aged man said, "Give me your token. I'm changing your room." "Change caves? I'm not changing. I'm cultivating just fine in there. Why should I change?" This person snorted. His gaze landed on Wang Lin and he sneered. "Are you the brat that wants to change? Give me 100 mid-quality spirit stones or else don't even dream about it." With that, he returned to cave 743 without even looking at the middle-aged man. Humph! The middle-aged man looked at that man's back. He decided that after he deals with Qian Mu, he will definitely make that person pay. "Qian Mu, you can go back first. I'll find a different cave for you tomorrow." The middle-aged man's voice was filled with determination. He clearly wasn't going to let Wang Lin speak anymore. He waved his sleeve and returned to his house. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he flew back to his cave. He sneered in his heart. If the middle-aged man doesn't come to bother him, then that means the middle-aged man wasn't destined to die. However, if the middle-aged man gives in to greed and comes to him at night, then Wang Lin can only kill him. It was completely silent late at night as the middle-aged man walked out of his house. He looked at Wang Lin's cave and greed filled his eyes. He had been stuck at the early stage of core formation for a very long time, which was why he was kicked out of the inner sect to become a steward for the outer sect disciples. Wang Lin's cultivation speed gave him a sliver of hope. The sect doesn't care about the life and death of outer sect disciples at all, so it'll be fine if I kill him. This person is also a rogue cultivator, so after he dies, no one will search for him. Qian Mu, don't blame me. Blame yourself for cultivating too fast. If I wait until you reach the core formation stage, it will be difficult to deal with you. But right now it will be as simple as waving my hand. The middle-aged man flew toward Wang Lin's cave and arrived outside of it in the blink of an eye. The surroundings were completely silent and the middle-aged man was stunned. Normally, when someone was in closed-door cultivation, the door would be completely sealed, but Wang Lin's door was only half closed. Having eliminated the need to use the jade to open the door, the middle-aged man bravely entered the cave. Although he found it strange, he didn't think a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would be his match, so he entered the cave. The moment he entered the cave, he saw Wang Lin sitting on the bed calmly looking at him. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and without a word his hand formed a seal. He silently shot out a ray of spiritual energy toward Wang Lin. He didn't want to kill Wang Lin now. He wanted to capture him and question him before ending his life. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mocking expression. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. He shook the flag and then a ray of restriction light shot out of it and collided with the ray of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy immediately collapsed. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man sneered and spat out a 3-inch-long sword. He held the sword and charged toward the restriction gas. In his mind, this late-stage Foundation Establishment Junior couldn't withstand the power of this flying sword that had been refined by his golden core. But his smile froze. The moment the flying sword touched the restriction gas, a cracking sound could be heard. The sword broke in half straight down the middle. Wang Lin, who was on the stone bed, shook his head and sighed. "When I started cultivating, you weren't even born yet." The middle-aged man's face was pale and he coughed out blood. Without any hesitation, he turned around to leave, but the restriction gas quickly caught him and dragged him back. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to speak, but after a slap from Wang Lin, he let out a miserable groan and coughed out a mouthful of blood along with some broken teeth. "I'm from the soul refining sect." The middle-aged man was terrified from the pain, but before he finished speaking, Wang Lin slapped him again. A hint of madness entered the middle-aged man's eyes. He had never been humiliated like this since he started cultivating. "I'll fight to the end," the middle-aged man shouted, and then cracks appeared on his golden core. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin. "It would be a waste to let your golden core explode." Wang Lin shook the restriction flag in his hand and 3 branches of restriction gas immediately shot out. In the blink of an eye, they entered the middle-aged man's body and wrapped around his golden core. To the middle-aged man's shock, his golden core was torn out of his body. Wang Lin grabbed the golden core and swallowed it. The middle-aged man's body trembled. He coughed out blood and his body weakened. He screamed in his heart, "He is not at the foundation establishment stage. He is not a foundation establishment cultivator." All of his spiritual energy was being drained from his body. He clenched his teeth and managed to squeeze out, "You? Who exactly are you? You don't deserve to know." Wang Lin arrived before the middle-aged man and pointed at his brow. The middle-aged man's eyes widened before they lost their color and he fell down. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't want to kill, but this person forced him to. He hit the middle-aged man's body with his hand and the entire body turned to ashes and disappeared. Wang Lin walked out of the cave and charged toward Cave 743. Outside of Cave 743, Wang Lin waved his hand to shoot a restriction at the door. Then his body turned into a ray of white light and charged toward the door. The moment he touched the door, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside Cave 743. The reason he was able to get through was because of that restriction. "Who?" A gasp came from inside the cave. The butcher-looking guy was sitting on the stone bed with a look of disbelief on his face. But after seeing that it was Wang Lin, he became angry, but he suddenly felt like cold water was being poured over him. He didn't know that Wang Lin had entered through a restriction, so the only thing he could think of was teleportation. Senior. His voice was trembling. Before he could say more, Wang Lin arrived before him. Wang Lin pointed at the butcher-looking guy's brow, causing him to pass out. After throwing the person to the side, Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at him. His eyes fell on the right wall. Shortly after, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. He pointed at the wall and the flying sword cut into it. The sounds of stone being smashed filled the room and soon, a hole big enough for a person to crawl through appeared. Wang Lin entered the hole after the flying sword. With the flying sword opening a path, Wang Lin followed. The tunnel went on for more than 300 feet, and at the end of the tunnel was a room that was glowing gold. Spirit vein or deposit? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was filled with joy. He pointed at the flying sword, which let out a hymn as if it had intelligence, and it quickly went back through the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, it arrived back in Cave 743 and stabbed into the ground next to the butcher-like cultivator. The sword instantly exploded into pieces that formed a restriction, trapping the butcher-like cultivator inside. Wang Lin pressed on the wall at the entrance and the walls of the tunnel began to move. Soon, the tunnel behind him disappeared without a trace. Even looking from inside Cave 743, one wouldn't be able to see anything wrong. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and he placed a restriction on the spirit vein or deposit. This was the same restriction he had used to get inside Cave 743. He charged into the deposit and reappeared deep within it. Now he was in the depths of the mountain. There were countless spirit stone deposits surrounding him, creating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy couldn't be directly absorbed by cultivators because there was too much impurity inside it. It needed to be converted before cultivators could absorb it. However, this only applied to low-level cultivators, so Wang Lin didn't care at all. The density of spiritual energy here had reached such a degree that it created a pressure similar to what powerful cultivators could create. However, this was all just natural spiritual energy, so it couldn't compare to the pressure a cultivator emitted. Wang Lin was immediately affected by the pressure once he charged in. This pressure felt like an entire mountain pressing down upon him. However, this mountain wasn't just pressing from above. It pressed Wang Lin's body from all sides. Crackling sounds came from inside his body as a result. Instead of being worried, Wang Lin was extremely happy. This was exactly the pressure he was looking for. Under this pressure, he could feel his shattered origin soul beginning to reform. I'm going all the way. He slapped his bag of holding and 3 top-quality spirit stones flew out. Wang Lin took a deep breath before letting out a roar, and then the 3 top-quality spirit stones all exploded. An insane amount of spiritual energy exploded forth and fused with the surrounding spiritual energy. The pressure Wang Lin was feeling suddenly increased several-fold. Wang Lin bled from his orifices, but his eyes were filled with joy. Still need a bit more. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and 2 more top-quality spirit stones appeared and exploded. As if adding a spoonful of water into boiling oil, the spirit vein went crazy. The pressure on Wang Lin's body increased greatly. Under this powerful pressure, the shattered pieces of Wang Lin's origin soul were slowly condensing like pieces of a shattered mirror being put back together. At the same time, an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body. Even the T-domain and seal couldn't stop it. Wang Lin's cultivation began to recover at an extremely quick pace. Breakthrough to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Core formation. Complete. Breakthrough to the early stage core formation. Breakthrough to the mid stage. Breakthrough to the late stage. Breakthrough to the early of stage nascent soul. The spirit vein's core began to dim and the spirit stone deposits turned to dust which rapidly spread. 10 breaths. Only 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths of time, all of the trees growing on the mountain wilted. The entire spirit vein inside the mountain dimmed and disappeared in just 10 breaths of time. The entire mountain was now a useless spirit vein. At this moment, thousands of outer sect disciples that were cultivating inside this mountain opened their eyes. They all noticed the spiritual energy inside their rooms disappear. After that, a powerful suction force came from below them, sucking away the spiritual energy inside their bodies. Terrified, all of the outer sect disciples used various methods to leave the caves. They no longer dared to stay within them. In the spirit vein deep inside the mountain, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the mountain. There were outer sect disciples all around him. They were all talking with shock and fear on their faces. All Wang Lin could hear was speculation about the strange event that had just taken place. As for that butcher-like cultivator, Wang Lin controlled the shattered sword to release the restriction to let him come out. When the butcher-like cultivator saw Wang Lin, he immediately became terrified. However, with one cold glance from Wang Lin, he immediately became respectful and no longer dared to make any noise. Just at this moment, a gaze was cast upon him. He turned his head and saw that beautiful woman looking at him with a friendly smile. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't have time to deal with this woman. He glanced coldly at her and then withdrew his gaze. Peak of the mid-stage of nascent soul. I didn't expect that my action just now would allow me to recover to this level of cultivation. And along with this, my origin soul has begun to recover. Although it is not completely healed, I can now use my domain. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His eyes were calm. However, compared to all of this, the life-to-death and death-to-life experience he gained was even more important. The huge change in the mountain attracted the attention of the inner sect. 3 people came out. One of them was a white-haired elder who emitted a pressure without even being angry. He shouted, "All of you, shut up." The surroundings suddenly became silent. The old man shouted, "Where is Lu Fulin?" After a long time, no one responded. The old man frowned. Then he looked at the 2 next to him and the 3 of them flew toward the mountain. Lu Fulin was the middle-aged man that got greedy. As for the 3 of them, they were inner disciples of the soul refining sect and also the deacons of the outer sect. Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up. The old man was at the early stage of nascent soul while the other 2 were both at the late stage of core formation. The 3 of them flew into the mountain but only the old man flew out. He had a very ugly expression on his face. His eyes were filled with confusion but even more filled with shock. The old man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "You outer sect disciples can just cultivate here. None of you are allowed to leave." Then he took out a piece of jade, recorded some information, and threw it. The jade turned into a ray of light and flew into the inner sect. The majority of the outer sect disciples were startled, but there were a few that sat down and cultivated. Wang Lin was one of them. He sat on a giant tree and cultivated. After the old man arrived, he carefully scanned each of the outer sect disciples. When he went into the mountain with his fellow sect members earlier, they were terrified the moment they found out that the entire spirit vein had been wasted. When they went deep into the spirit vein and reached the ores turned to dust the moment they touched them. This occurs when the spiritual energy is sucked out of them too quickly. This whole thing was very strange. He had never heard of or seen anything like this happening since the soul refining sect was formed. His gaze swept past each of the disciples one by one. He didn't pause on Wang Lin at all. In his eyes, Wang Lin was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. He was not worth noting. Because Wang Lin's origin soul had recovered a bit, no one below the soul formation stage could see through his cultivation. Not long after, more than 10 rays of light flew out of the inner sect and arrived before the old man in the blink of an eye. When they landed, the rays of light became 10 people. Among them were 5 nascent soul cultivators, while the rest were at least at the mid-stage of core formation. One of the middle-aged scholars was at the late stage of nascent soul. He was wearing a black robe and emitted a cold aura like there were countless vengeful ghosts surrounding him. The moment he appeared, the surroundings immediately became cold. His eyes were like lightning as he coldly looked at the mountain and said, "Junior apprentice brother, what exactly happened for you to send that jade?" The old man from before immediately became respectful and said, "Third senior apprentice brother, the spirit vein in this mountain was sucked dry in almost an instant. I suspect it had something to do with these outer sect disciples." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Seal off the surroundings. If anyone dares to leave, kill them. Junior apprentice brother, follow me up the mountain to meet the sect master." With that, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the inner sect. The old man quickly followed and the two of them entered the inner sect in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he coldly looked at the guards. If he were to call out the mosquito beast, he would be able to escape in an instant. However, the beast was his last resort, and he didn't want to give up such a good cultivation ground. Although his origin soul had recovered a bit, it hadn't been completely reformed yet. He tried to call out the heaven-defying bead but wasn't able to. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and didn't do anything reckless. Some light came from the horizon as the sun appeared, covering the land with warmth. The light dispelled the darkness. As the surroundings gradually lit up, the middle-aged scholar flew out from the inner sect. Following behind him were 9 people. All 9 of them were wearing red robes. Their ages varied, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all surrounded by large, vengeful souls. Looking at them from a distance, in front of the light of the sun, it looked like they were surrounded by demonic flames that reached the sky. With a gloomy expression, the middle-aged scholar shouted, "Split into 10 groups to be inspected." The 9 red-robed people behind him moved and all activated a technique at the same time. Red gas poured from their sleeves and surrounded each of the thousands of outer sect disciples that were standing outside. The outer sect disciples were split into 10 groups against their will. Along with the middle-aged man, each of them took charge of one group and called the outer sect disciples one by one for inspection. They didn't even need to ask any questions. They simply pointed at the brow of each outer sect disciple and a few breaths later they would move on to the next person. Wang Lin was split into the 3rd group. His eyes were calm without any trace of panic or abnormality. These 9 people in red were all only at the mid-stage of nascent soul, so Wang Lin didn't consider them threats at all. Whenever an outer sect disciple passed, they would let out a sigh of relief. As time passed, the surrounding atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Just at this moment, a green-robed cultivator in the 4th group moved like lightning and attempted to escape. The surrounding inner sect disciples were constantly on guard, so the moment this person tried to escape, a core formation disciple moved to attempt to stop that person. "Scram!" the green-robed cultivator shouted. As he waved his hand, creating a powerful force. The core formation disciple groaned and his body was pushed to the side. Without a word, the green-robed cultivator turned back around and rushed toward the opening. Just as he was about to make it out, the red-robed cultivator in charge of Group 4 reached out with his hands. "Come back!" 5 rays of black light suddenly flew out of his fingers. They moved like lightning and in the blink of an eye drilled into the body of the green-robed cultivator. The green-robed cultivator let out a miserable groan and his body went soft. The red-robed cultivator dragged him back and threw him into the open space in the middle of all the groups. After that, the red-robed cultivator didn't even look at the green-robed cultivator and said, "Next person, come up." All of the outer sect disciples were filled with fear, especially those that came with some bad intentions. Their faces became ugly upon seeing what had just happened. At this moment, the eyes of red-robed cultivator in charge of Group 8 lit up as he looked at the pale-faced disciple before him, who had an expression like he was begging for mercy. The red-robed cultivator grabbed the disciple and threw him into the opening in the middle of all the groups. The amount of people in the middle gradually increased. There were now over 30 of them. The red-robed cultivator in charge of the third group threw the disciple before him to the middle and slowly said, "This is normally only done for disciples entering the inner sect, but today it is being used on you outer disciples, so you should all feel proud." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his heart was shocked. The soul-refining sect had so many outer sect disciples that came with ill intentions, but none of them could escape this kind of inspection. As for the butcher-like cultivator who was originally in Cave 743, Wang Lin wasn't worried about him. He had already placed a restriction in that cultivator. Although Wang Lin's cultivation level had dropped, the complexity of his restrictions was not something these nascent soul cultivators could see through. In Wang Lin's eyes, this person was kind of interesting. Although the butcher-like cultivator was at the late stage of foundation establishment on the surface, he was really at the pseudo-core formation stage. But it wasn't too weird for outer sect disciples to hide their cultivation levels. "You, come up." The red-robed cultivator in charge of Group 5 pointed at the butcher-like cultivator. The butcher-like cultivator's body trembled as he quickly went up. The red-robed cultivator pointed at the butcher-like cultivator's brow and then, after a few seconds, he waved his hand. The butcher-like cultivator let out a sigh of relief and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. He was currently in a state of shock and confusion. When that finger landed on his brow, he felt something cold enter his body. It felt like there was a giant hand going through his memories. This feeling left as soon as it came. Before he could clearly feel what it was, the cold energy left. Not long after, it was Wang Lin's turn. The red-robed cultivator in charge of Group 3 pointed at Wang Lin's brow. Then shortly after he said, "Next." Wang Lin calmly walked to the side. More than 1,000 disciples were inspected by noon. More than 100 of them had been thrown into the middle. The middle-aged man threw the last person into the middle and asked, "Did you guys find anything?" One of the red-robed cultivators coldly said, "Aside from these people who have their own objectives, nothing related to the matter last night." The remaining 9 cultivators all shook their heads. The middle-aged scholar pondered a bit before ordering, "You outer sect disciples go cultivate at the other mountains. There will be someone who will assign rooms to each of you." The outer sect disciples who passed the test all respectfully bowed before flying toward different mountains. As for the more than 100 cultivators in the middle, no one glanced back at them and no one cared about what would become of them. Wang Lin was given a cave in a slightly smaller mountain nearby. He sat inside the cave cultivating, his eyes sparkling all the while. "My cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of nascent soul. Although the effect of absorbing a spirit vein is good, it is simply too dangerous. If I continue, I might lure out soul formation cultivators or even soul transformation monsters. I have already caught their attention, so I can't do anything too big. However, when I was absorbing the spirit vein, I found out that there is an even bigger main spirit vein nearby. The spirit vein I absorbed was only a branch. That main spirit vein should be under the inner sect of the soul refining sect. If I can go there to cultivate, I should be able to recover my cultivation in one go." At that moment, Even if I am found out and a soul transformation cultivator comes, I will still be able to escape. If worst comes to worst, I'll rip open space and escape using the star compass. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He knew that the soul refining sect was located in a rank 5 cultivation country, meaning there were soul transformation cultivators in the sect. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. The competition in June will be the best chance to enter the inner sect. Rumor has it that the soul refining sect's most prized treasure is a soul flag with more than 100 million souls. The moment it appears, the sky changes colors. It is considered one of the top treasures in Suzaku. In addition to that, the soul refining sect focuses on refining soul flags, and all of their techniques relate to the sect's treasured soul flag. Although other sects throughout Suzaku also know how to capture and refine souls, they can't compare to the soul refining sect. If I can learn how they do it and refine a soul flag using wandering souls, it shouldn't be any weaker than the restriction flag. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. A series of illusionary restrictions appeared and landed on the surrounding walls. Then he took out a pure white celestial jade. This celestial jade was missing a piece, but the celestial energy it gave off wasn't much different from before. Now that my cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of nascent soul, I can swallow another piece of celestial jade to attempt to break the T-mark and seal in my body. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then he broke off a small piece of the jade and put it in his mouth. Unimaginable pain suddenly spread throughout his body. At this moment, in a valley surrounded by mountains and Shu, one could hear crisp laughter and the cries of a tiger filled with grievance. It was spring inside the valley, so the ground was covered in green grass. Little Zhou was wearing a coat embroidered with a peony flower, red pants, and she had 2 little pigtails on her head. She was now sitting on top of a tiger with black stripes, and she had a huge smile on her face. Little White, you didn't do as you were told, so I'm punishing you by making you eat with chopsticks today. The tiger let out a growl with a hint of sadness. During this past year, he was constantly being tortured by this little devil. He would often wake up in the middle of the night from a nightmare. All of his nightmares involved this little devil. Zhou clapped her little hands and smiled. Your roar is too loud. You need to be softer next time. Hey, I suddenly thought of something fun. Can you meow like a little kitten? Little White's growl was now filled with even more despair. I wonder when Uncle will come back. Little White, do you miss Uncle? Zhou let out a sigh and patted the tiger's head. The tiger let out a soft growl as an unenthusiastic response. He was still thinking about how a tiger like himself was going to mimic a cat's meow. Tai Yi sat under the pagoda and looked at little Zhou with a gentle gaze. After a while he let out a soft sigh. The news of Wang Lin's disappearance had already spread to Chu, but he decided to not tell Zhou. He believed that with his benefactor's strength, he would be able to get out of any danger. If benefactor said he would return within 9 years, then he would definitely come back by then. Tai Yi revealed a look of firm belief in his eyes. 100 feet away from Tai Yi sat the thunder toad. He just lied there, enjoying the warm sun. It had almost been an entire year and it hadn't moved at all. While looking at the white clouds in the sky, the thunder toad sometimes missed his life inside the land of the ancient god. Ever since it was born, it had lived there and gradually grew up in there. There were constant battles in the land of the ancient god with other beasts for food and territory, and they were often life and death battles. During these countless vicious battles, the thunder toad slowly grew up and eventually learned how to spit out balls of lightning. After that, aside from a few beasts in the land of the ancient god, it didn't have to worry about anyone else. While he was thinking of the past, the thunder toad's stomach expanded and then went back to normal after a while. He thought of Wang Lin. It was Wang Lin who brought him out of the land of the ancient god. But the one he thought of more was that mosquito. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, spring was over and it was now June. June may not have any special meaning to most, but to the outer sect disciples of the soul refining sect in Pilu, it was a very important time. The competition among the outer sect disciples was going to take place this month. After a series of competitions, one outer sect disciple will become an inner sect disciple. Wang Lin awakened from his closed-door cultivation and opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, but if one looked at them closely, they would see that they shined like the starry sky. The T mark on his face had faded a lot and only 8 pieces remained. These 8 pieces were also the key points of Sun Tai's seal. The small piece of celestial jade had been completely absorbed by Wang Lin. Under the pressure of the celestial jade, large amounts of the T domain and seal broke off, but he still wasn't able to remove it completely. Wang Lin muttered, "Peak of the late stage of nascent soul." He slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked out of the cave. What I comprehend is the heaven's life and death domain. The more I see through the world's life and death, the more intertwined they become. Before, I thought life was life and death was death. But now life can be death and death can be life. I, Wang Lin, have spent most of my life killing, so I have experienced death. In comparison to death, I haven't experienced much life. Li Muin's new life is one and my own rebirth is another, but it is still not enough. Wang Lin walked out of the cave. He looked at the distant mountain and gently shook his head. My way of thinking has been changing after my rebirth from the ashes, especially during those few months at the Fire Cloud village. The memories from there have been engraved deeply within me. I see life as life and death as death. I see life not as life and death not as death. These two perceptions match the early and mid stages of soul formation respectively. Wang Lin's clothes flapped loudly in the wind. This experience has given me some enlightenment. If I could go back to seeing life as life and death as death, then my domain will reach the late stage of soul formation. However, I will need another breakthrough to reach the peak of the late stage of soul formation. To get to that point, my domain will also have to reach its completion. The completed domain of a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator is still different from a soul transformation cultivator's domain. That Li Yuanfeng's domain was able to take physical form and leave the T-mark on my body. This kind of power is not something the domain of a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator can compare to. That means that the completion of a domain at the soul formation stage is only one level. Reaching the soul transformation stage requires even more comprehension of one's domain. Wang Lin began to ponder. The current him didn't notice that a beautiful woman was silently watching him from a cave in the distance. This woman's gaze was a bit complicated. It was filled with confusion, doubt, and helplessness. Back in the celestial realm, Senior Zhou Yi gave me the Ascendant Crystal that can help me reach the Ascendant stage. This crystal must be formed by the cultivator's comprehension of their domain. Ascendant. I wonder when I will reach the Ascendant stage. Right now the seal hasn't been removed, so I don't even any hopes of reaching the soul transformation stage yet. Wang Lin softly sighed. Tian Yunzi accepted me as a disciple. Perhaps I should quickly find him, and maybe then I'll have a chance of reaching the Ascendant stage. However, I'm a bit unwilling to part with my current cultivation path. Situ Nan hasn't awakened yet, and I haven't gotten the planet crystal that can help my G realm break through. What is more important is that everyone on that planet must have rather high cultivation levels. So if I go when I'm too weak, I won't catch Tian Yunzi's attention. Wang Lin was in deep thought until he suddenly seemed to notice something. He turned his head and saw the woman gazing at him. Who exactly is that woman? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he floated toward that woman's cave. The woman withdrew her gaze and took a few steps back to make space. Wang Lin landed where the woman was standing. He coldly stared at the woman, not caring about how beautiful she was, and said, "Do you know me?" The woman looked at Wang Lin and gently said, "You don't remember me?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stared at the woman for a long time but still couldn't remember where he had met her. The mountain wind blew by and lifted her black hair, making her look like a fairy. She put her hair behind her ear and softly said, "I'm called Lu Mei." Lu Mei. Wang Lin looked at the woman and after a while said, "I don't know you." Lu Mei let out a gentle sigh and then a smile. Her smile was like a blooming flower that immediately overshadowed the surroundings. Senior apprentice Wang Lin, the youth who carried the large sword on his back in the Hong Yu sect. Can you really not remember? Wang Lin wasn't shocked at all when she pointed out his identity. When she called herself Lu Mei, Wang Lin had already guessed. Wang Lin blandly said, "The Lu Mei I know is a disciple of the Shen Dao sect with water spirit roots, not a disciple of Suzaku." Lu Mei was startled. This kind of expression rarely appeared on her face. She softly asked, "What does senior apprentice brother Wang mean?" Wang Lin didn't reply but calmly looked at Lu Mei. Shortly after, Lu Mei lowered her head and softly said, "I'm afraid senior apprentice brother Wang has some misunderstanding. For you to be able to appear in the Shen Dao sect and also be able to appear here in the soul refining sect, I don't believe anyone else besides the country of Suzaku can do this." Wang Lin cut her off and turned around to leave. Lu Mei faintly smiled and said, "With just this much, senior apprentice brother Wang was able to deduce that I'm from Suzaku. Is senior apprentice brother Wang that sure? I think that you are just testing me. Senior apprentice brother Wang, I won't lie to you. I'm indeed a disciple of Suzaku." Wang Lin shook his head, revealed a mocking smile and said, "Am I really testing you? I have seen a bracelet like yours on Red Butterfly's hand." With that, Wang Lin's body gently floated away. Lu Mei lowered her head and looked at the bracelet on her arm. When the mountain wind blew earlier, it revealed her bracelet. She looked at Wang Lin's figure as he left. Then she let out a sigh and mumbled, "He has changed a lot in the last 500 years. He is no longer an ignorant youth. The current him has a heart of steel. But what exactly is his Dao heart?" No one knew Wang Lin's Dao heart other than himself. Wang Lin felt gloomy after Lu Mei's appearance. The country of Suzaku was like this massive giant, and its presence could be felt by everyone everywhere on the planet. The higher his cultivation level became, the more he became aware of this feeling. Although his stay at Suzaku was short, that sense of danger was engraved in his heart. No matter whether it was at the celestial cave where all the servants were mute, or during his fight with Red Butterfly, he felt this huge pressure on him that made it hard to even breath. It felt like the sky covered by a massive black cloud, and unless he had the power to break through the black cloud, there wasn't any way to resist. The country of Suzaku was the supreme ruler of the planet Suzaku. However, from Wang Lin's point of view, although the country of Suzaku was the ruler, there was a hint of death. This wasn't a real death aura but a feeling. The country lacked change, and without change it was dying. "I'm afraid that Suzaku has reached its end." Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. That direction was where Suzaku was located. 2 days later, the competition in the outer sect began. The tens of thousands of disciples were divided among hundreds of arenas. There were dozens of fights a day on each arena. Among these outer sect disciples, there were rogue cultivators and cultivators from cultivation families. All of them had the goal of joining the inner sect. There was only one rule, and that was to win. They didn't care about the life and death of the outer sect disciples at all. If you had the ability, you could kill everyone and they wouldn't care. There was even a rumor that the more you killed, the higher chance you have of entering the inner sect. If there was someone who killed everyone they fought, their chances of entering the inner sect would be unimaginably high. This rumor would go around every time the competition started. A long time ago, there was one fiend who killed his way through the competition. Although he failed to win, he was still accepted into the inner sect in the end. The one extraordinary occurrence caused this rumor to spread like wildfire. Every time there was competition, less than half of the outer sect disciples would be alive after it ended. The losers would have to pay even more spirit stones to ensure that they could stay for the next competition. No one could keep track of or knew how many outer sect disciples had died throughout all these years. After each competition, the main soul flag in the sect gained countless souls. The entire soul refining sect kept on growing stronger thanks to this cruel method. Every day, a large amounts of outer sect disciples died. The more than 100 battle arenas were flooded with blood. Wang Lin carefully observed over these past few days. Every time someone died, their soul would be absorbed by the arena and disappear. On the day of Wang Lin's battle, he gently floated onto the battle arena. A core formation inner disciple wearing a black robe was managing this battle arena. He coldly looked at Wang Lin and was shocked to find that Wang Lin's cultivation level was close to his. Not many outer sect disciples could reach this level of cultivation. He said, Number 8972. Battle. A shout came from the surrounding disciples, and then a short and fat disciple jumped out from among the disciples like a ball of meat and landed on the arena. He didn't say a word. Right after he appeared, his hand formed a seal and balls of fire appeared. Then they smashed down toward Wang Lin like a rain of fire. Late stage of foundation establishment. Wang Lin shook his head. For this competition, he had locked his cultivation level to the mid-stage of core formation. He waved his hand and jumped off the stage. The moment he jumped off the stage, the short and fat disciple's body trembled. All of the fire disappeared and the disciple fainted. Wang Lin didn't kill him. To kill a Foundation Establishment Junior was simply too shameful. As time passed, many outer sect disciples died. After 7 days, aside from the 100 that made it through, 50% of the remaining outer sect disciples had died. The remaining ones all either gave up ahead of time or both sides were heavily injured, so they lived. During these 7 days, for people among the outer sect disciples caught people's attention. Among the 4 of them, there was a gray-haired old man at the late stage of core formation. Everyone he encountered was killed by the same technique. All he did was point at the person, said the word die, and his enemy would fall over and die. When Wang Lin saw this technique, he immediately thought of the G realm and was shocked. However, when he looked closely, this technique was different from the G realm. Death spell. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin guessed the name of the spell. Back in the Sea of Devils, his G realm was mistaken for the death spell. That's how he learned about it. This death spell was very difficult to cultivate. In his 500 years of cultivation, this was the first time he had seen it. The other person was a very small and thin young man. Although he was only at the early stage of core formation, he was like a wild beast. He was also able to detect the flow of spiritual energy before someone could use a technique and would act accordingly. If he was fighting someone stronger than him, it wouldn't be of much use, but against people of the same cultivation level, it was a heavenly advantage. Wang Lin couldn't help but appreciate this talent. He even had the urge to take him as a disciple, but he quickly threw that idea out of his mind. The third person was someone Wang Lin was familiar with. It was the butcher-like cultivator from Cave 743. He had a talisman treasure that had killed countless people. Everyone he battled was killed by the talisman. As for the last person, it was Wang Lin himself. He breezed his way through the competition and knocked out every disciple with just a wave of his sleeves. This would naturally catch the attention of everyone. However, this was something Wang Lin was doing on purpose. Only by doing this would it not seem strange when he enters the inner sect. As for Lu Mei, he assumed that she had some sort of agenda. Even if she didn't appear in the competition, she would be able to get into the inner sect somehow. Time quickly passed and 7 more days went by. Of the 100 or so disciples, only 4 remained. It just so happened that the 4 remaining people were the 4 that caught the eyes of the soul refining sect. This was the day of Wang Lin's battle. He stood on the stage as he watched his opponent walk onto the stage and reveal a weird smile. The person who came up wasn't a stranger but the butcher-like cultivator from Cave 743. The person in charge of this battle was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator from the inner sect. He was already middle-aged with graying sideburns. He looked around and coldly said, "Battle start." The moment he finished speaking, the butcher-like cultivator bitterly smiled and said, "I give up." The nascent soul cultivator was startled. He looked at the butcher-like cultivator and asked, "You give up?" The butcher-like cultivator quickly nodded and said, "I surrender." With that, he quickly got off the stage. His heart was pounding as he secretly thought, "I still have the restriction that brat placed in my body. He could have killed me with just a thought." After he got off the stage, he let out a smile to try to please Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a smile and faintly shook his head before walking off the stage. The nascent soul cultivator thoughtfully looked at Wang Lin and then went on to manage the second battle. The battle between the old man who controlled the death spell and the young man with very good instincts was quick. The young man wasn't able to resist the death spell at all. When he wasn't able to hold on anymore, He was saved by a ray of spiritual energy that came all the way from the inner sect. At this point, only 2 people remained in this outer sect competition: Wang Lin and the old man who was named Sima. The battle between the two started on the second day. Sima's eyes were gloomy as he stood on the stage. He had cultivated the death spell for so long just for this day. Once he enters the inner sect, he will have a chance to form his nascent soul. Moreover, the soul-refining sect's soul flag would go very well his death spell. According to his teacher, if he cultivated both at the same time, his power would be close to that of the long-lost and legendary G realm. When thinking of his teacher, his eyes were filled with a hint of fanaticism. His teacher was able to kill any nascent soul cultivator just by uttering the word die, and only a few soul formation cultivators would be able to escape. In his mind, his teacher had the ability to challenge soul transformation old monsters. Death spell. Unless someone has a much higher cultivation level than you, they won't be able to resist the death spell. The death spell is rumored to come from the ancient cultivation world, when the cultivators back then tried to mimic the G realm. Rumor has it that cultivating the death spell to its peak allows one to gain a sliver of the G realm. His master's words still echoed in his head as Sima stared at his last opponent. He didn't consider the young man named Qing Mu a threat at all. Killing intent flashed across his eyes and he said, "Die!" The death spell shot out toward Wang Lin as he said the word. The death spell was created by ancient cultivators who studied the G realm. Although it was difficult to cultivate, it was easier to control then. The death spell was created by ancient cultivators who studied the G realm. Although it was difficult to cultivate, it was easier to control than the impossible to control G realm. Once it was completed, all one would have to say was die, and the targeted person would immediately die. In order to cultivate this technique, one has to fuse 3 auras into one. The 3 auras are the death aura, Yin aura, and killing aura. The death aura comes from absorbing energy from corpses. Although this is a type of Yin energy, it is filled with death. The second Yin aura is Yin energy from the souls of females. This Yin aura contains life. After obtaining those 2 auras, the cultivator has to fuse them and then combine the result with a 3rd aura, the killing aura. After fusing the 3 auras, they will experience a trial with only a 10% chance of survival. Whoever lives through it will be able to start using the death spell. Once one starts cultivating the death spell, they will have to suffer an unimaginable amount of pain every day and go through a trial every 3 years with only 10% chance of surviving each one. After experiencing several cycles, the death spell reaches its first stage of completion. If one wishes to continue to cultivate it, their chance of death increases. This spell tries to mimic the G realm. However, it is much weaker than the G realm and much more dangerous to cultivate, making it somewhat pyrrhic. Although its offensive capability is amazing, the death spell eventually became a lost technique as fewer and fewer people cultivated it. Sima said the word die and activated the death spell. A strange fluctuation of spiritual energy immediately began to spread out from the finger he was pointing with. The air was like a calm pool of water that just had a rock thrown in. Countless ripples spread in the air. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He didn't move at all as he experienced the death spell. The moment Sima pointed at him, he felt a sliver of Yin aura inside his body. This Yin aura was very different from the Yin energy he had used to cultivate the underworld ascension method. The moment that Yin aura appeared, another aura appeared within his body. The appearance of this aura shocked Wang Lin. If it had appeared in his original body, he wouldn't be surprised, but this body hadn't killed much at all. Yet a bit of killing aura still formed. Although this killing aura was faint, it fused with the Yin aura to form a very sharp blade that charged directly into his origin soul. However, with Wang Lin's strength, he only needed one thought to destroy this mysterious power. With one thought, his origin soul froze this mysterious power. Due to his understanding of the G realm, he was able to instantly see through the death spell. Although the death spell was powerful, it was still far too weak compared to the G realm. The G realm was a mutation from the divine retribution lightning. It would instantly kill cultivators of the same realm. This death spell was a technique that could kill anyone with a lower cultivation level in one hit, but had very little effect on people with higher cultivation levels. For example, if a mid-stage core formation cultivator were to use it, they would instantly kill anyone with a lower cultivation level. Even against cultivators at the same level, it had a chance to succeed, and if not, it would at least shock the enemy. However, when facing a late-stage core formation cultivator, this technique was not very useful, and if the user was not careful, they would be affected by backlash. This was far too weak compared to the G realm. Wang Lin faintly shook his head. Although this death spell was mysterious, it was useless to him. With a thought, the mysterious power of the death spell disappeared from his body. The moment it dissipated, Sima's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't able to contain the injury caused by the backlash of the death spell, so he fell to the ground. At this moment, another ray of spiritual energy shot out from the inner sect and dragged Sima's body into the inner sect. Without any suspense, Wang Lin became the winner of this competition. The inner sect disciple in charge of this fight clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "My name is Wang Zhen. The next time we meet, I'll have to call you junior apprentice brother. Qing Mu, come and follow me to meet the elder." Wang Lin nodded and smiled. He followed Wang Zhen into the inner sect. The inner sect of the soul refining sect was like heaven. When he passed through the formation, he saw 3 heaven-piercing mountains. As they flew, Wang Zhen explained, "These 3 mountains belong to the 3 factions that exist within the soul refining sect. They are soul refining, soul extracting, and soul sealing." Wang Lin nodded and looked toward the 3 mountains. Behind the 3 mountains were giant rings of golden light. They each seemed to contain their own universe as they lit up the entire sect. Those 9 golden rings of light are where the 9 soul formation seniors cultivate. One day I'll reach the soul formation stage and become the 10th golden ring. Wang Zhen's voice was filled with desire. Wang Lin looked at the golden rings of light. From here he could clearly feel that the 9 golden rings were emitting powerful spiritual energy. If I can recover, none of the cultivators in the 9 rings of light will be a match for me. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Wang Zhen turned his head and asked, "Qing Mu, do you know about Sangniu?" "Sangniu?" Wang Lin calmly nodded and said, "I've heard of him. My soul refining sect had 10 soul formation cultivators, but one of them was killed by Sangniu." Wang Zhen's eyes were filled with admiration. "He is my goal. One day, I'll become the number 1 cultivator below the soul transformation stage on Suzaku." "Oh, really?" He thought for a long time but couldn't remember when he killed a soul formation cultivator from the soul refining sect. Wang Zhen said, "Not many people know of this, though. This soul formation ancestor was visiting other countries but got into an argument with Sangniu and was killed by him." Wang Lin rubbed his nose. He really couldn't remember at all. This Sangniu sure did disappear at the right time. My soul refining sect's Dun Tian was about to go ask him about this matter. Wang Zhen sighed. "Ancestor Du Tian?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "It's not a big deal to tell you this now since you will become a member of the inner sect. Our soul refining sect has 2 soul transformation ancestors. One of them is Ancestor Du Tian." Wang Lin raised his head. He could faintly see a trace of a blood-red aura behind the 9 golden rings of light. As the 2 talked, they arrived at the soul refining mountain. At the top of the mountain there was a hall made of green stones. Wang Zhen said, "Qing Mu, go inside. The elder will arrange things for you." Wang Lin nodded and calmly walked into the hall. The hall was completely dark. The moment he entered, he felt a pressure surrounding him. Only this pressure was nothing to Wang Lin. He revealed an expression that made him look like he couldn't bear this pressure and stopped walking. After a few seconds, the pressure receded and an ancient voice said, "Come up." Wang Lin released a look of relief and walked up. The hall suddenly lit up and green lights lit up around the hall. At the center of the hall sat an old man wearing a green robe. He was looking at Wang Lin. This person's cultivation level had reached the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. He was only missing his own domain to reach the soul formation stage. The old man withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin and blandly asked, "What is your name?" Wang Lin clasped his hands and respectfully answered, Disciple's name is Qing Mu. The old man's eyes became serious and he asked, "How did you break Sima's death spell?" Wang Lin calmly responded, "Disciple has hidden his cultivation level. My real cultivation level is at the peak of the late stage of core formation, so the death spell naturally wasn't able to hurt me." The old man nodded. From his point of view, this Qing Mu was not lying and had indeed hidden his cultivation level. From the moment he entered, the old man noticed that his cultivation level was not at the mid-stage of core formation but at the peak of the late stage of core formation. The old man arrived before Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. His finger was as fast as lightning as he pressed it between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin didn't dodge. The moment the finger touched him, a cold energy entered his body, but with Wang Lin's origin soul, he wasn't worried at all. Shortly after, the old man withdrew his finger. His eyes were no longer cold. He said, "I'm the head elder of the soul refining mountain. You can go to the side mountain to pick up your token and clothes. You can also go to the soul refining mountain's library to pick out a technique. Also, you can open up a cave on any part of the mountain to cultivate. There are no teachers in the soul refining sect. Everyone cultivates on their own. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Now go." Wang Lin nodded and respectfully left. Shortly after he left, two powerful divine senses appeared inside the hall. "Junior apprentice brother, how is this person?" The old man snorted and said, "Nothing to worry about. Junior apprentice brother, in these past several years, all of the ancestors have been in closed-door cultivation. We have to hold down the fort and not let anyone with ill intent enter." The old man's voice was cold as he said, "What a joke. It's not like we don't already have a lot of people in the soul refining sect with ulterior motives. One more won't be too much and one less won't be too little. 1 out of 10 disciples under my 2 senior apprentice brothers have ulterior motives. You two should manage your own mountains. Matters of my soul refining mountain are none of your concerns. Junior disciple's grievance is strong. That junior with the anticipation intuition was chosen by me. That person who knows the death spell was picked by the junior apprentice brother in charge of the soul sealing mountain. The last person left is the winner of the competition. Is junior apprentice brother still not happy?" The old man's expression was ugly. "What nonsense. Both of them have special abilities, but this person only has a slightly higher cultivation level. I won't be sending 2 senior apprentice disciples off." The 2 divine senses let out a loud laugh and then dissipated. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense as he walked along the mountain. All of the soul formation and above cultivators are in closed-door cultivation, and the soul refining sect is being managed by the 3 of them. Wang Lin pondered this as he walked toward the side hall. After he got his token and clothes, Wang Lin noticed that it was still early in the day, so he went to the library. The library of the soul refining mountain wasn't large. It only had 3 floors. Looking from a distance, this library seemed very normal. When Wang Lin entered, his eyes focused on an old man sitting inside. The old man was very close to the nascent soul stage. He was only 1 step away. The old man's face was yellow, his body was skinny, and he looked very tired. When he noticed that someone had entered, he opened his eyes and said, "Token!" Wang Lin handed over his token. The old man looked at it and said, "You can look around as you wish, but you're not allowed to go to the 3rd floor. The time limit is 3 days." Wang Lin nodded and entered the library. Looking at the 1st floor, there were rows of shelves with jades, bamboo carvings, and even stone carvings. Wang Lin's eyes swept past them. There was a wide variety of techniques here, and they covered just about everything. There were techniques he already knew and techniques he had never seen before. Only there was nothing about refining a soul flag. After making his way through the 1st floor, he entered the 2nd floor. The number of techniques on the 2nd floor was lower than the 1st. They were scattered around the room with descriptions of each technique. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found the 4 words, "Soul Flag Production Method." He picked up the jade to check and then frowned. This jade did indeed contain the method to creating a soul flag, but it was exactly the same as what everyone else did. If the soul refining sect really used this method, there was no way they would be as famous as they were now. After carefully searching through the second floor, Wang Lin, who had found nothing he needed, looked toward the third floor. He didn't do anything reckless and returned to the skinny elder. He clasped his hands and asked, "Senior, why can't I go up to the third floor?" The old man yawned. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "You can't go up, so you can't go up. What's with all this nonsense?" Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the old man. The old man frowned. He muttered something and then impatiently said, "You don't need to stare. You want to look for the method to make the soul flag, right? I can tell you that it isn't here, and it isn't in the third floor either. There are only 10 pieces of jade with the method to make the soul flag. If you want it, then go steal them. See, that cave over there has one. If you can steal it, you can learn it." Wang Lin looked toward where the old man was pointing. There was indeed a cave there. There aren't any rules in the soul refining sect. If you have the ability to kill, kill. If you want anything, steal it. And if you like any women, take them. If you don't have any ability, then find others who have no ability to cultivate together, so you can protect yourself. No rules. One can do as he wishes. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. This soul refining sect was indeed interesting. Wang Lin waved his hand and a giant invisible hand grabbed the old man. The old man was startled, but he let out a laugh. The impatient look on his face disappeared and was replaced with battle intent. "Good, good. In these past 100 years, you are the 5th person to attack me. Okay, I'll play with you." With that, he moved his body to break free. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He casually waved his hand and the old man was thrown by a powerful force toward the wall. The old man's head was spinning from the collision. He was about to let out an angry roar when he was picked up and thrown again. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous collisions caused the old man to cough out blood. Seeing that Wang Lin was going to continue, he quickly shouted, "Grandfather, please stop. I'm willing to call you grandfather. If you throw me anymore, this old body will break." Wang Lin released his grip. The old man fell to the ground and got up after a while. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Junior apprentice brother, with your strength, just go steal what you want. As long as you don't kill too many people, no one is going to bother you." Wang Lin looked at the old man and left. Shortly after, he arrived before the cave the old man had pointed at before. There were some restrictions outside the cave. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found that there was a middle-aged man cultivating inside. There was a side room with 2 female cultivators cultivating inside as well. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand moved, creating many illusionary restrictions. With a bang, all of the restrictions outside the cave collapsed along with the door. The old man in the distance shivered. He thought that the soul-refining mountain had gained another person that couldn't be offended. The middle-aged man let out an angry roar because his cave was destroyed. He flew out in a ray of red light and without a word took out a small purple flag. Hundreds of souls flew out of the flag. There were males and females among these souls. They let out bursts of sharp shrills and charged toward Wang Lin. "Destroying my cave. You're courting death." Wang Lin remained calm. The person who charged out of the cave wasn't at the nascent soul stage. He was at the peak of the late stage of core formation like the elder from the library. However, the soul flag in his hand was a bit different. Wang Lin could clearly see a golden line on the soul flag, and the souls it released had a black aura around them. This was very different from the souls of normal soul flags that looked like they would dissipate if the wind blew on them. These hundreds of souls were full of energy, and a few of them gave off pressure no weaker than a normal core formation cultivator's. Growth! Wang Lin's eyes lit up because he saw what was different from this soul flag. The souls inside the soul flag had the ability to keep growing. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he reached out with his hand. The soul flag flew out of the middle-aged man's hand and into his. He wiped the divine sense from it and imprinted his own. Then he immediately felt a sense of harmony within his soul. With a wave of the soul flag, the souls that were charging at him were all absorbed by it. The core formation cultivator was dumbfounded. He sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately took out a black jade. He placed it on the ground, backed away, and shouted, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The cave is yours, the jade is yours, and the flag is yours too. I have 2 cultivation concubines as well. I haven't touched one of them yet. You can have them too. I'm giving everything to you, so according to the rules, you can't kill me." With that, he quickly backed away. Wang Lin looked at this person. He didn't attack but waved his hand. The black jade flew into his hand and he carefully examined it. At this moment, 2 women walked out of the cave. Both of them were very beautiful and calm. They acted like this was completely normal and just quietly stood there. This is the real method for making the soul flags. However, it seems this isn't complete. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and frowned. One of the 2 women, she was wearing a blue dress, saw Wang Lin frown after reading the jade and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, did you notice that the method seems incomplete?" Wang Lin raised his head to look at the 2 of them. Both of them were at the early stage of core formation. Wang Lin asked, "Why is it like this?" The blue-robed woman quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother must be Qing Mu, the winner of the recent Outer Sect Disciple competition. I, your junior apprentice sister, am called Su Yun." Su Yun greets senior apprentice brother. As for the reason the soul flag is incomplete, it is because it is split into 3 parts. Each part matches the name of the 3 mountains: soul refining, soul extracting, and soul sealing. By combining the 3 methods together, you will get the real soul flag production method. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He put the jade away and looked at the cave. This place didn't meet his standards. He spread out his divine sense and flew toward the bottom of the mountain. The 2 women were startled. They looked at each other before quickly following Wang Lin. It was very dangerous to be alone in the soul refining sect. Unless your cultivation was very powerful, you needed to rely on others. This was why there were many groups. Once you lose a battle, you must hand over everything. Once you handed everything over, the other person wasn't allowed to kill you or else the elders would interfere. These irrational rules made it so that no one felt like they belonged in the soul refining sect. However, no one knew why the soul refining sect did this. The senior apprentice brother they relied on was scared away by Wang Lin, so they would naturally need to follow Wang Lin. As Wang Lin flew, he frowned. He turned around and shouted, "Don't follow me." He coldly looked at the 2 women and turned around to leave. The woman next to Su Yun anxiously asked, "Senior apprentice sister, what should we do?" Su Yun stomped her feet and snorted. "What else can we do? If he won't let us follow him, then we won't follow. Once he finds a cave, we will open our cave near him. Maybe the others will give him face and not bother our cultivation." Near the bottom of the mountain, Wang Lin's eyes locked onto a cliff. He pointed at the cliff and a flying sword charged at it. It only took a few moments for a cave to form. After Wang Lin flew into the cave, he casually sent out a restriction and sealed the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's gaze locked onto the wall. The reason he chose this spot was because it was closest to the spirit vein. Although he couldn't absorb the power of the spirit vein like before, he could still borrow its power. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was before the main spirit vein under the soul refining mountain. After sitting down in the lotus position, he spread out his divine sense. What he found startled him. In the deepest part of the spirit vein, there was mass of black gas that blocked out all divine senses. Spiritual energy from the spirit vein was being absorbed by the black gas. Wang Lin's divine sense was at the edge of the black gas. He was able to detect screams of souls that would occasionally appear inside the black gas. It stops divine sense? Wang Lin looked around and immediately found that there was a restriction around the black gas. It was because of this restriction that his divine sense couldn't enter. After looking at it for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes became focused. Could this be an ancient soul restriction? Wang Lin's heart trembled. Ancient soul restrictions were the most rare of ancient restrictions. This restriction used a soul as its medium. Not only did the ancient restriction change in a strange fashion, it was also much more powerful. Normal restrictions could be seen as dead objects. They were like locks that needed certain keys to open. But a soul restriction wasn't the same. could be considered a living thing. In reality, it was a soul fragment that was being kept alive as a formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was near the ancient soul restriction. Just as his body appeared, the black fog began to move and two ghostly eyes appeared. At the same time, a ghostly wail came from inside the fog. Wang Lin's origin soul shook after hearing the wail, so he quickly backed up. He stared at the black cloud and silently pondered. That roar just now was a warning. There must be a treasure if it requires a soul restriction to seal it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His expression became serious as his hand quickly moved. One illusion after another appeared and surrounded his body. "Break!" Wang Lin shouted, as he pointed at the black fog. The illusions around him transformed into a dragon and charged into the black fog. The two ghostly eyes were filled with anger and the fog began to move. Then came a roar even more impactful than the last. The roar entered Wang Lin's soul, and he immediately felt pain coming from the cracks on his origin soul. Wang Lin quickly backed up with a gloomy expression. Just at this moment, the black fog began to move even more violently and rapidly shrank. All of the black fog condensed at the center. In the blink of an eye, the black fog had condensed into a beast. The moment the beast appeared, Wang Lin could see that there was a small, golden flag inside the fog. The black fog came from this flag. The beast landed on the ground. With its head facing Wang Lin, it opened its mouth and stared at Wang Lin with a ghostly gaze. The illusionary restrictions Wang Lin shot out earlier were all still flashing on the body of the beast. The beast waved its head and shot two streams of hot air out of its nose. Then it looked at Wang Lin and suddenly charged toward him. "Qilin!" Without any hesitation, Wang Lin disappeared. The beast missed. It looked into the distance and let out a roar. The roar traveled toward the spirit veins but was blocked by a gentle force after 1,000 feet. The beast let out a few more angry roars before turning back into black fog and disappearing back into the small golden flag. Wang Lin appeared in a spirit vein more than 1,000 feet away. He frowned slightly as he looked back at where the black fog was. It's not a Qilin, but it is similar to the Qilin that Ling Tianho had back in the celestial realm. That small, golden flag must be a treasure of the soul refining sect. That beast is the guardian of the flag as well as one of the souls inside it. It looks like the method to making the soul flag of the soul refining sect is closely related to the ancient soul restrictions. Only, I don't know what the exact methods are. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he pondered. This beast's power is around that of an early-stage soul formation cultivators. My cultivation hasn't recovered yet, so I'm in no rush to capture it. Wang Lin pondered a bit before going back to cultivate. After seeing Lu Mei, the feeling of danger Wang Lin felt toward Suzaku appeared once more. It was very bad that Lu Mei was able to find him. He secretly thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out her motive. He also couldn't see through her cultivation, which was why he didn't kill her earlier. All of this is very strange, and Suzaku's decisions makes no sense. If it comes down to it, I'll just leave Suzaku, go find Tian Yunzi, and leave this mess behind. Wang Lin began to ponder. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, several more months had passed. When he first arrived, the area outside of Wang Lin's cave was filled with wild grass and was rather bleak. After all, the place he chose was too remote. But now there wasn't any wild grass, and someone had even planted flowers with great fragrance nearby. All of the rocks were cleared away and replaced with smoothly cut stone. There were even a few stone canopies scattered around. Someone even made a pool at the center with small, golden fish living in there that would occasionally create ripples. This gave the area fairyland-like aura. Su Yun and Lu Wei were sitting under one of the canopies with a plate of fruit before them. They were chatting with each other and would occasionally look toward the door of the cave. Lu Wei's brow trembled as she said, "Senior apprentice sister Su Yun, do you think that when senior apprentice brother Qian Mu comes out, he will hate us for doing all of this without his permission?" Lu Wei was one of the two girls from earlier. She had a small body and was a head shorter than Su Yun, but her body was very beautiful and very exquisite. That shouldn't be the case since every cultivator likes a good environment. We made this place this beautiful. Even if he doesn't display any happiness on the surface, he won't be angry. Junior apprentice sister Lu Wei, relax. Su-Yun smiled as she picked up a fruit and took a bite. Lu Wei revealed a look of joy and said, "In these past few months, senior brother Qing Mu's reputation has been spread by us sisters. So our lives have been much better. If this can continue, it would be great. I managed to collect more broken souls in these past few months than I did in a year before." Su-Yun nodded and said, "Without talent, as long as no one steals from us, we can definitely make 100-soul flag. Then we can use that to cultivate and reach the late stage of core formation for sure." Lu Wei whispered, "Senior apprentice sister, I'm still a bit worried because we are getting more and more visitors every day. If Senior Qing Mu finds out that it is us causing all of it, he might not let us off easy." "He shouldn't." Before Su-Yun could finish speaking, a ray of red light suddenly descended from the mountain's peak and landed before the entrance of the cave. The light revealed a very handsome middle-aged man. His long hair flowing in the wind gave off the feeling of a celestial. "Junior apprentice brother Qing Mu, I'm Guodong Jian. I hope we can talk." Su-Yun stood up and said, "Senior apprentice brother Guodong, please go back. Senior apprentice brother Qing Mu is still in closed-door cultivation." Guodong Jian frowned. He turned to look at Su-Yun and asked, "The two of you are Qing Mu's concubines?" Lu Wei's face turned red and she didn't say a word. Su-Yun's expression remained normal as she said, "Senior apprentice brother, we are indeed senior apprentice brother Qing Mu's concubines." Guodong Jian's eyes became cold and he shouted, "What a bunch of nonsense! It's fine if you wish to fool others, but you dare to fool me. The two of you scram." With that, he turned around and raised his hand. A ray of spiritual energy shot out from his hand, turned into the shape of a dragon, and charged toward the cave. The moment the dragon appeared, the wind began to howl. When the dragon collided with the door of the cave, the restriction on the door flashed, stopping the dragon, and at the same time a giant hand appeared. The giant hand caught the dragon and squeezed it. The dragon let out a miserable howl before shattering. Guodong Jian's expression changed. He backed up several steps and stared at the cave. Wang Lin slowly walked out of the cave. When the sunlight hit Wang Lin, one could see black gas. The black gas slowly gathered behind him to form a giant skull. Thousand-soul flag illusion. Guodong Jian's expression changed again and he backed up even more. Wang Lin's eyes calmly scanned Guodong Jian. This person's cultivation level was at the early stage of nascent soul. "Surrender your soul flag and I'll let you leave." Wang Lin's voice was calm. Guodong Jian's expression turned gloomy as he took out a small flag with 2 golden lines on it. He shook the flag and one by one soul fragments flew out of the flag. They surrounded Guodong Jian and roared at Wang Lin. He muttered as he took a few steps back and said to Wang Lin, "I also have 1,000-soul flag. If you can win, I'll hand it over." The soul fragments around him suddenly charged toward Wang Lin. Some of those soul fragments were at the foundation establishment stage and others were at the core formation stage. There was even one that had grown limbs and gave off the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin remained calm. He pointed with his right hand and said, "Vortex." As he spoke, the soul fragments charging at him all let out a miserable screams and were sucked in by the vortex. Soon, all of the soul fragments besides the one giving off the nascent soul aura disappeared. The soul fragment with the nascent soul aura let out a scream and then used some method unknown to Wang Lin to escape the vortex. Quickly tried to escape into the distance. "What's this?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He reached out and the soul fragment let out another miserable scream as it was caught. Wang Lin looked at this soul fragment and then at Guodong Jian. "Where did you get this nascent soul fragment?" Guodong Jian secretly sighed. When he saw Wang Lin use the soul vortex, he had already given up on resisting. "Senior apprentice brother Qing Mu, congratulations on being the 3rd person in the soul refining mountain to master the soul vortex. As for the nascent soul fragment, I traded a 900 soul flag along with the soul-extracting mountain's soul flag production manual for it. In these 3 months of closed-door cultivation, with the help of the spirit vein, Wang Lin was able to break through past the nascent soul stage. All he needed to do now was reform his origin soul, and then his cultivation level would return to the soul formation stage. There were only 3 T marks left on his face, and Sun Tai's seal was on the verge of breaking. Compared to all of this, his greatest achievement was that he found out that the entire soul refining sect was covered by something invisible. This invisible thing covering the sect would occasionally release soul fragments, and then hundreds of different spiritual energies would come out to fight for them. These soul fragments didn't always appear in the same place. They were scattered across every part of the soul refining mountain. After noticing this, his heart was moved. He quickly took out the soul flag manual, and then, after checking it for a while, he was able to see through some secrets. The 3 methods to refine the soul flag were split into soul refining, soul extracting, and soul sealing. Soul refining was a method to refine any soul fragment in the world and to seal it inside a flag so that it will grow instead of dissipate. Soul extracting was different. It couldn't refine soul fragments. It could only extract the soul from a living person and seal it inside a soul flag to control. As for the final one, soul sealing, Wang Lin didn't have anything to compare it to and was a bit confused. According to the soul refining mountain, the soul flags were in rank 10s, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and so on. The more souls a flag contained, the more powerful it was. 10 and 100 soul flags were very common, but once a soul flag gained 1,000 souls, it could use certain spells and its power would depend on the primary soul. In order to make a 1,000 soul flag, one had to have a primary soul. This was a limiting factor that made 1,000 soul flags quite rare. Many 100 soul flag had reached the limit of 999 souls, but without a primary soul, it couldn't become a 1,000 soul flag. There was only one requirement for a primary soul, and that was that it had to be stronger than all of the other souls in the soul flag combined. While Wang Lin studied the soul flag, he thought about the Qilin deep under the sect. That beast had to be that golden soul flag's primary soul. Wang Lin had collected a large amount of soul fragments throughout these 3 months of cultivation. For some reason, these soul fragments had gathered inside the spirit vein. When Wang Lin checked the spirit vein for the first time, they weren't there. Someone had clearly just collected them just before he checked. As he collected the soul fragments, he understood where all of the soul fragments in the spirit vein went. They were all absorbed by the soul flag underneath the sect. A person and a flag began to steal soul fragments from each other. However, the flag was locked in one place and wasn't as agile as Wang Lin. In the past 3 months, almost 90% of the soul fragments were taken by Wang Lin. There were strong and weak souls among these soul fragments. During these 3 months, Wang Lin found one that was at the early stage of nascent soul and used it as his primary soul. Not many nascent soul fragments appeared, only about 2 or 3 a year. Every time one appeared, the top disciples of the soul refining sect would fight over it. Guodongjian's words moved Wang Lin. It was just as he thought. The disciples of the soul extracting mountain extracted souls from bodies to seal into their flags. He decided that he had to find some time he get himself the soul flag production method of the soul extracting mountain and study it. As for the soul vortex, it was one of the 3 techniques inside the soul flag manual. The 3 techniques were condense, soul vortex, and blood sacrifice. Condense was rather simple. Although there were only 10 jades in the soul refining peak, many had made copies of this technique to sell. This technique was based on soul refining. With this technique, one could make the ethereal soul fragment take form and put it inside a soul flag. Soul vortex was a very rare technique. At least this was the case in the soul refining mountain. It required at least nascent soul level cultivation to learn, but not all nascent soul cultivators could learn it. For example, Guodongjian still hadn't managed to learn it. Once this technique was used, it would absorb a large amount of souls. Whether it was used for fighting or stealing souls, it was extremely powerful. The final technique was blood sacrifice. Using this technique would increase the power of the soul flag by several fold. 1/3 of the reason why the soul refining sect had so few disciples yet was so powerful was due to this technique. However, this technique was very difficult to cultivate. Even most of the late-stage nascent soul disciples hadn't been able to learn it. Wang Lin waved his hand and the soul vortex disappeared. He took out a soul flag and then a large amount of soul fragments were absorbed by it. Duodong Jian's expression was very ugly. It had taken him years of hard work to gather all of those soul fragments and they were stolen just like this. After letting out a sigh, he could only bitterly smile. This was the rule of the soul refining sect. He came here to steal Wang Lin's soul flag, but his was taken instead. He let out another sigh, clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and left feeling depressed. Wang Lin put the nascent soul he had caught into his soul flag. It soon began to fight with the nascent soul that was already inside. Wang Lin no longer looked at the flag. He knew that the winner would become the new primary soul and the loser would become the winner's underling. Su Yun and Lu Wei's hearts were pounding as they silently stood to the side. Although Su Yun looked confident before, she never would have thought that this senior brother Qingmu would manage to master the soul vortex. Wang Lin looked around. This place was very elegant and contained a certain appeal. Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, "I'll drop the matter of the two of your changing the surroundings of my cave. You two, leave quickly." Su Yun revealed a pleading expression and said, "Senior apprentice brother Qingmu, the two of us won't bother you. If we leave now, the soul fragments we worked so hard for will be stolen. The two of us only want a safe place to cultivate. We definitely won't cause you any trouble." Wang Lin didn't speak, but his eyes became cold. Su Yu's heart trembled when that gaze fell on her. Lu Wei was already timid and at this point she couldn't hold it in anymore, so she started crying. Lu Wei was very talented. She reached the mid-stage of core formation relatively quickly. Then, during an outer disciple competition, she gave it her all and became an inner sect disciple. But after entering the inner sect, it wasn't what she expected at all. The inner sect was a place of the strong devouring the weak. It was far too different from what she expected a cultivation sect to be. Wang Lin frowned. He waved his sleeves and was just about to throw these two out when he suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. A green figure that looked like a fairy descended from the sky and landed 100 feet before Wang Lin. Lu Mei. After seeing this woman, Wang Lin frowned even harder. Lu Mei let out a faint smile and said, "Brother Qingmu has recovered most of his cultivation. That calls for celebration." The moment Lu Mei spoke, Wang Lin pointed to the air, causing Su Yun and Lu Wei to faint. "Lu Mei, just get to the point. There is need to pretend. You're only ruining the past image I had of you." Wang Lin stared at Lu Mei. His voice was cold. Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin. She let out a sigh and said, "Wang Lin, a great calamity is about to befall upon you. Go. Leave planet Suzaku." Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He didn't say anything as he waited for Lu Mei to finish. Lu Mei whispered, "I won't lie to you. You already know that I'm someone from the country of Suzaku, but I'm not an ordinary disciple. My master is the #1 cultivator in Suzaku, Zhu KZ." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Everything in his mind suddenly became clear and he asked, "What happened to Red Butterfly after her battle with me?" After listening to Lu Mei, he suddenly made a connection and came to a terrifying conclusion. Lu Mei revealed a hint of appreciation. She looked at Wang Lin and said, "Red Butterfly was killed by my senior apprentice brother." Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. After confirming his speculation, he said, "It looks like my battle with Red Butterfly was only a dogfight to certain people." Lu Mei bit her lower lip and whispered, "Brother Wang, you should leave. The sooner the better." She looked at Wang Lin meaningfully, let out a sigh, and left. As Lu Mei left, she let out a sigh and thought, "Wang Lin, Lu Mei was ordered by Master to leave my mark on your Tao heart. This is a fate Lu Mei can't resist. I can't disobey Master's order. Unless your shadow appears in my Tao heart, there is no way for me to lose this battle between our Tao hearts. Only I, Lu Mei, comprehended the 1,000 fantasy ruthless domain and showed emotions on the surface while my heart remained ruthless. How could you win?" In her eyes, there was a hint of ruthlessness. but it was hidden by her acting. Wang Lin was still frowning as he looked at Lu Mei's back. Although Lu Mei seemed to have pointed out the problem, it also left countless uncertainties. Wang Lin frowned again and muttered to himself, "This whole thing is strange. I keep having this weird feeling about Lu Mei. Strange." Shortly after, he looked at Su Yun and Lu Wei. He waved his hand and moved the two women 1,000 feet away from his cave. As he was moving them, his heart started trembling as if he had suddenly remembered something. His right hand reached out and pulled the two women back. Their expressions while passed out were very different. Yusun's earlier expression was very strong and determined, and she was talking for the other girl. But now that she was asleep, her expression showed a hint of weakness and helplessness. Wang Lin's earlier impression of the other woman was that she was very weak. However, now her expression was very determined and ruthless. She was clearly one of those that appeared to be weak but was in fact very strong on the inside. Wang Lin felt like lightning had struck his brain and his eyes sparkled. He looked up toward where Lu Mei went and sneered. "Now I understand why I get this strange feeling every time I see Lu Mei. Although she shows all these emotions like she cares, she's actually using it to hide her true ruthless nature." As Wang Lin stared at where Lu Mei disappeared to, his eyes turned cold. "I can't see through Lu Mei's cultivation, so she must have a higher cultivation level than me. Otherwise, she wouldn't become Zhu Kezi's disciple. Only, I don't know why this woman is coming into contact with me." Wang Lin frowned even harder. He waved his hand and Su Yun and Lu Wei landed dozens of feet away. Wang Lin wasn't a kind person, but looking at the fact that the two of them passed out allowed him to see through Lu Mei, so he didn't kick them away. "Lu Mei didn't take this chance to kill me before my cultivation recovered, so her goal isn't for me to die. Her contact with me seemed to be filled with emotion but also some ruthlessness. This is strange. She definitely doesn't have any good intentions." Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Shortly after, he waved his sleeves, walked into his cave, and sat down in the lotus position. "Cultivation is no longer a problem. Once my origin soul recovers, my cultivation level will return to the mid-stage of soul formation. The most important thing now is to recover my origin soul. I need to find even more powerful spiritual pressure. Only then can I force my origin soul to reform." Wang Lin pondered a bit before disappearing. He reappeared deep underground where the spirit vein for the soul refining mountain was located. This was the lowest part of the spirit vein. 3,000 feet to this left was where the golden flag was. At this range, the Qilin inside the soul flag couldn't bother him. While sitting here, Wang Lin could feel the pressure from the surrounding spiritual energy gathering towards him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. This time he didn't absorb any of the spiritual energy but used the pressure to quickly reform his origin soul. Time slowly passed. Su Yun and Lu Wei woke up to find that they weren't outside the range of the cave, so they had a thought. After the two discussed it for a while, they made a small cave near where they woke up and quietly cultivated. On this day, Wang Lin was condensing his origin soul like crazy by borrowing the spiritual pressure from the surrounding spirit veins when he suddenly opened his eyes. Although his origin soul hadn't fully recovered, it was in a much better state than it was a few months ago. Right now there were only 2 T marks left on his face. Wang Lin's eyes sparked. He spread out his divine sense and locked onto the golden soul flag 3,000 feet away. At this moment, an illusion suddenly appeared next to the flag, and a roar came out of it. The giant Qilin appeared next to the flag with eyes filled with bloodlust. Roar! The illusion quickly backed up after hearing the roar and quickly took form. Wang Lin recognized this person. He was the head elder of the Soul Refining Mountain, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator who only needed to comprehend his domain to reach the soul formation stage. Damn it! This 100,000 soul flag is getting stronger and stronger. When will I ever be able to refine the flag with my cultivation speed? The old man's face was gloomy. That Qilin beast didn't actively attack the old man like it did Wang Lin. Within its bloodthirsty eyes was a hint of mockery. Damn animal! The old man shouted. The ancestors have decreed that the flag sealed under the 3 peaks belongs to anyone who can refine it. One day you will be my property. Roar! The Qilin snorted and the disdain in its eyes deepened. Humph! The old man slapped his bag of holding and a faint, golden flag appeared. He waved the flag and countless souls came out. At the front was a late-stage nascent soul as the primary soul. Behind it were 10 mid- and early-stage nascent souls, and behind them were countless other souls of varying cultivation levels. The old man shouted, 10,000 souls, devour! He pointed the flag at the Qilin, and then all of the souls let out roars as they charged toward it. The Qilin raised its eyebrows and moved like lightning. Instead of dodging, it charged into the souls and began to devour them like crazy. This was obviously not the first time the old man had dealt with this beast, so he wasn't shocked at all. The old man watched as the beast devoured the souls. Every time it devoured a soul, it would become a bit larger. With his cultivation level, he originally wasn't a match for this Qilin at all, but he specialized in refining souls. With the 10,000 soul flag, he could just barely hold his own. Shortly after, the old man's hand began to move very quickly. He was forming different seals. Soon, blood began coming out of the pores in his hand. His expression turned very serious, and then a ball of blood appeared before him. The old man shouted, "Blood sacrifice!" Right after he finished speaking, the ball of blood suddenly exploded into countless specks and covered the whole area. The souls devoured by the Qilin suddenly began to move like they had just received a large amount of nourishment. They were trying to leave the Qilin's body. There was a large amount of souls outside attacking the Qilin under the command of the primary soul. The nascent souls could actually use spells to attack as well. As a result, roars came from inside and outside the Qilin. However, the Qilin didn't panic and its eyes were still filled with disdain. The Qilin suddenly let out a vicious roar. Black gas came out of the golden flag and formed another demonic beast. The 2 demonic beasts looked exactly the same. The old man's expression became ugly. The last time he fought with the Qilin, he was forced to retreat when the second one came out. Now that he saw it again, his expression became gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding again and a black light appeared in his hand. The object inside the black light was a bell with a purple wooden handle that had some complex engravings on it. I traded a very rare treasure for this soul-sealing bell from the soul-sealing mountain just to deal with you, the old man shouted. Then he shook the bell in his hand. As the bell rang, human-shaped beasts with a single horn on their heads appeared and charged toward the Qilins. The 2 Qilins continued to roar as they were being trapped. The old man revealed a look of joy as he focused on controlling the treasure in his hand. However, just at this moment, more black gas came from the flag and a 3rd Qilin appeared. The old man let out a frustrated roar. This time he gave it his all and forced out the 3rd Qilin. However, today was also when he felt the most helpless. At first he thought that there was only 1 Qilin, but when he used his 10,000 soul flag to trap the first Qilin, a second one came out. The second time he came, he lost to the second Qilin. For his 3rd visit, he spent a lot of effort to get the bell but found out that there was a 3rd Qilin. As a result, he couldn't help but think that after the 3rd Qilin there would be a 4th, 5th, 6th. No wonder no one could take this flag away after it's been here for so long. The old man sighed and was about to give up, but a powerful divine sense suddenly descended from all sides. The old man's expression changed greatly. He wasn't able to resist this divine sense at all. He had only ever felt this when facing a soul formation ancestor. However, compared to back then, the feeling was several times stronger. This must be a soul formation ancestor who came out of closed-door cultivation. The old man quivered and quickly said, "Disciple Wu Daoqi greets ancestor." As the powerful divine sense swept by, the 3rd Qilin let out a miserable scream and was trapped by a ray of black light. It roared as it struggled to break free. Humph! A cold snort came from the void. Then a giant hand suddenly came out of the void and reached toward the golden soul flag. At this moment, the golden soul flag began to move. Then 3 more Qilins appeared and charged toward the hand. The 3 Qilins' eyes were vicious, but there was a hint of dread in them. With one slap from the hand, one of the Qilins shattered into countless soul fragments that all panicked and escaped in random directions. The remaining 2 Qilins quickly pounced and began to fight the hand. Another cold snort came from the divine sense, and then black gas came from all directions. The black gas condensed into a black lance and stabbed toward the Qilin. Wang Lin wasn't able to deal with this Qilin before because his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of nascent soul. However, now he had broken through the nascent soul stage into the soul formation stage, so he was basically a soul formation cultivator without a domain. Although he was weaker than normal soul formation cultivators, it was more than enough to deal with this Qilin. A roar more powerful than all the other Qilins combined came out of the golden flag, and along with it came a golden aura. All of the other Qilins immediately shattered into countless soul fragments after hearing that roar and moved toward the golden aura. As the Qilins shattered, Wu Daoqi let out a miserable groan. All of his treasures were fighting the Qilins, so he was hurt from the shockwave of the Qilins shattering. Terrified, he was about to back up to dodge when a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure pointed at him and Wu Daoqi immediately passed out. As Wang Lin stood before Wu Daoqi, he reached out and Wu Daoqi's soul flag and purple wood bell flew to his hand. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the golden soul flag. So this is the real primary soul of this soul flag. The other Qilins were only its commanders. After the golden aura absorbed all of the soul fragments, it let out a roar that shook the entire soul refining mountain. A golden Qilin that looked completely real without any hint that it was formed by soul fragments appeared before Wang Lin. This Qilin looked almost exactly the same as the one Ling Tianhou had. The only difference in appearance was its color, though its aura was far weaker than the one that belonged to the sword saint, Ling Tianhou. Qilin's soul fragment. Wang Lin stared at the beast and reached out. Black gas came from all directions and transformed into a black lance. The golden Qilin let out a roar. Then a ball of golden light suddenly appeared before it and smashed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved forward and stabbed with the lance. Bang! After a loud bang that caused the surrounding spirit vein to crack, Wang Lin backed up one step and the ball of golden light dissipated. Interesting. Although Ling Tianhou's Qilin was alive, it couldn't use any spells because it lost its inheritance. Although this soul fragment is much weaker, it can use spells. It clearly still has memories of its inheritance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and 2 bells appeared. He threw the 2 bells and they closed in on the Qilin. The Qilin raised its front paw and slammed down. This shock wave caused the surrounding spirit vein to shatter and slow down the 2 bells. Wang Lin snorted. He suddenly moved and lunged forward. The lance flew through the air and pierced through the Qilin. The Qilin let out a roar. Black gas escaped from where it was pierced and turned into soul fragments. Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out the soul flag. With a wave, all of those soul fragments flew toward his soul flag. The Qilin let out a roar and immediately sucked those soul fragments back into its body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He moved his right hand and the soul vortex appeared. He began to fight with the Qilin over the soul fragments. With Wang Lin distracting the Qilin, the 2 bells immediately grew in size and closed in on the Qilin. The Qilin snorted out 2 streams of black gas that turned into 2 smaller Qilins, both of which pounced at the 2 bells. Wang Lin's right hand moved and sent out waves of restrictions to seal the 2 Qilins. Then the 2 bells trapped them and they were put away by Wang Lin. Looking at the soul fragments that floated out of the Qilin, Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. He snorted and shouted, "Damn animal! If you had the power of your ancestor, I wouldn't be your match. However, you are merely a soul fragment that managed to condense into an illusionary body. Breaking you will not be hard." With that, Wang Lin's hand quickly moved and one by one illusion restrictions appeared. The illusionary restrictions surrounded the Qilin and descended like a net. The Qilin roared and began to struggle, causing the restriction to shatter. However, Wang Lin's hand didn't stop. The restrictions appeared like crazy and continued to land on the Qilin's body. Sweat gradually started filling Wang Lin's forehead as he sent out countless restrictions in a matter of seconds. The Qilin began to roar even louder, but its body began to slow down like it was sinking in water. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He touched his bag of holding and a small flag flew out. This flag was the restriction flag. With a wave of the flag, countless black lances formed before him. Under Wang Lin's command, these black lances charged toward the Qilin. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. He continued to create soul vortexes. His right hand moved like a ghost, creating one soul vortex after another. Countless black lances stabbed toward the Qilin whose eyes were filled with anger. It shook its body and more than 10 balls of golden light appeared around it. Bang! Bang! Several loud bangs could be heard as the lances and balls of golden light collided. Although a lot of the lances were stopped, some still made it past and hit the Qilin. Even more soul fragments poured out of the Qilin's body and were absorbed by the soul vortexes Wang Lin had set up. The Qilin let out a loud roar and began to struggle even harder, causing the restrictions on its body to shatter one by one. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't think that this illusionary body formed by the soul fragment of a Qilin could be so powerful. This Qilin was already as strong as a late-stage soul formation cultivator. If it's given more time to grow, it will soon reach the power of a soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes darkened. He raised his right hand and the beast trap flew out. It landed on the side and turned into the god-slaying war chariot. The beast had weakened greatly after the battle with Red Butterfly. However, the moment it saw the Qilin, its body shook and its eyes became filled with greed. The moment the Qilin saw the spirit beast, it let out a roar as if it had just met its natural enemy. It stopped struggling against the restrictions but revealed an intent to battle. When he saw this, Wang Lin was surprised. His eyes lit up and without hesitating, he sent a seal to the chariot. For the first time the beast let out a roar of joy, and for the first time the beast didn't wait for the chariot to open or try to devour Wang Lin. It charged toward the Qilin with the black chains still attached to it. The Qilin let out a roar. Countless balls of golden light appeared before it to block the spirit beast's attack. The spirit beast let out a roar and smashed through all of the balls of golden light. With a bang, the spirit beast collided with the Qilin. Both beasts let out painful groans. The spirit beast had charged too quickly, so the chains on its body were pulled to their limit. The pain from the chains forced the spirit beast to back up. It turned around and attempted to bite the chains, but no matter what it did, it couldn't break the chain. It then turned toward Wang Lin and began to roar. Its intent was obvious. The Qilin isn't a match for the spirit beast. All of the restrictions on its body shattered, and it was sent flying while a large amount of soul fragments escaped from its body. The moment these soul fragments appeared, they were absorbed by the surrounding soul vortexes. In the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed. The golden Qilin's body wasn't as solid as before and became more illusionary. As it looked at the spirit beast with frustration in its eyes, it let out low growls but didn't dare to move forward. After all, it was only a soul fragment. When it was at its peak, it was stronger than the spirit beast, but right now it was no match. After the Qilin was knocked away, the golden soul flag became unguarded. Wang Lin quickly appeared before the golden soul flag and was about to grab it. However, the golden Qilin let out an angry roar and pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered as his right hand reached out and the chains on the war chariot immediately disappeared. Without the chains holding it down, the spirit beast let out a joyous roar as it opened its mouth and attacked the Qilin. The Qilin let out a frustrated roar. Feeling helpless, it gave up on attacking Wang Lin and attempted to escape. The spirit beast began to chase after the Qilin. A large amount of soul fragments flew out of the Qilin and were absorbed by the soul vortex. Wang Lin grabbed the golden soul flag. Right after he touched it, a cold aura entered his body and went through it a few times before disappearing. Wang Lin revealed a look of joy as he spat out some soul essence blood which the soul flag absorbed. "Rise!" Wang Lin let out a shout and he pulled the flag up. A mass of black gas the size of an arm charged out from where the golden flag was and went through the entire soul refining mountain. From a distance, One could see the black gas shoot into the sky above the soul refining mountain and beginning to spread. At this moment, all of the disciples in the soul refining mountain stared dumbfoundedly at the sky. They had already noticed the roars from underground, but they were simply too powerful, so no one dared to check. The golden rings between the three mountains gently started trembling and a person walked out from the eighth ring. This person's hair was white and his face was gloomy. Just as he was about to go check what was going on, he suddenly stopped as if he had heard something. He turned around and bowed toward the two blood rings. As the ancestor commands. With that, he returned to the golden ring. Wang Lin held the golden soul flag, shook it, and said, "Primary soul Qilin, return." In the blink of an eye, the Qilin that had been forced into a corner by the spirit beast and almost devoured multiple times let out a roar and disappeared into the golden flag. Wang Lin felt the soul flag in his hand tremble. He felt very happy as he quickly put it away. The spirit beast was extremely angry. It already had a deep hatred for Wang Lin, and because he had stolen the prey it was about to devour, it charged toward Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin couldn't truly control the spirit beast, he could still seal it. He pointed at the chariot and countless chains appeared to lock down the spirit beast. As the spirit beast roared in anger, it was slowly dragged back into the chariot and then it turned back into the beast trap. Wang Lin didn't put the beast trap back on but completely sealed it and placed it in his bag. He disappeared and reappeared on top of the soul refining mountain. At this moment, the black gas above the mountain was very thick. Wang Lin stared at the black cloud and began to ponder. The noise from the battle should have caught the attention of the soul formation and above cultivators of the soul refining sect, yet no one came to check. This matter is interesting. Wang Lin stared at the 9 golden rings and took few extra looks at the 2 blood rings. Although he hadn't recovered all of his cultivation, he wasn't afraid. Even if a soul transformation cultivator came, he could still tear open space and escape using the star compass. He vaguely saw a pair of ancient eyes filled with kindness glance at him from one of the blood rings and then immediately disappear. Eh? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This person is... The eyes from the blood light disappeared in an instant. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and his eyes sparkled. Whether I stay at the soul refining sect or not doesn't matter anymore. For my origin soul to completely recover, I will need some amazing pills. Other than that, it would require very powerful spiritual pressure. It's not that I don't have methods, but they're a bit dangerous. Wang Lin looked at the soul-extracting and soul-sealing mountains with eyes filled with determination. He turned into a ray of light as he left the soul-refining mountain and flew toward the soul-extracting mountain. On his way there, a very exquisite woman was calmly watching from him from the side of the soul-refining mountain. She let out a sigh and muttered, "His recovery is simply too fast. If I want to leave my shadow in his Tao heart, I must find out what his Tao heart is. However, I have been unable to see through his Tao heart in our interactions. Senior apprentice brother Wang, what exactly is your Tao heart?" Wang Lin landed on the soul-extracting mountain and spread out his divine sense before charging toward a cave. The cultivator inside the cave was the person with the highest cultivation level beside the head elder, Su Jinshi. The moment Wang Lin's figure appeared, Su Jinshi, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and revealed an ugly expression. Wang Lin stood inside Su Jinshi's save, looked around, and calmly asked, "Do you have the soul-extracting jade?" Su Jinshi pondered a bit and nodded. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation level, nor had he seen this person before, but he could tell by his clothes that this person was from the soul-refining mountain. In the soul-refining sect, the disciples of the 3 mountains were allowed to interact with each other. If one had the skill, they could learn all 3 techniques if they wanted to. Su Jinshi had gone to the soul-refining mountain many years ago and got a soul-refining jade. Su Jinshi clenched his teeth and said, "I can give you the soul-extracting jade, but I'm 300 soul fragments short from refining this soul flag into 1,000 soul flag. If you can give me the 300 soul fragments, I can let you look at the soul-extracting jade." Wang Lin looked at Su Jinshi. With his cultivation level, he felt it was beneath him to steal it. He took out his 1,000 soul flag with over 2,000 soul fragments, shook it, and 300 soul fragments flew out. Wang Lin reached out with his left hand and the 300 soul fragments transformed into a black pearl. Then he headed toward Su Jinshi. Su Jinshi was also a decisive person. He took out a purple jade and handed it to Wang Lin. He asked, "What is senior apprentice brother's name?" "Qing Mu." Wang Lin took the jade and scanned it. The jade did indeed contain the method to extract a living soul, how to keep it from dissipating, and finally how to use it to refine a soul flag. The soul extracting jade also had 3 techniques: soul calming, soul luring, and soul poison. Soul calming was the core to soul extracting. If soul calming wasn't used first, the success of soul extracting would be very low. After being used, the success rate increases greatly. Soul luring was the actual technique of pulling a soul out of a living person. As for the final one, soul poison, it was the most vicious and most powerful of the 3 techniques, on par with the soul refining mountain's blood sacrifice. Soul poison used a mysterious method to turn a living soul into poison that could silently kill. Once it has been refined enough, it will turn into a poisonous soul with the power of a core formation cultivator. If it was just this technique wouldn't be much, but a long time ago, a disciple of the soul refining sect betrayed the sect and escaped. Using this technique, he went unopposed in a rank 4 cultivation country and made his own sect called the Demonic Pill Sect. This person used some mysterious method to refine the poisonous soul into a pill and then inject death aura into it to turn it into a green core. He called this the green core method, and this allowed him to reach the soul formation stage. He was considered a genius of his time. A green core and a golden core are very different. You can only have one golden core, but you can have many green cores. He used this method developed from the soul poison technique to reach the soul formation stage. He had tens of thousands of green cores at that point. When he attacked, he would send out thousands of green cores to explode. His power was something even soul transformation cultivators wouldn't want to mess with carelessly. After all, tens of thousands of green cores exploding was already earth-shattering. If he were forced him into a corner where he had to explode all of his green cores, the explosion would simply be too powerful. The soul refining sect never took any action against him for betraying the sect, which confused many people. As the person disappeared, his legend also slowly faded into history. Su Jinshi looked at Wang Lin and asked, "Is senior apprentice brother Qingmu going to go to the soul-sealing mountain to get the soul-sealing jade?" Wang Lin put away the soul-extracting jade and nodded. Su Jinshi bitterly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother is better off not going. There isn't a single soul-sealing jade at the soul-sealing mountain. Only soul formation ancestors are allowed to study the soul-sealing jade. The soul-sealing mountain only has a mixture of soul-refining and soul-extracting jades." Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He nodded and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the soul-sealing mountain. Then he casually found a disciple and heard the same thing that Su Jinshi had told him. Wang Lin also checked under the spirit vein of the soul-extracting and soul-sealing mountains. Only the soul-sealing mountain had a soul flag under it, and it wasn't very powerful. The soul fragments inside it were also very uneven in terms of power. Took Wang Lin almost no effort to retrieve it. As for the soul-extracting mountain, it was completely empty. It was clear that someone had taken the soul flag many years ago. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin raised his head and looked toward the 9 golden rings and 2 blood rings. After a while, his eyes were brimming with determination. "Whether my origin soul will recover or not will all depend on today. I will fight the soul refining sect's soul transformation ancestor. Only under the spiritual pressure of a soul transformation cultivator can my origin soul finally recover. At that moment I can use the star compass to escape. Even if the soul transformation cultivator wants to catch me, they won't be able to." Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes became filled with battle intent. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward the 9 rings of light. In his left hand he held the 10,000 soul flag, and in his right hand he held the restriction flag with 999 sets of restrictions. With both flags in hand, he arrived before the 9 golden rings. Just as he approached, he waved both of the flags. From the soul flag the golden qilin flew out. Behind it were 9 black qilins, and behind them were countless soul fragments. In just one moment, the entire soul refining sect was covered with soul fragments. The endless howls became the only sound in this world. This was the first time Wang Lin had used the 10,000 soul flag. His power was beyond his imagination. The golden qilin let out a roar and charged toward the 9 golden rings. Bang! 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 With a series of loud explosions, the qilin and the 9 dark qilins behind it collided with the 9 golden rings, causing them to reveal men and women of various ages. These 9 people were the 9 soul formation cultivators of the soul refining sect. After they appeared, they stared at the qilins with shocked expressions. The golden qilin backed up a few steps, shook its large head, and spewed out 2 jets of black gas that spread out. As Wang Lin stood on top of the qilin, it hesitated but didn't shake its head. Instead, it stared at the 9 of them with a vicious gaze. "You sure have guts." At this moment, one of the middle-aged women, who looked average, among the soul formation cultivators looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy expression and was about to attack. Wang Lin glanced at her and shouted, "Scram!" A monstrous aura spread out from Wang Lin. This aura was too much for the woman to handle. After all, Wang Lin had recovered his cultivation to the soul formation stage. He was just missing his domain. He was someone who fought against Red Butterfly, so his cultivation was a lot more powerful than most people's. This woman was only at the early stage of soul formation, and although he couldn't say he could kill her easily, it would not be hard either. He had killed quite a few of them already. There was a huge difference between someone who had killed others of the same cultivation level and someone who hadn't. With a shout from Wang Lin and a push from his powerful aura, the woman backed up. Her face was pale and filled with terror. Then she immediately became angry. After becoming a soul formation cultivator, she hadn't been shouted at by someone before. However, she suppressed her anger and sneered at Wang Lin. How could someone who became a soul formation cultivator be stupid? She knew that if this person came, he had to have something up his sleeve. The golden qilin alone was not something she could fight against. Wang Lin stood on top of the golden qilin and calmly said, "The 9 of you make way." Arrogant. A green-robed old man narrowed his eyes, snorted, and pointed his right hand at Wang Lin. A ray of spiritual energy shot out, turned into a chain, and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved the restriction flag and countless restrictions flew out. The restrictions gathered into a black lance and Wang Lin thrusted forward. The lance collided with the chain, instantly shattering it. However, the lance kept going toward the old man. At the same time, Wang Lin waved the soul flag. The qilin, along with the 10,000 soul fragments, let out roars. As Wang Lin said the word devour, all of the soul fragments charged forward. From a distance, it looked like there was a giant gust of wind inside the soul refining sect. Just at this moment, an ancient voice came from inside the blood ring and said, "Little friend, this old man has waited for you for a long time." As the voice came, a figure wearing a blue robe with hair extending to his waist walked out from one of the blood rings. With just one step, he arrived before everyone. His robe was very large, so as he moved, it also began to move. This person's face was gray and he looked very old, but his eyes shined like the stars. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and then waved his hand. "The 9 of you can leave." That wave contained a powerful pressure. The 9 soul formation cultivators respectfully bowed and disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed an urge to battle. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation level, but he was sure that this old man was at the soul transformation stage. "Little friend Xianxia, this old man has waited 2 years for this day." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. Wang Lin was immediately able to recognize these eyes as the same ones from yesterday. He was surprised that this old man knew him. If Lu Mei could find him, then it wasn't strange for the soul refining sect's soul transformation ancestor to know as well. "For our meeting today, I'll first give little friend a small gift," he said, before pointing toward the soul refining mountain. His voice changed from the gentle tone it first had. It was now filled with pressure and killing intent. Junior Lu Mei, you have 10 breaths of time to get out of my soul-refining sect. If you don't, even if you're the disciple of the current Suzaku, I'll still kill you. Scram! Lu Mei's exquisite figure appeared above the soul-refining mountain. She looked at the old man with a lovely expression and whispered, Senior, Junior has orders from my master and I didn't anger you. Why be like this? Wang Lin's expression remained normal, but he quickly began to analyze what was happening. The old man calmly said, 6 breaths. Lu Mei sighed. She bit her lower lip and said, Senior, if Junior just leaves like this, Master will punish me. If Master asks what happened, I'll have no choice but to tell him. 4 breaths. Killing intent poured out of the old man. He reached out and the image of a 30-foot-long flag appeared in his hand. Although this flag was only an image, a powerful pressure could be felt from it. For the first time, Lu Mei's expression changed greatly. 1 billion soul flag. She stared at the old man and clenched her teeth before disappearing and leaving the soul-refining sect. The old man didn't even look at where Lu Mei had gone to. He then turned to Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. Little friend Xianxia, how is that small gift? Lu Mei's existence was like a thorn at Wang Lin's side. When she was around, he felt like he was being targeted by a cobra. Now that Lu Mei left, this feeling suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. What kind of small gift is this? Senior is willing to offend Suzaku. Rather than feeling happy, it makes me very afraid. This soul-refining sect ancestor is very interesting, thought Wang Lin. He was sure that Lu Mei had the ancestor's permission to enter the soul-refining sect, or else there would be no way for her to enter. This old man didn't kick her out before. He chose to do it today before Wang Lin. This was to tell Wang Lin that the soul-refining sect's relationship with Suzaku had broken down, and that all of it was for him. This was not a small gift. The old man laughed and said, This is not enough to offend the country of Suzaku. The current Suzaku is old and can't make the entire planet listen to him. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he looked at the old man and said, What does Senior want? You can just tell me. The old man revealed a look of appreciation in his eyes and said, No rush. That was only the first gift. Now this is the second. Xianxia, your origin soul has almost recovered. The reason you came to find me was to borrow my pressure to help you recover. My second gift is to help you recover your cultivation. After that, he didn't wait for Wang Lin to speak and his eyes lit up. A pressure several times more powerful than the spirit veins suddenly appeared around Wang Lin's body. Is it enough? Wang Lin's body trembled. Under this pressure, he felt like there were countless mountains on top of him and crackling sounds came from his body. The gaps between the pieces of his origin soul were closing, but this speed was still too slow. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and said, Not enough. The old man's eyes lit up. His hair began to move without any wind and his robe began to flap. A pressure 10 times more powerful than before came down. Small cracks in space began to appear and spread as a result. How is this? Wang Lin's clothes were soaked by the blood that had been forced out of his pores. The vein on his forehead was bulging, and one of the 2 remaining T marks disappeared. The current Wang Lin could clearly feel the gaps between the pieces close, meaning his origin soul was quickly being repaired. A small portion of it had already fused back together. A sense of comfort came from within his body and eased the pressure. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, Not enough. Oh, really? Okay. Xianxia. It has been 200 years since I last used my celestial spiritual energy. I'm spending a lot on this second gift. The old man laughed and used the celestial spiritual energy in his body without any hesitation. A pressure very different from spiritual pressure descended. This pressure contained celestial spiritual energy. This reminded Wang Lin of the power from a celestial fragment collapsing. His body trembled and his origin soul reconnected at an amazing speed. After 5 breaths, the final T mark on his face was gone. At this moment, a laugh came from Wang Lin and his eyes lit up like the sun during dawn. His spiritual energy suddenly filled his body and his origin soul reached every corner of his being. He felt a soreness from all over his body that soon turned into a comfortable feeling like he had been limited for far too long. Wang Lin let out a laugh and then Sun Tai's seal collapsed as well. His cultivation recovered to the mid-stage of soul formation. In fact, it was even stronger than before. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." The old man looked at Wang Lin. The praise in his eyes deepened and he said, "It is a bit too early to thank me. I have prepared a third gift for you. Do you dare to receive it?" Wang Lin took a deep breath. Now that he had recovered his cultivation, he gave off a dominating aura and faintly smiled. Why would I not dare? He understood that if the soul transformation ancestor was willing to expend so much, there had to be something that he wanted him to do, but he just didn't understand what a soul transformation ancestor would need his help for. Good. Xianxia, this old man's last gift is to help raise your cultivation level to the peak of the late stage of soul formation. As for your domain, you are on your own. I can't help you there. With that, the old man flew toward the blood ring. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then followed without a word. Outside the blood ring, the old man reached out and the 30-foot-long soul flag appeared once more. This time, it was still only an illusion. This is the soul refining sect's main treasure, the 1 billion soul flag. It is because of this treasure that even though I'm only at the late stage of soul transformation, I dare to fight against an ascendant cultivator. I'll tell you the reason later, but as long as this treasure exists, my soul refining sect will never die. However, if this treasure breaks, then my soul refining sect is finished. Now I'll use the soul force inside this soul flag to raise your cultivation level to the peak of the late stage of soul formation. The old man looked at Wang Lin with a sharp gaze and shouted, "Sit down in the lotus position." Wang Lin looked at the old man and did what he was told without any hesitation. If the old man wanted to attack him, there was really no need for someone this powerful to do all of this. However, Wang Lin's caution never dropped. If he detected anything wrong, he would escape with the star compass. The old man shook the 30-foot flag in his hand and waves of roars came from within it. 10 soul fragments quickly flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. These 10 soul fragments all released purple and gold auras and were filled with arrogance. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. Each of these soul fragments had the power of a soul transformation cultivator. No wonder he can fight ascendant cultivators with this soul flag. Wang Lin felt like he understood a bit more. The old man whispered, "Little friend Xianxia, all of the soul transformation souls inside the soul flag are ancestors of the soul refining sect. When a soul transformation ancestor is about to die, they give up their body and become a soul fragment to be added to the soul flag. You have to remember that when I die, you must add my soul fragment into the flag as well." The last sentence from the old man was out of nowhere, causing Wang Lin's heart to tremble. He gained some more understanding of what was going on. Just at this moment, the 10 soul transformation soul fragments emitted a powerful gold and purple light that seemed to cover the entire land. A thick source of spirit energy from the 10 soul fragments entered Wang Lin's body. He didn't even have to absorb it, as it all rushed into his body. A strange scene appeared in the sky. There were 10 soul fragments connected with gold and purple light, and at the center was Wang Lin. The spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body increased at a speed he had never felt before. In an instant it had increased 1-fold, but it continued to raise without even pausing. 2-fold, 3-fold, 4-fold, all the way until 8-fold, and it was still growing. Xianxia, remember this old man's name. Du Tian. Absorb as much as you can. This old man isn't stingy. Du Tian. These 2 words entered Wang Lin's ears and caused his eyes to become serious. However, he didn't have the time to think about it at the moment, so he focused solely on the growth of the spiritual energy within his body. A large amount of spiritual energy was transferred from the 10 soul fragments into Wang Lin through the gold and purple lines. The spiritual energy surged through Wang Lin's veins. Wang Lin could feel all the spores on his body open as the most well-hidden impurities within him were being forced out. Waves of a refreshing feeling filled his body like the spring wind, making him feel very comfortable. Shortly after, Wang Lin felt the spiritual energy in his body reach its peak. While his domain was still at the mid-stage of soul formation, his spiritual energy had broken through to the late stage. For Wang Lin, his domain had always been very powerful. With a mid-stage soul formation domain, he was able to battle against Red Butterfly's late-stage soul formation domain. As his spiritual energy grew, his combat strength grew as well. If the current him were to meet Red Butterfly again, the battle would be countless times easier than before. Red Butterfly was no longer a threat in his eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at the surrounding souls and began to ponder. Du Tian looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Little friend Xianxia, have you absorbed enough from this third gift? Wang Lin pondered a bit. The fact that this ancestor was willing to give so much meant that there was something big he needed Wang Lin to do. Since Wang Lin had already accepted the gifts, he wouldn't refuse to help. Refusing was beneath him. However, with Wang Lin's personality, since he decided to help, he wouldn't let himself be on the short end when accepting the gifts. Senior, I can absorb as much as I can, correct? Wang Lin calmly looked at Ancestor Du Tian. The old man laughed and decisively said, That is correct. Little friend Xianxia. This old man will not be stingy with this third gift. Wang Lin nodded and closed his eyes. This little guy is already full. Even if he wants to absorb more, he shouldn't be able to absorb much more. For some reason, when Du Tian saw Wang Lin close his eyes, he had an ominous feeling. Original body, let us both absorb. Wang Lin called out to his original body in his heart. This call crossed a long distance. At this moment, the original body in Chu opened his eyes. The two purple stars on the original body began to spin. There was no longer a primary or secondary body between the original and the avatar. Both were Wang Lin. It was as if he was split in half. When they fuse, they will become the real Wang Lin. There was a mysterious connection between the avatar and the original body, which was why the original body was hurt when his origin soul collapsed. Through the same mysterious connection, the original body was absorbing spiritual energy from his avatar like crazy. The original body's absorption was several times more powerful than the avatar's. After all, the original body was walking the path of the ancient gods, which devoured spiritual energy to survive. The 10 soul fragments around Wang Lin trembled, and the connection between them and him increased several-fold as they felt the powerful suction force from Wang Lin. The situation changed from the soul fragments forcibly injecting spiritual energy into Wang Lin to Wang Lin actively absorbing from them. This change caused Du Tian's eyes to widen. The muscles on his face twitched as he revealed a heartbroken expression. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths of time, more than half of the spiritual energy within the 10 soul fragments was absorbed. Du Tian's expression was very ugly and he wanted to stop Wang Lin, but after remembering what he just said, he could only sigh. With his experience as a cultivator, he could immediately tell that Xianxia had an avatar. Xianxia was currently absorbing spiritual energy along with his avatar. The original body in Chu was being filled with spiritual energy. At some point, golden lines started coming out of the body and wrapping around him. Soon, a crystal cocoon was formed. The original body sat inside the cocoon as another star slowly appeared on his forehead and slowly became solid. Wang Lin was not a greedy person. At this moment, he opened his eyes and stopped absorbing. Du Tian let out a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the 30-foot flag in his hand, causing the 10 souls to return. He bitterly smiled at Wang Lin and said, Little friend Xianxia, you really didn't hold back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stood up and felt the powerful spiritual energy in his body. He turned toward Shui Yu and his eyes became cold. Wang Lin's personality was very decisive. He won't bother anyone if he's left alone. But if someone messes with him, he will return the favor 100-fold. He was still someone who would get revenge. Li Yuanfeng. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated as he turned toward Du Tian and clasped his hands. Thank you, Senior, for the 3 gifts. If there is anything you need Junior to do, just say so. I'll do my best. If Wang Lin said this, that meant that he was extremely grateful toward Senior Du Tian. Du Tian faintly smiled. The unhappiness from earlier completely disappeared. He did all of this just for Wang Lin to say this. Little friend Xianxia, the reason I gave you these 3 gifts is very important. If you hadn't come to my soul-refining sect, I would have gone out to search for you. Wang Lin looked at Du Tian and smiled. Junior has already heard about the rumor that I killed a soul formation cultivator of the soul-refining sect. So I assume Senior is looking for me to question me. Du Tian shook his head and smiled. This is all a ruse. If I were to look for you for no reason, it would attract too much attention. However, if I spread a rumor saying that you killed a soul formation cultivator of my sect, people won't pay too much attention if I start looking for you. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. For this ancestor to be so careful, something unpredictable was going to happen. Du Tian looked at Wang Lin with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. After a while he said, Little friend, do you know why there are less than 10 rank 5 cultivation countries on this planet, even though the country of Suzaku has been in control for so long? He didn't let Wang Lin reply. He revealed a look of helplessness and said, When the country of Suzaku arrived on this planet, there were 6 major sects within it. Then the disciples of those 6 sects spread out and formed the various cultivation countries on the planet. At the same time, the core disciples of those 6 sects were allowed to form rank 5 cultivation countries. This was the first group of rank 5 cultivation countries. My soul-refining sect was one of them. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm. His expression didn't change. Du Tian raised his head to look at the sky and calmly said, Time slowly passed. Whenever a rank 5 cultivation country was about to reach the point of becoming a rank 6 country, they would be beaten back to their original state in just one night. The country of Suzaku wouldn't allow another rank 6 cultivation country on planet Suzaku. My soul-refining sect has had 3 chances to reach rank 6 throughout these countless years. But we were beaten back every time. Now we have long lost our country and can only exist as a sect. Wang Lin silently pondered. To become a rank 6 cultivation country was the dream of our first-generation ancestor, and even more so the dream of every generation of the soul-refining sect. Back before there was a single cultivator on planet Suzaku, back when the country of Suzaku was only a rank 5 cultivation country on planet 4 Saints, all 6 sects worked hard together. Through bitter struggle, we reached rank 6 and broke free from planet 4 Saints. Then we were given planet Suzaku by the Cultivation Union. Back then, my soul-refining sect had 3 ascendant cultivators. The other 5 sects all had several as well. The country of Suzaku was so powerful, but when we arrived here, what we found was not good. There was already another race here that used the power of tattoos, and they were very powerful. It was a bloody battle that lasted countless years. The 1 billion soul flag was completed during this battle. Although we ultimately won, planet Suzaku was damaged and the country of Suzaku lost many ascendant cultivators. This is why the first-generation Suzaku created Mount Suzaku to become the central control point of planet Suzaku when the 6 sects split off into rank 5 cultivation countries. After that, it was a nightmare for all rank 5 cultivation countries. All countries that followed Suzaku were ordered to not allow any rank 5 cultivation country to reach rank 6. Right now, the country of Suzaku only has 4 ascendant cultivators, and they are very weak. The Suzaku is afraid that the rank 5 cultivation countries will turn on him and become the masters. He is afraid that the planet won't be secure. Wang Lin pondered. After a while, he looked at Du Tian and said, Senior, what does everything you say have to do with me? Junior is merely a soul formation junior. Du Tian's eyes became serious. He looked at Wang Lin and said, word for word, it does relate to you. Oh, really? Wang Lin raised his head toward Du Tian. Du Tian slowly said, You are one of the 4 candidates chosen by Xianxia to become the next Suzaku. Xianxia. Wang Lin frowned. Du Tian waved his hand and a wooden carving appeared in his palm. The carving was of a very handsome man. His eyes looked like they were alive. It's him. Wang Lin was startled and his expression became strange. It was the old man who gave him the straw hat. The old man's cultivation was very powerful, and he had his suspicions back then, but now he had an answer. He is Xianxia. He is the junior apprentice brother of the current Suzaku? Du Tian looked at the wooden carving and said, "This carving was made by you. It really looks like him. You gave me those 3 gifts because of him?" Wang Lin's expression became even more strange. "That's only part of it?" Du Tian raised his head. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light. "Even if Xianxia had asked me personally, if I didn't want to, all I would have done was kick Lu Mei out and not have given you the other 2 gifts." The mysterious light in Du Tian's eyes became even stronger. "Whether you are Xianxia or Wang Lin, it doesn't matter. Ever since my soul-refining sect came to planet Suzaku, we've had a total of 36 soul transformation ancestors. Their souls are all inside the soul flag. I'm the 37th and my senior apprentice brother was the 36th. Wang Lin's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 blood rings. Du Tian slowly said, "Little friend, there is no need to look. My senior apprentice brother died 2 years ago when his lifespan ran out. Not even the current Suzaku knows of this." Wang Lin silently pondered. The mysterious light in Du Tian's eyes became even stronger as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Word for word. Little friend, I have a question for you. Are you willing to enter my soul-refining sect, become the next successor, and swear upon your domain that you will help my soul-refining sect become a rank 6 cultivation country one day?" Wang Lin didn't immediately reply but asked, "Why me?" "Xianxia is only part of the reason. The main reason, however, is because of my senior apprentice brother. Little friend Xianxia, my senior apprentice brother's domain didn't have any offensive capability, but he was the only one who had it on the entire planet. Even on other planets, it is extremely rare." Du Tian revealed a look of respect. "This domain is foresight. He originally had 100 years of lifespan left, but he used it all up to activate his domain to find a path to survival for my soul-refining sect. But in the end, he still failed." Wang Lin frowned and waited for him to finish. If the old man had said something about his senior apprentice brother predicting that Wang Lin was their hope, he wouldn't listen to any more of this nonsense. Du Tian stared at Wang Lin with a hint of insanity. "Although my senior apprentice brother died, the moment he died was also the moment you arrived at my sect." Wang Lin was stunned. "This might be a coincidence. This could just be this old man being stubborn, but my lifespan is reaching its limit, so I can wait no longer. I'm willing to take this bet, that it was my senior apprentice brother's domain that brought you here." Du Tian let out a bitter smile. He knew that this was mostly just him fooling himself. "The soul-refining sect has no one to succeed me. Although I can battle the current Suzaku with the soul flag right now, once I die, the soul-refining sect is finished. The soul flag will be taken away by the Suzaku, and without it, the soul-refining sect will die." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He raised his head and said, "If I agree, you will give me the soul flag." Du Tian nodded and said, "I'll give you the soul flag when my lifespan reaches its end. Rank 6 cultivation country." Wang Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. "With junior's cultivation, this is too difficult." Du Tian let out a sigh and said, "Xianxia, I only have 10 years left to live. Within these 10 years I can ensure your safety, but after that you're on your own. Whether you succeed or not doesn't matter. But remember my words. Remember that the soul-refining sect meant you no harm and gifted you the soul flag. That will be enough." Wang Lin pondered. After a long time he nodded and said, "I'll do my best." Du Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Then he slapped his bag of holding and threw a golden jade toward Wang Lin. "My soul-refining sect doesn't have any fancy etiquette. This jade contains the soul-sealing manual which is used to control the 1 billion soul flag. This is the core of the soul-refining sect. From today onward, you are the only core disciple of the soul-refining sect." Wang Lin took the jade and scanned it before putting it into his bag. "Now that this is over, I need to go into closed-door cultivation to prepare my soul to be added to the soul flag. It is better for you not to leave the soul-refining sect, because if you meet danger, I will not be able to help you." Wang Lin faintly smiled. "No problem. If I couldn't protect myself, I wouldn't be alive right now. Senior doesn't have to worry." I have some personal matters I need to take care of. I'll be sure to come back before Senior comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Du Tian looked at Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he nodded and said, "Since you are sure, I won't say any more. You can go." With that, he disappeared into the blood ring. Wang Lin respectfully clasped his hands. Then he disappeared and left the soul-refining sect. Wang Lin's speed was like a meteor in the night. His hair flowed with the wind and his eyes shined like the stars. He didn't believe everything Du Tian had told him. After all, Wang Lin wasn't someone new to the cultivation world. He had been through too much and seen too many things. However, now was not the time to ponder this matter. When the day comes for Du Tian to give him the soul flag, everything will be revealed. Li Yuan foam. Killing intent filled his eyes and he flew even faster. The attempt on his life 2 years ago nearly killed him and made him lose his cultivation. Now that his cultivation had recovered, the first thing he was going to do was kill this Li Yuan foam. He was raised to the soul transformation stage by force and can be considered the weakest among soul transformation cultivators. My original body has become a 3-star ancient god. If I fuse with my original body, I can fight him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his figure disappeared into the night. 1 month later, in the valley inside Chu, Zhou Ru was playing with Little White, the Thunder Toad was basking in the sun, and Tai Yen was cultivating. He was very close to the soul formation stage and was about to comprehend his own domain. The Thunder Toad suddenly opened its eyes. Its large eyes looked toward the outside of the valley. A white-robed young man walked into the valley with a smile. The ascendant-level domain from the pagoda had no effect on him. Zhou Ru rubbed her eyes and immediately let out a cry of joy. She jumped off Little White and shouted with joy, "Uncle! Uncle!" Wang Lin laughed, hugged little Zhou Ru, and then looked toward Tai Yen. Tai Yen stood up and respectfully said, "Greetings, benefactor." Wang Lin said, "Tai Yen, you are close to reaching the soul formation stage. Go to Chu's capital and live there to experience life. You will definitely reach the soul formation stage in 3 years." There was no joy or sadness on his face, but his hands started trembling and he said, "Really? Okay." He looked at Zhou Ru and then around him. Then he clenched his teeth and disappeared. Zhou Ru hugged Wang Lin and quickly asked, "Uncle, where's my big tiger? Where is the big tiger that you promised me when you left?" Little White had been listening and became excited. He thought, "Looks like this Tiger Lord's bitter life has come to an end. If that little devil gets a new pet, she should let me go." Thinking about the good life to come and the few female tigers he hadn't seen in a long time, Little White couldn't help but become excited. "Big tiger." Wang Lin rubbed his nose. He had indeed forgotten about this. After all, he had experienced too much in this trip. Zhou Ru pouted and said, "Uncle, when you left, you said you wouldn't forget." After Little White heard this, his vision turned black as all his hopes and dreams disappeared. He secretly sighed and wondered why his life was so torturous. Wang Lin wryly smiled and rubbed Zhou Ru's head. "Listen, Uncle is here to take you somewhere. I'll just catch you a big tiger later." Zhou Ru was only a kid, so after hearing this, she immediately became happy and asked, "Where are we going? Uncle, are you taking me somewhere to play?" "Uncle is going to find a friend." A hint of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Little White's heart trembled and his hopes raised again. This time even more so than last time. He thought that if the two of them leave, he will be free once more. While thinking about this, he became excited again. Wang Lin said, "Little Ru Air, go inside the pagoda. This trip will be very long. Being inside the pagoda will ensure your safety. Be good now." Zhou Ru quickly nodded and revealed an excited look. The moment she heard she could leave, she became very happy. "Little White, come with me." Little White let out a growl filled with sadness as all of his expectations were shattered again. He looked reluctantly at the mountain as if there were a few female tigers still waiting for him. Finally, with Zhou Ru patting and hitting him, he followed her into the pagoda. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal. The pagoda quickly shrank and he carefully put it away. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and then he took a step forward. A powerful energy came from under the ground, and at the same time the original body opened his eyes. After one moment he was already up on the surface. On his forehead were 3 purple stars that spun and released a demonic light. When the original body appeared before him, both walked toward each other and then the two fused into one person. This was the real Wang Lin. The original body was on the outside and the avatar's cultivation was on the inside. An oppressive aura exuded from within his body. At this moment the sky changed colors. Lightning echoed through the sky and large drops of rain began to fall. Wang Lin in the rain was like a demon god as he looked toward Xueyu. Xueyu's Li Yuanfeng, the giant demon clan's ancestor, and Sun Tai, who used that chance to seal me. Now that I have recovered my cultivation, I'll come collect my debts with each one of you. The first person on the list is Li Yuanfeng. Let's see if the soul transformation cultivation you obtained by force is stronger than my original body fused with my avatar. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He pointed at this brow and the heaven-defying bead appeared. His eyes lit up and he slapped his bag of holding, causing a piece of crystal to appear. This was the wood spirit Wang Lin stole before the elder of the country of Suzaku after his battle with Red Butterfly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The heaven-defying bead is only missing metal and half of the wood element. According to what Situnen said, once the 5 elements are complete, it will be able to recognize an owner. That day will soon arrive. Wang Lin moved the wood element crystal toward the bead. The moment the two touched, the wood crystal disappeared into the heaven-defying bead. The leaves on the heaven-defying bead began to move and open one by one until finally it reached completion. Now I'm only missing the metal element. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he looked toward Xueyu. The metal element can wait. Li Yuanfeng, I'm coming. He put away the heaven-defying bead, landed on the thunder toad, and laughed. Old friend, let us go. The thunder toad let out a happy roar and kicked the ground, causing it to shatter. The thunder toad shot into the sky like a meteor. Wang Lin let out a laugh and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito appeared and let out a roar. Then its sharp mouth stabbed toward the thunder toad. The thunder toad rolled its eyes. Its tongue shot out like lightning and started to play with the mosquito. Wang Lin sat on the back of the thunder toad and smiled as he looked at the two beasts play. He then turned toward Xueyu. Although his smile was still there, it now contained a hint of coldness. Xueyu. The once green land of the 4-sect alliance was now completely white. It had turned into a snow field. The sun reflected off the snow, causing a powerful glare. If one looked at it for too long, their eyes would tear up from the pain or they might even lose their eyesight. The mortals living in Xueyu had their own ways of protecting their eyes. After Xueyu became a rank 5 cultivation country, the mortal world naturally became more prosperous. At the center of Xueyu was an ice palace. This was the most sacred place in Xueyu. It was where the only soul transformation cultivator of Xueyu, Li Yuanfeng, cultivated all year round. After being injured by Sun Tai's lightning, he had been recovering slowly. He did after all reach the soul transformation stage by force. It was already very lucky that he didn't lose his life. There were several large blocks of ice around him, each one emitting celestial spiritual energy. Using this method to heal was still not enough for Li Yuanfeng. In these past 2 years, he had been sending people to Mount Suzaku to get some celestial jade from Red Butterfly, but they were stopped outside every time. Li Yuanfeng was very puzzled. As time passed, he became suspicious and couldn't help but resent Red Butterfly. After all, he was injured from trying to kill Xianxia, which was all for Red Butterfly. He had spent these 2 years trying to heal his injuries. Based on his calculations, he would need another year to completely recover. On this day, at the edge of Xueyu, a white figure slowly entered the country. He looked toward Xueyu with a reminiscent look. For Sect Alliance. Wang Lin let out a sigh and disappeared into the distance. The capital of Xueyu was where the capital of the 4-sect alliance once was. There was a street in this city containing decades of Wang Lin's memories. On this day, on this street, Wang Lin appeared. As he looked at the familiar street, he couldn't help but think of Dinyo's family. After a very long time, his eyes were filled with melancholy as he left. Inside the snow and ice palace, Li Yuanfeng was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes lit up as he raised his head and looked toward outside the palace. Li Yuanfeng. In the square outside the palace, the roaring wind caused the snow to fly through the air. An illusionary figure slowly walked through the snow. It gradually became more solid, and when it was 10 steps from the palace gates, the figure revealed itself as Wang Lin. The current Wang Lin had a cold expression as he looked at the shocked Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng's pupils shrank as he stared at Wang Lin. After a while, he gloomily said, "Xianxia." Although his expression remained calm, his heart was shocked. He couldn't imagine how Xianxia was not only able to recover from the injuries his domain had caused in just 2 years, but he even increased his cultivation level from the mid-stage of soul formation to the late stage. 2 years of time was nothing to cultivators. To be able to do this much in just 2 years, it was no wonder Li Yuanfeng was shocked. Just at this moment, 3 people appeared between Li Yuanfeng and Wang Lin. All of them were very old. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the elders shouted, "You've got guts to invade my Shuiyu's ice and snow palace." Xianxia. The old woman's eyes became cold as she stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took a step forward. With a bang, countless cracks appeared where Wang Lin had stepped and quickly spread across the palace. Wang Lin whispered, "Break!" The entire palace began to rumble and then half of the palace collapsed. The 3 elders' expressions changed greatly as a powerful force pushed them away. One of the old men looked at Wang Lin with an expression of disbelief and shouted, "Could you have reached the soul transformation stage?" Wang Lin didn't even look at the 3 of them. His gaze had always been on Li Yuanfeng. At this moment, he moved toward Li Yuanfeng like lightning. The 3 elders immediately shouted and immediately appeared before Wang Lin in an attempt to block him. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He appeared before one of the elders and threw a punch at his chest. Bang! The elder's chest caved in and he coughed out blood. His body was sent flying. He was completely dead. Even his origin soul didn't have time to escape. It had shattered from the force of the punch. This was the power of his original body and avatar fused together. A mid-stage soul formation cultivator would die in 1 punch. The remaining 2 immediately froze in terror. Wang Lin didn't even look at the remaining 2 as he walked once more toward Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng's expression was dark as his hand formed seals and pointed at the 8 giant blocks of ice. The blocks immediately moved to protect him. Wang Lin snorted and threw a punch at the ice blocks. Bang! Bang! A series of heaven-shattering explosions echoed through Shuiyu. The ice blocks before Li Yuanfeng became filled with cracks before shattering into tiny pieces. The powerful shockwave caused the rest of the palace to collapse as well. Li Yuanfeng's figure charged out as the ice blocks shattered, floated in the air. His hair moved without any wind as he said, "Xianxia, today you will die for sure." Wang Lin raised his head. He looked at Li Yuanfeng and slowly said, "Today I'm going to take your soul and refine it." Li Yuanfeng's hand formed a seal, and then a giant T-mark suddenly appeared before him. He pushed the T-mark forward and it began to descend upon Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. He quickly raised his fist and collided with the T-mark. Bang! The T-mark descending from the sky immediately collapsed and the shock wave forced Li Yuanfeng to back up 100 feet. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with shock, but even more so with fear. Wang Lin backed up 3 steps. Each step caused countless cracks to appear on the ground. The battle between the 2 had caught the attention of everyone in Shuiyu. Aside from the old man who had died and the 2 others, the remaining 17 soul formation cultivators were frantically teleporting toward the palace. To them, Li Yuanfeng was the sect master of the entire country. As long as he lived, they were a rank 5 cultivation country. If he were to die, they wouldn't be able to produce another soul transformation cultivator anytime soon, meaning the only fate left was for their country's rank to drop. In almost the blink of an eye, the soul formation cultivators arrived. Without any hesitation, they took out their treasures and were about to attack. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He only said one word. Scram! It was just one word. At first it was soft, but in the blink of an eye, it echoed in the sky as if it were the heaven's wrath. Scram! 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 This was the sound of the heavens shattering, and it rumbled in the sky. This was the voice of an ancient god, the anger of an ancient god, and Wang Lin's first roar as an ancient god at full power. The clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace and cracks began to appear in the sky like spatial rifts. The earth began to shake and split open like a piece of paper being torn apart. The heavens shattered and the earth cracked. Those soul formation cultivators who were about to attack all coughed out blood and were forced back. Their eyes were filled with fear and they no longer dared to attack. The power of one word. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The fusion of his original body and the avatar caused a strange mutation that had never happened before. The current him could be considered a 3-star ancient god with late-stage soul formation cultivation who controlled the life and death domain. Or he could be considered a late-stage soul formation cultivator who controlled the life and death domain and had the body of a 3-star ancient god. Li Yuanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Wang Lin and for the first time considered Wang Lin his enemy. The power of Wang Lin's word earlier wasn't any weaker than a soul transformation cultivator's. Li Yuanfeng took a deep breath and slowly said, Sangyo, don't drag others into our fight. All of you leave, stay 5,000 kilometers away. No one is allowed to come closer. The soul formation cultivators of Shui Yu all backed up. Their arrival was fierce, but they had to leave like this. The stark difference caused many of them to feel bitterness in their hearts and deep fear toward Wang Lin. Just the power of one word was enough to match a soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin took one step forward and jumped toward Li Yuanfeng with a punch. The punch hadn't even arrived, but the sonic booms could be heard. Li Yuanfeng, let us settle the matter from 2 years ago. As Wang Lin shouted, he suddenly arrived before Li Yuanfeng and his punch landed. Li Yuanfeng's expression was gloomy as he quickly backed up. His right hand slapped his bag of holding and a small, black drum appeared. As soon as it came out, the drum began to let out a beat. This song was very strange. It didn't sound like a drum beating, but instead like a heart beating. As the sound echoed, Wang Lin felt his heartbeat being affected by this sound. His expression remained calm as he finished the punch. Li Yuanfeng's expression changed. The beating of the drum became even louder and faster. Wang Lin let out a roar. The mysterious power affecting his heartbeat immediately shattered and his fist landed on the small drum. Bang! Li Yuanfeng backed up once more. The small drum turned to dust and disappeared. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he closed in once more. As Wang Lin closed in, he coldly said, Li Yuanfeng, is this the power of a soul transformation cultivator? Li Yuanfeng looked at Wang Lin as he backed up and let out a roar. Both of his hands formed a seal and pressed it on his chest. He suddenly spat out a ray of golden light. The golden light quickly turned into a 1,000-foot-tall ice giant, and then Li Yuanfeng disappeared into the ice giant. The ice giant let out a roar that quickly spread everywhere. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. This ice giant looked almost exactly the same as the one red butterfly used but smaller. It took a step forward as it roared and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. The body of the ancient god had only lost to the heaven's messenger. He let out a laugh as he charged toward the ice giant. Bang! 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 A series of collisions occurred between Wang Lin's fists and the ice giant. The ground shattered as the two continued their battle and the cracks in the sky increased until it looked like it was about to fall down. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder with every punch. A 3-star ancient god already possessed unimaginable strength, so he didn't even feel any pain. Each punch only made his hands feel a bit itchy. Every punch would cause small cracks to appear on the ice giant, and after every punch, it would let out an angry roar as it took a step back. Li Yuanfeng, today you will die. Wang Lin threw a punch. Bang! Li Yuanfeng backed up once more. Even more cracks appeared on the ice giant. Break! Wang Lin let out a roar, and then he suddenly charged out and slammed into the chest of the ice giant. A series of cracking sounds came from the ice giant. Pieces of ice fell until its entire body collapsed. Li Yuanfeng coughed out a mouthful of blood as he flew out. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Sang Niu, if it wasn't for the fact that my injuries haven't healed yet, how could I let you humiliate me so? Forget it. I'll risk my cultivation level dropping to kill you today." Aside from their domains, soul transformation cultivators can also use celestial spiritual energy. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were gloomy. His hands formed seals, and then a mysterious power surrounded him as tea leaves appeared around him. These tea leaves all looked to be of top quality, and an exotic aroma began to spread from them. Domain taking physical form. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he was hit by Li Yuanfeng's tea mark before, he had an idea. Soul transformation cultivators should be able to make their domains take physical form rather than remain non-corporeal. At this moment, with Li Yuanfeng's domain attack, Wang Lin got the answer to his question. In reality, aside from getting revenge, the battle with Li Yuanfeng was also Wang Lin getting himself ready for the soul transformation stage. After reaching his current cultivation level, comprehending the heavens was one way to break through, but fighting a soul transformation cultivator was another way to comprehend his domain. There was one more reason, though, which was to look for that broken arm that called itself Situ Nan. Staring at the tea leaves around Li Yuanfeng's body, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his origin soul spread from his body to communicate with the heavens and earth. The space had already been sealed by Li Yuanfeng, but rifts opened in space as if there was a pair of invisible hands tearing the sky open, and then a mass of gray gas came out from the rifts. More and more gray gas gathered, and then a giant scroll that covered most of the sky suddenly appeared. Life and Death Reincarnation Scroll. Now that my original body and avatar have fused, will my domain also have changed? Wang Lin thought about the image that appeared behind his original body when he fought against the Heaven's Messenger. His heart skipped a beat. Then the 3 stars quickly appeared on his forehead and began to spin. Soon, a giant figure slowly appeared behind his body. This figure's head pierced into the sky and its foot was on the ground. The moment the figure appeared, its hand reached out and grabbed the scroll. This bizarre scene caused Li Yuanfeng to stare at the sky dumbfoundedly. He was unable to speak for a long time. Although he knew that Sang Niu's domain was life and death, now that he suddenly saw this figure, his heart began to tremble. What domain is this? Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't think that his avatar's domain and the ancient god's image could work together like this. He pointed at Li Yuanfeng. The giant figure shook the scroll, causing a large amount of gray gas to appear. The gas transformed into an illusionary figure similar to the Heaven's Messenger. It was made up completely of the gray gas. The figure charged toward Li Yuanfeng. A sense of danger, like when he was chased by Sun Tai's lightning, appeared in his heart. He didn't hesitate to shout, "Tea domain!" At this moment, the tea leaves around him suddenly grew and turned into tea flowers. The mysterious aroma became even stronger. The illusionary figure quickly arrived and collided with the tea flowers. The figure quickly disappeared, but the tea flowers also collapsed. This collapse happened in an instant. All of the tea flowers disappeared so quickly that it was like they had never existed. The domain aura that covered the area also disappeared. At the same time, Wang Lin felt his origin soul become weak, as if some kind of power had been pulled out of him. The life and death reincarnation scroll disappeared and the figure also slowly dissipated. Li Yuanfeng's face was pale. His body trembled as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. You are not at the late stage of soul formation. Your domain has already reached the soul transformation stage. Li Yuanfeng's face showed his pain as he stared at Wang Lin, but his eyes were filled with madness. Celestial spiritual energy. Li Yuanfeng decided to ignore the injuries in his body and use celestial spiritual energy. A small piece of celestial jade appeared in his hand, and then the celestial spiritual energy in his body began to move. To be able to absorb and use celestial spiritual energy, This was the standard for a soul transformation cultivator. At this moment, as a result of Li Yuanfeng using all of the celestial spiritual energy in his body, a powerful pressure appeared from him. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He slapped his bag of holding and the soul flag appeared. With a shake of the soul flag, countless souls came out, forming a mass of black gas around him. At the same time, the restriction flag also appeared. With a wave, countless restrictions flew out. Looking from a distance, Wang Lin was covered by a swirl of black gas like a storm. Li Yuanfeng stared at Wang Lin and let out a grin. His hand formed a seal and then countless balls of ice appeared. This was the most common technique in Xueyu. Almost everyone knew it. But these balls of ice contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Sang Niu, accept death, Li Yuanfeng shouted, as he pushed his hands forward. At this moment, all of the balls of ice trembled and shot toward Wang Lin. The souls and restrictions weren't able to slow the balls of ice at all. The moment they touched the balls of ice, they disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could feel celestial spiritual energy inside each of those balls of ice. Only there wasn't a lot in them. Let's see how strong these balls of ice that contain a hint of celestial spiritual energy are. He charged out of the mass of black gas and punched a ball of ice. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound that all of Xueyu and the surrounding countries heard spread out. The entire land of Xueyu began to shatter and the thick layer of snow began to collapse. Wang Lin's body quickly backed up. His right fist was slightly trembling. Layers of ice appeared on his fist but quickly disappeared. If I can reach the soul transformation stage and control celestial spiritual energy, the soul flag and restriction flag will be countless times stronger when celestial spiritual energy is infused into them. Also, the celestial sword. If celestial energy is infused into it, it will become much more powerful than before. At this moment, Wang Lin couldn't wait to reach the soul transformation stage. His eyes sparkled brightly. Sang Niu, die for me. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his veins were bulging, and his expression was fierce. However, his body was trembling. This was the sign of him overusing celestial spiritual energy. After all, he didn't reach the soul transformation stage normally. He reached it by force. The amount of celestial spiritual energy he could use was very small. The moment Wang Lin backed up, the remaining balls of ice flew toward him and smashed into him. Bang! Bang! The balls of ice kept on coming at him and he continued to throw out punches, but there were simply too many balls of ices, and the power of the collisions added up to create a powerful boom. Countless more cracks appeared on Xueyu's earth at this moment. Li Yuanfeng's expression was fierce as he shouted, Sang Niu, die! Wang Lin's body smashed into the ground like a meteor from the balls of ice colliding with him, creating a giant crater in the ground. A sliver of green gas came from the crater but was immediately blown away by the wind. However, not only did Li Yuanfeng's expression not relax, it became even darker. Soul transformation cultivators' techniques are indeed mysterious, but the amount of celestial spiritual energy inside your balls of ice is simply too little. A cold voice came from the crater as Wang Lin's figure slowly rose up. His clothes were somewhat damaged, but his eyes were bright. Li Yuanfeng's expression was ugly as he looked at Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding. He took out a pair of bronze bells. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bronze bells. The moment Wang Lin saw that pair of bronze bells, he immediately recognized them as the treasure that created the figure that called itself Situ Nan. His eyes immediately lit up. Li Yuanfeng's hand formed a seal, and he shouted, Seal! The two bronze bells immediately grew. The symbols on them flashed as the blood Li Yuanfeng coughed onto them was quickly absorbed. The two bells suddenly cracked into pieces and two withered arms appeared. Thick, black fog came out from the two arms. The fog, which contained thick yin energy, quickly spread. Li Yuanfeng's expression was fierce and his eyes contained a hint of madness. These two bells were his final aces. He had been using his origin soul to refine them for many years and could control them like his own body. Unseal! As Li Yuanfeng shouted, he pointed at Wang Lin. The black fog around the two arms began to move violently and soon transformed into two figures. The two figures had no clear faces. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward Wang Lin. However, before they had even arrived, a chilling aura could be felt. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. Before, he was only at the mid-stage of soul formation and hadn't fused with his original body yet, so he wasn't a match for the black figure. However, now he wasn't afraid at all as he charged forth and swung both of his fists. Bang! Bang! After two loud bangs, the two black figures let out miserable groans. The powerful force blew away all the black fog, revealing the two severed arms. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hand formed a seal and pointed at the arms. A ray of spiritual energy quickly shot out and surrounded the two severed arms. Wang Lin shouted, "Seal!" The spiritual energy quickly turned into chains and locked the two arms up. The two arms began to struggle and Wang Lin quickly controlled the soul flag and restriction flag next to the two arms. Wang Lin once again shouted, "Seal!" The two flags shook, creating a black and purple fog that completely surrounded the two arms. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and two bells appeared. They quickly became large and trapped the two arms. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Yuanfeng's face turned pale. He turned around to escape without any hesitation. How could Wang Lin let him escape? Using the speed of the body of an ancient god, Wang Lin quickly arrived next to Li Yuanfeng and threw a punch. Bang! Li Yuanfeng coughed out blood and his body was thrown back like a meteor. Wang Lin took another step and appeared above Li Yuanfeng. He let out a roar as he threw another punch. This time, Li Yuanfeng's body flew straight down and smashed into the ground. A giant crater 1,000 feet in diameter was created. Blood was coming out from Li Yuanfeng's mouth and his vision was hazy, but there was still a trace of malice in him. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Li Yuanfeng let out a roar. His eyes were bloodshot and a powerful destructive force appeared from him. Wang Lin didn't panic at all but calmly said, "Self-destruction of a soul transformation cultivator. Li Yuanfeng, I can just tear open space and leave, but the entire country of Shui will have to die with you. The one who you will take to the grave with you won't me but the entire country of Shui." With that, his right hand reached out and a spatial rift appeared. Waves of destructive wind flew out from the rift, but they had no effect on Wang Lin. Li Yuanfeng began to struggle. Although he was very stubborn, he was born in Shui, so he had very deep emotional attachment to his country. After a short while, he let out a bitter smile. It was uncertain whether he could hurt Xianxia or not, but Shui would definitely disappear from the planet. His eyes became serious. He looked at Wang Lin, took a deep breath and said, "This old man admits defeat, but the country of Shui had nothing to do with this. If you're willing to let them go, this old man will let you punish me as you see fit." Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he pointed at Li Yuanfeng. He activated the soul-extracting technique, and a ray of spiritual energy landed between Li Yuanfeng's eyebrows. Li Yuanfeng didn't resist and instead let out a soft sigh. He looked around at the familiar surroundings and then closed his eyes. Wang Lin softly said, "Soul-extracting." Li Yuanfeng's body suddenly began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became a bag of bones. A purple and golden ball of light flew out from between his eyebrows. Soul transformation, soul fragment. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as his hand reached out. He immediately caught the soul fragment, sealed it, and put it away inside his bag. The leader of a generation, Li Yuanfeng, died just like this. Wang Lin pondered a bit before looking at the two arms trapped by the two bells before putting them away. Then he flew into the sky. All of those soul formation cultivators saw the battle earlier through their divine senses. They saw Li Yuanfeng die and a wave of anger appeared in their hearts. As Wang Lin floated in the sky, his divine sense swept across Shui and sent out a message. From today onward, no soul formation and above cultivators are allowed to exist in Shui, and no cultivation sects are allowed to exist here either, or else I'll come again. The domain in Wang Lin's origin soul activated again, and the life and death reincarnation scroll appeared in the sky once more. More than 10 rays of gray gas shot out and entered the bodies of every single soul formation cultivator in Shuiyu. Seal. With just one word, all of soul formation cultivators had their cultivation sealed like how Li Yuanfeng sealed Wang Lin's cultivation. 2 marks were left on the foreheads of those cultivators. One mark was light and other was dark. They represented life and death. Their cultivation levels plummeted. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast appeared. The mosquito beast carried Wang Lin into the distance. After this battle, the news of Xianxia's reappearance quickly spread. His position as the strongest under the soul transformation stage had solidified, and some even believed that he had reached the soul transformation stage. No one doubted Xianxia's power, for he had defeated soul transformation cultivator Li Yuanfeng, sealed all of soul formation cultivators in Shuiyu, and forcibly made a rank 5 cultivation country drop 2 ranks to become a rank 3. These things caused everyone who heard it to become shocked and pale. At this moment, in the alley of a small village in a rank 3 cultivation country sat an old man. Before him was a small tub with some bronze coins scattered inside it. This old man was very dirty and messy, and his hair covered his face. Beside him, someone respectfully stood there. This person's face was very wide and his ears were large. If Wang Lin were present, he would recognize this man. This Xianxia sure is strong to kill a soul transformation cultivator. Not simple at all. This old man really had good eyes back then, haha. The old man rubbed his chin and looked at the man beside him and said, Xianxia helped you turn Shuiyu into a rank 3 cultivation country, so you should help him too. Take my straw hat and go fight with Lu Mei. Even though you are no match for her, you will still be able to escape. Check what stage her 1000-emotion ruthless domain has reached. The large-eared person respectfully agreed. He looked toward Shuiyu and revealed a look of reminiscence and melancholy. After this person left, the old man stood up and put away the bronze coins, then muttered to himself, There are still 12 more years. Zhuke, back then we agreed that whoever lost would punish themselves for 1,000 years. In 12 years, my self-punishment will be over. He took a deep breath and disappeared. This is really a headache. Of the 4 people I chose, this Xian is the most troublesome. Why did she have to go mess with Xianxia and get thrown into a spatial rift? If it wasn't for the fact that she was going to be the crack in Chen Feng's Dao heart, this old man wouldn't want to waste the time to rescue her. Chen Feng. This boy is the most talented person this old man has seen in his life. Even Red Butterfly's talent is below his. News of Xianxia's battle with Li Yuanfeng has spread across planet Suzaku. To force a rank 5 cultivation country into becoming a rank 3 is a big deal. Almost every cultivator on the planet knows about this. At this moment, in the back mountain of Mount Suzaku, Chen Feng crushed the sound transmission jade in his hand. His eyes lit up, and after a while he muttered, Xianxia. Killing Li Yuanfeng is nothing. He is but a piece of trash who reached the soul transformation stage by force. If you can kill the giant demon clan's ancestor, you will barely qualify as my opponent. Behind him, Red Butterfly quietly stood there, her eyes devoid of any life. Chen Feng turned around and looked at Red Butterfly with an evil smile. Heartless. Do you want to fight Xianxia again? That was your soul's greatest wish before it disappeared. As the news of Xianxia's battle with Li Yuanfeng spread across the planet, Xianxia disappeared once more. After Wang Lin left Shuiyu, he immediately found an isolated place before bringing the 2 arms into the heaven-defying bead. He stood before Situ Nan's giant soul. When he arrived, he released the seal on the 2 arms. The moment he unsealed them, the 2 arms mysteriously floated around Situ Nan's soul. Wang Lin looked at what was happening with a serious expression. He had guessed that these were Situ Nan's arms, and now he was even more sure. For the first time in hundreds of years, Situ Nan's soul trembled. Then a bright light immediately appeared and surrounded the 2 severed arms. The severed arms slowly moved toward his soul and eventually disappeared into it. Wang Lin could clearly feel Situ Nan's soul recovering at a very fast pace. From its half-transparent state, it was gradually becoming solid. Shortly after, the light from the soul disappeared. At this moment, Situ Nan's soul became solid once more, but he still hadn't awakened yet. Back then, Situ Nan told me that only after I reach the soul transformation stage will I be able to help him reawaken. He was very vague about it. I'm afraid it has something to do with celestial spiritual energy. Wang pondered a bit while looking at Situ Nan's soul before looking at his parents' soul. He had stared at them for a very long time before he bitterly said, "Mom, Dad, your son is supposed to send you both off back into the reincarnation cycle, but I can't let go." After a very long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and left the heaven-defying bead. Those severed arms were indeed parts of Situ Nan's body. I wonder if there are any more pieces of his body still remaining. Wang Lin looked into the distance as he walked out from the heaven-defying bead. That was where the giant demon clan was located. I have already checked Li Yuanfeng's soul. He only obtained the 2 severed arms by accident and has no idea where they came from. Wang Lin shook his head. Then he took a step and disappeared. I must take back the celestial sword from the giant demon clan ancestor. Back then, Sun Tai fought against the giant demon clan ancestor, but in the end, the giant demon clan ancestor won by using his bloodline power. However, he was then hunted by Sun Tai's corpse puppet, so whether he's alive or dead is unknown. Even if he didn't die, he will still need to possess a new body. The time it takes for someone to get used to their new body could be long or short. I wonder if he is fully adapted to his new body. With one step, Wang Lin appeared outside an ancient transfer array. The giant demon clan ancestor is different from Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng reached the soul transformation stage by force, but the giant demon clan ancestor reached it through his own cultivation. Also, the giant demon clan's fighting style is similar to an ancient god's. Maybe their ancestor had some relation to the ancient gods. As a result, I'm not confident in my fight against him. Wang Lin slightly frowned and stopped before entering the transfer array. One of the destinations on the transfer array was the giant demon clan. Wang Lin's expression was very unsettled as he began to think. These aren't even the most important things. The most important thing is the bloodline power he has that even the mid-stage soul transformation Sun Tai dreaded. In the end, even Sun Tai was sucked into the vortex. As a result, my confidence in winning is even lower. To battle or not to battle? For one of the first few times in Wang Lin's life, he began to hesitate. If I battle, the outcome is uncertain. Not battling would mean missing the best chance to kill this person. If I wait until he finishes his possession, I don't know how long I'll have to wait until I can kill him. The reason he wants to kill me must be because of the giant demon clan member who saw the heaven-defying bead all those years ago. Wang Lin has lived for 500 years. Even the dumbest person would become like a fox, and he wasn't dumb. These 500 years have given him the experience to see through many things. After combining various clues, he had already seen through everything when he awakened 2 years ago. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stepped into the ancient transfer array. He placed a celestial jade into the formation and suddenly a map with 10 shining dots appeared. Wang Lin touched one of the dots with his right hand. The map disappeared and the transfer array opened. As the array grew brighter and brighter, Wang Lin's figure slowly disappeared. An ancient transfer array in the country of Pilu flashed and a figure walked out. The figure didn't stop but directly charged toward the soul refining sect. At night, the 3 mountains of the soul refining sect looked like 3 sharp swords pointing at the sky. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the soul refining sect. He passed through the defense formation and flew toward the 9 golden rings. The 9 golden rings shined and then a middle-aged man appeared. When he saw Wang Lin, he revealed a complex expression before letting out a sigh and saying, "I, Ouyang Tian, greet Junior Sect Master." Junior Sect Master. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He realized that Du Tian must have told these soul formation cultivators what they had talked about. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Ouyang, I want to greet the ancestor." Ouyang Tian shook his head and said, "Ancestor has already gone into closed-door cultivation, so unless it's a very urgent matter, he is not to be disturbed. However, the ancestor already guessed that you would come, so he prepared 2 things for me to give you. With that, his expression became even more complex as he threw out a bag of holding. Wang Lin calmly caught the bag of holding. After scanning it, his expression immediately became strange. Ouyang Tian bitterly smiled. Junior Sect Master is the next successor appointed by Ancestor Du Tian himself. I have been in the Soul Refining Sect for 700 years, and have never seen the Ancestor give this to anyone, even though it isn't even the main flag but an illusionary sub-flag. Earlier he was called by Ancestor Du Tian, and was told to give Wang Lin this bag once Wang Lin arrived. He was curious and checked what was in the bag. What he found was shocking. If it wasn't for his undying loyalty toward the Soul Refining Sect and his respect to Ancestor Du Tian, he would have been consumed by greed. There were only 2 things inside the bag: a piece of jade and a soul flag. Wang Lin took out the jade and scanned it. After a while, he took a deep breath and bowed toward the blood ring while saying, "Thank you." Although it was soft, he remembered this in his heart. With that, he nodded toward Ouyang Tian and disappeared. Ouyang Tian's expression became even more complex. He shook his head as he let out a sigh and returned to his golden ring. The Giant Demon Clan's bloodline power is very strong, but the Giant Demon Clan ancestor has just reached the soul transformation stage, so he can't use it to its full extent. He can only use it to teleport someone into the void outside of Suzaku. Wang Lin didn't leave the Soul Refining Sect but sat on top of the Soul Refining Mountain, his eyes sparking. Inside the jade, Du Tian had recorded a very detailed description of the Giant Demon Clan's bloodline power. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He touched the bag of holding Du Tian had left him, and then a purple and golden light flew out. This purple and golden light was very bright. It immediately turned into a 30-foot tall flag that moved without any wind. At the same time, waves of ghostly whales seemed to come out from the flag and the sky darkened even more. Even the moon seemed to be hiding behind the clouds as if it were too scared to come out. Several purple and golden lights could be seen inside the flag. It was as if they were going to come out and devour the heavens and the earth. 1 billion soul flag. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared at this flag. This was the second object Ancestor Du Tian had placed in the bag and what caused Ouyang Tian's expression to be so complex. Wang Lin came back this time to borrow a treasure from Ancestor Du Tian, so he could kill the Giant Demon Clan ancestor. However, this flag wasn't the real flag. The real flag was beside Du Tian during his closed-door cultivation. The flag before him was a sub-flag created from the main flag. Contained of the power of the real flag and could only be used twice. After 2 uses, it will disappear. Even so, this sub-flag was priceless. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he grabbed the flag. The moment he touched it, his origin soul shook and extended from his body into the soul flag. Then the feeling of having entered a hell for cultivators appeared. He could see a sea of souls crashing toward him and drowning him. Waves of screams and painful sounds crashed toward Wang Lin like waves of powerful attacks. He suddenly felt like he was being hit by a billion soul fragments. Even with his powerful body, he felt like he was about to shatter under this force. What shocked him the most was that his origin soul showed signs of collapsing. He wasn't even able to resist one attack. The right hand holding the flag trembled. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled, and he quickly regained his focus to activate the soul sealing technique Du Tian gave him. The 1 billion soul flag was the number 1 treasure of the Soul Refining Sect. Even on the entire planet, this treasure could be considered one of the top treasures. This treasure was like the war chariot and the celestial sword. It required its own unique method that was inherited from previous generations to control. The method to controlling this soul flag was the soul sealing method. As of now, including Wang Lin, only 2 people knew the soul sealing technique. This was different from the war chariot. Although he had the technique to control it, Wang Lin was too weak to use it properly, so the power wasn't as strong as it should be. However, this soul flag wasn't the same. Although there was a cultivation level requirement, it wasn't as high as the war chariots. With his original body and avatar fused, Wang Lin's current cultivation level was enough to use this flag. The soul sealing technique activated in his body, and his origin soul inside the soul flag suddenly began to glow. All of the soul fragments that were charging toward him let out painful screams. Among those soul fragments there were 12 purple and golden souls that flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. These souls gave off a powerful pressure. The 12 purple and golden soul fragments bowed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul emitted a golden light. This golden light came from activating the soul sealing technique. The 12 souls were the 12 soul transformation ancestors of the soul refining sect that willingly gave up their souls to be sealed within the soul flag. With the 12 soul transformation soul fragments in there, the power of this soul flag was already enough to shake the heavens. In addition to those 12 soul transformation soul fragments, there were more than 100 soul formation soul fragments and countless nascent soul fragments. As the 12 soul transformation soul fragments bowed, all the other soul fragments inside the flag became silent. Soul force came out from all the soul fragments in the form of black gas and gathered before Wang Lin's origin soul. Strands of black gas gathered from all directions. Even the 12 soul transformation soul fragments turned into stands of black gas. All of the black gas gathered to form a 30-foot tall flag before Wang Lin's origin soul. Everything Wang Lin saw was inside the soul flag. The flag that appeared before him was the spirit of the soul flag. If he could control this, he could truly control the 1 billion soul flag. Wang Lin's origin soul reached out and grabbed the flag. He suddenly felt his body tremble, and then his origin soul returned to his body. At the top of the soul refining mountain, Wang Lin opened his eyes and found that there was nothing before him. But he could sense a purple and gold flag within him being refined by his origin soul. Giant Demon Clan Ancestor. This will be a calamity you'll have a hard time escaping from. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he disappeared from the soul refining sect. After Wang Lin left, a sigh came from the blood ring where Du Tian was doing his closed door cultivation. Wang Lin quickly appeared at the ancient transfer array, opened it up, and disappeared from Pilu. Giant Demon Clan. The Giant Demon Clan's territory was very large. When they moved over from another planet, they made an agreement with the one who was Suzaku at the time and were given this land to flourish upon. In the Giant Demon Clan, there were 12 giant demon palaces. All 12 palaces looked the same and were very large. Ever since 2 years ago, when the ancestor lost his body and possessed another, his whereabouts were unknown. After all, one was at their weakest during possession. This was why the ancestor changed his closed-door cultivation location 3 times. On this day, Qi who sat inside the third palace with a piece of jade in his hand. His face was pale and filled with confusion. Xianxia killed Shui Yuzli Yuanfeng. With my understanding of him, I think that his next target will be the ancestor. If he comes, that means he is confident. What should I do? Although the ancestor is wrong, he is the hope of the Giant Demon Clan. Everything he has done was for the future of the Giant Demon Clan. But Xianxia considers me a real friend. Qi who bitterly shook his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin appeared at the edge of the Giant Demon Clan. He wasn't in a rush to enter the Giant Demon Clan. Instead, he created a cave at the border and began to use various materials in his bag to build a formation. The only purpose of this formation was to act as a beacon. This was what Wang Lin came up with to deal with the Giant Demon Clan ancestors' bloodline power. Even if he were to get teleported into space, he could use this formation as a beacon to return and not be lost in space. This was like attaching himself with a rope, so even if he gets teleported, he won't be teleported too far and will be able to find his way back. This was formation from the jade Du Tian had left him. Wang Lin studied it and added some changes to it, making it even more intricate. He spent 3 months to completely set up this formation and even placed a celestial jade as its energy source. Then he placed down countless restrictions around the area to protect it. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin raised his head toward the Giant Demon Clan. His eyes became cold and then he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the center of the Giant Demon Clan. He spread out his divine sense and immediately covered a majority of the country. Giant Demon Clan Ancestor, come out now. Wang Lin's message spread through his divine sense, and was immediately heard by countless giant demon clan members. Some of these clan members were in the middle of cultivating or sparing, but the moment they heard this, they stopped what they were doing and looked toward Wang Lin. Qi Hu sighed and disappeared from the palace. After Wang Lin sent out the message, he calmly stood there. In almost the blink of an eye, countless rays of light came from all directions and stopped 1,000 feet away from him. There were males and females, old and young. All of them stared at Wang Lin with gloomy expressions. Aside from those people, there were countless more flying over. At this moment, an old man appeared from thin air and all the other clan members made way for him. The old man stopped 100 feet before Wang Lin. He frowned and shouted, "Who are you?" Wang Lin's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the old man and said, "Sang Niu." The moment those two words came out, the surroundings immediately became silent. Almost all of the giant demon clan members' eyes were filled with fear. Sang Niu. It was he who won against Red Butterfly. He is the Sang Niu that killed Li Yuanfeng, caused Xueyu to become a rank 3 cultivation country, and sealed all of Xueyu's soul formation cultivators. The number 1 cultivator under the soul transformation stage. Rumor has it that he has already reached the soul transformation stage, or else there is no way he could have killed Li Yuanfeng. Even the old man who had spoken took a deep breath. He looked at Sang Niu and slowly asked, "Fellow cultivator Sang Niu, what are you looking for my clan's ancestor for?" Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he said, "Kill." The old man's expression was ugly. He let out an angry laugh as he pointed at Wang Lin and said, "I have heard that you were arrogant. Now that I've met you, I can see that you are indeed so. Sang Niu, my giant demon clan isn't Xueyu. How can we let you kill as you wish? Today, without even the need for the ancestor to come out, my giant demon clan will kill you." With that, the old man slapped his bag of holding and a black token appeared. He held the black token up and shouted, "I use my status as the elder of the giant demon clan to order all clan members to use everything to kill Sang Niu." The moment he said it, the token turned to dust and a mysterious power quickly spread across the entire giant demon clan. Every clan member felt the message from the mysterious power. As the old man gave out the order, the 100+ clan members around Wang Lin all let out roars and their bodies grew several times larger. In the blink of an eye, they had all turned into giants tens of feet tall. They all touched their foreheads and war axes appeared in their hands. The aura they exuded was heaven-shattering. "Kill!" The old man let out a roar as crackling sounds came from all over his body. He became a 100-foot-tall giant and swung down an axe covered by a purple light on Wang Lin. "Kill!" The surrounding clan members all let out roars as they charged at Wang Lin. Their roars merged into a sound wave which also joined the charge. The giant demon clan was very different from other clans. Once an enemy is identified by an elder, they would never fight by themselves but attack in groups. They would also no longer try to talk anymore. "Kill" was the only word they would say. An ordinary cultivator would be scared to death by these giants charging at them. Even if their expression remained calm, their heart would still tremble. This sound contained heaven-shaking killing intent like a primal beast, but compared to Wang Lin, this was still not enough. Wang Lin's killing intent was very scary. He had lived almost his entire life by killing, and this was especially true for his original body. His avatar had fused with his original body, so all the killing intent from his original body was here. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as all the killing intent in his body exploded forth. "Tell me where the giant demon clan ancestor is hiding, or else die." Aside from Qi Hu, Wang Lin had no good intent toward the rest of the giant demon clan. Because he couldn't find where the giant demon clan ancestor was when he spread out his divine sense, he became impatient. As he spoke, he didn't even look at the giant demon clan members charging at him, but instead activated his domain. The sky above the giant demon clan darkened. A mysterious power surrounded the heavens and earth. The life and death reincarnation scroll appeared in the sky along with the ancient god's figure. The ancient god in the sky held the life and death scroll. At this moment, this was the only thing in the sky. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he revealed a ruthless expression and calmly said, "Seal." Countless strands of gray gas suddenly came out from the scroll and landed on the bodies of the giant demon clan members who were charging at Wang Lin. The old man's expression changed greatly. He clenched teeth and didn't back down as he swung down the axe. Wang Lin glanced at the old man and softly said, "Scram!" With just the power of one word, the old man's body trembled and his origin soul became unstable. However, he let out a roar and used some unknown technique to recover and continue swinging down the axe. Surprised, Wang Lin quickly threw out a punch. Bang! The old man coughed out blood and was knocked back several feet before colliding with another clan member. That member also coughed out blood, and together they were knocked back over 100 feet before they finally stopped. At this moment, 2 strands of gray gas caught up to the 2 of them and entered their bodies. "Xianxia, stop!" At this moment, a voice filled with pain came from the distance. Wang Lin raised his head and the coldness on his face lessened. Qi Hu. Qi Hu's figure moved like lightning and arrived almost immediately after he heard those words. He looked at his surrounding clan members who each had a light and dark mark on their foreheads. Qi Hu could only detect very faint spiritual energy fluctuations. It was clear that their cultivations had already been sealed. These more than 100 clan members all displayed very ugly expressions with shock mixed in. Although they had already heard of this, to experience it themselves made them feel very bitter. Qi Hu looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and loudly asked, "Xianxia, do you consider me, Qi Hu, your friend?" Wang Lin looked at Qi Hu and nodded. "I don't have many friends in my life, but you, Qi Hu, can be considered one." Qi Hu stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Xianxia, if you consider I, Qi Hu, your friend, then immediately leave the giant demon clan." Wang Lin pondered a bit. After a while he slowly said, "Qi Hu, do you know why I haven't killed a single person in the giant demon clan yet? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have spared them." As the 2 spoke, even more giant demon clan members arrived and surrounded them. They created an oppressive aura that slowly closed in. Qi Hu's heart felt bitter. He revealed a strained expression and said, "Xianxia, you." Wang Lin looked at Qi Hu and gently sighed. "Qi Hu, tell me where the giant demon clan ancestor is and I'll go find him. As for the other giant demon clan members, I won't hurt them." So bold. Madness. Countless curses came from the surrounding giant demon clan members. Then 3 old men wearing purple, and with axes flashing on their foreheads, walked out. When the 3 of them appeared, a powerful spiritual pressure came with them. Wang Lin glanced at them. All 3 of them were at the peak of the late stage of soul formation. They also had traces of celestial spiritual energy inside them. They were clearly on the edge of breaking through to the soul transformation stage. One of the purple-robed elders gloomily said, "Xianxia, I'm the head elder of the giant demon clan. I challenge you to a duel." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He looked at the elder and said, "You are not worthy." With that, he turned back to Qi Hu for his reply. The old man's face changed from green to red as he stared at Wang Lin. After letting out a laugh, his eyes became cold and he stepped forward. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he charged toward Wang Lin with a roar. Members of the giant demon clan rarely used any spells or techniques. They mostly used their powerful bodies to attack. Wang Lin glanced at that old man. He formed a fist with his right hand and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the old man was forced back several feet and his face paled as he revealed a look of disbelief. The other purple-robed elders' expressions changed greatly as they secretly cursed. Wang Lin didn't even move. He looked at the old man and said, "You are still not worthy." Qi Hu bitterly said, "I don't know where the ancestor is. Xianxia, stay your hand. My giant demon clan is not your enemy." Wang Lin pondered. After a long time he looked into the sky and then pointed at Qi Hu. "Qi Hu, tell your ancestor to return my flying sword and I'll leave immediately." Qi Hu secretly sighed. He looked at Wang Lin as he struggled to make a choice in his heart. Shortly after, he depressingly said, "No one knows where the ancestor is. But once we open the heaven passage formation, we can contact the ancestor. Xianxia, once you have the celestial sword, you should quickly leave. Wang Lin looked at Qi Hu and slowly nodded. The three purple-robed elders remained silent. They were the three strongest members of the clan aside from the ancestor. If they couldn't resist against Wang Lin, there was no need to talk about the other clan members. Especially after they saw that more than 100 clan members were sealed. Their hearts immediately darkened. Qi Hu turned around to look at the three elders with a complex expression in his eyes and said, "Three elders, please open the giant demon clan's heaven passage formation. I order it as the junior sect master." The three purple-robed elders looked at each other and quickly nodded. Without any hesitation, they slapped their foreheads and a purple axe appeared in each of their hands. "Open the western giant demon palaces," one of the elders shouted. He threw the axe in his hand into the air and shot out rays of spiritual energy. The ground of the giant demon clan suddenly began to shake and a black pillar of light that pierced through the sky appeared in the western part of the giant demon clan. A powerful wave of spiritual energy began to spread from it. At the same time, a black pillar of light appeared in the east. This didn't end just yet. After the two pillars of black light appeared, a third one soon followed. The ground shook even more and countless cracks spread all over the ground. Ripples of spiritual energy spread out from each of the three pillars. "Open the southern giant demon palaces. Open the northern giant demon palaces." The other two purple-robed elders shouted almost at the same time as the first and threw their axes into the air as well. The north and south suddenly began to rumble as a total of 6 more black pillars appeared. At this moment, a mysterious sound began to echo in all directions. Qi Hu looked at Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth and said, "Open the eastern giant demon palaces." The moment he said that, rumblings could be heard from the east and 3 black pillars appeared. If someone were to look from above, the entire giant demon clan was completely covered by the black light from the 12 pillars. With 3 pillars in each direction, it seemed to form a heavenly prison. At this moment, as the 12 pillars rose into the sky, all of the clan members around Wang Lin sat down cross-legged and began to mutter. Their voices fused together in a very strange way and like an endless curse, it began to spread. At this moment, the giant demon clan members who hadn't arrived yet, whether they were at the chi condensation stage or the soul formation stage, all stopped and began to echo this strange song. The song seemed to be the only sound left in this world. The 12 black pillars emitted a black light, and in reaction to this strange song, the black light became even stronger. Wang Lin revealed a hint of sadness in his eyes. He saw the struggle in Qi Hu's eyes. However, he had very few relations with anyone and really considered Qi Hu his friend. In a 5,000-kilometer radius, he and Qi Hu were the only ones standing. Everyone else was sitting down cross-legged while singing that strange song. Qi Hu looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and bitterly said, "Xianxia, I let you down. However, the ancestor is the hope of my giant demon clan, and as the junior sect master, this is my duty. Even with the ancestor's body, he can't withstand 8 blows from the heaven passage formation. Your body isn't as strong as the bodies of my giant demon clan's members, so there is no chance of survival." He raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. The strange song that surrounded the entire giant demon clan suddenly became even louder and more intense. The 12 black pillars suddenly trembled and started moving very quickly toward Wang Lin, who was at the center. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He looked at Qi Hu and blandly said, "Qi Hu, for what happened at the celestial realm you owed me, and from 2 years ago I owe you. Consider the 2 matters even." Qi Hu's eyes darkened. "Even? That is indeed correct, we are even." Wang Lin raised his head to look at the 12 black pillars coming from all directions and laughed. "Qi Hu, do you really think this heaven passage formation can kill me? Break for me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He suddenly appeared before one of the black pillars and threw a punch. Boom! The black pillar suddenly shattered, creating a powerful force. Wang Lin's body was pushed back several feet and his right fist started bleeding. The first pillar. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. During the fight with Li Yuanfeng, he wasn't able to use the full power of a 3-star ancient god's body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with battle intent. He licked the blood from his right fist and charged toward the next pillar. With a bang, the second pillar suddenly collapsed. Wang Lin laughed and said, "The second pillar!" His figure moved once more and appeared next to another pillar. The sky was currently filled with countless cracks due to the black pillars. It was reaching its limit before shattering. Boom! 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 Wang Lin began to laugh like mad. He moved again and shattered another pillar. Every time he shattered a pillar, his fist would bleed and he would lick away the blood. The current Wang Lin was very fierce. As he laughed, he shouted, "The 8th pillar!" His clothes were in pieces, revealing his well-toned upper body filled with tiny cracks. The 3 stars on his forehead spun rapidly, not allowing anyone to see exactly what was there. The song from the giant demon clan became even louder and stranger. Their bodies were no longer unmoving but waving back and forth in a pattern. Qi Hu revealed a look of disbelief. In the giant demon clan, no one but the ancestor could withstand 8 pillars, and that was the ancestor's limit. Of course, this was when he was only using his body. If the ancestor were to use spells, he could withstand all 12 pillars but would be injured. Wang Lin let out a roar and moved like lightning as he threw out more punches. He shattered 3 of pillars in a row. The current Wang Lin was like a primal demon god. The last pillar. Qi Hu, look carefully. As Wang Lin's voice echoed in the heavens, the last pillar arrived. This time Wang Lin didn't punch, but with a roar, his body suddenly grew into a giant more than 100 feet tall. Boom! The black pillar hit Wang Lin's chest and shattered. Wang Lin was forced back 3 steps, but he wasn't injured at all. He let out a roar and the heaven passage formation shattered. This was a real display of the peak power of a 3-star ancient god. Qi Hu, things are even between us. Giant demon clan seal. Wang Lin's giant finger pointed at the sky and countless strands of gray gas appeared and entered the bodies of all the giant demon clan members. From today onward, there will be no nascent soul or above cultivators. If anyone wants to break through past the core formation stage, they must have my approval. This is your punishment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. At this moment, his word was like the heaven's law that would decide the fate of the giant demon clan. The fusion of the avatar and the original body, the fusion of a late-stage soul formation cultivator and a 3-star ancient god. They created a very powerful Wang Lin. Unless a soul transformation cultivator used celestial spiritual energy, no one on the planet had a body that could match the strength of his body. This was an ancient god, a 3-star ancient god. Wang Lin already considered all of this. If he were to keep on hiding his strength like before, it would only invite trouble from more people. He might as well use killing Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor as examples to show the entire planet and especially Zhuke that he was not a pawn. After going to the country of Suzaku, Wang Lin felt a depressing feeling shrouding him. This was caused by the country of Suzaku and Mount Suzaku. Lu Mei's appearance was like a corner of the fog being lifted, allowing Wang Lin to confirm that he was trapped in a conspiracy. With Wang Lin's personality, how could he allow others to push him about? This was why he didn't hesitate to show his full strength. He didn't want to become a pawn. Even if he was a pawn, he would be a pawn covered in thorns, causing anyone who touched him to bleed. Even if the matter of him being an ancient god was exposed, he had a way out. The ancient gods had already been extinct for countless years and were legends from ancient times. Even if Zhuke saw Wang Lin, he wouldn't even be able to confirm if Wang Lin really was an ancient god. After all, there were people who focused on refining their bodies. The giant demon clan was a whole group of these people. Wang Lin already considered all of this. He didn't plan on staying on Suzaku for long. He planned to leave and go to planet Tianyun once he obtains the 1 billion soul flag. Giant demon clan ancestor, come out now. Wang Lin floated in the air as he shouted. His voice spread across the entire giant demon clan. Qi Hu let out a wry smile as his body slumped over and fell down. Wang Lin didn't kill him, but as the person in control of the formation, he suffered the backlash and sustained heavy injuries when it was destroyed. Wang Lin's voice spread across the entire giant demon clan. At this moment, no one dared to stand up and resist this shout. The only person who had the power to resist was the giant demon clan ancestor who remained hidden. At this moment, at the border of the giant demon clan, a woman wearing purple stood there, looking toward Wang Lin. She was very beautiful. Her eyes were filled with a mysterious light as she muttered to herself, "So this is your true strength, Wang Lin. It looks like even Master underestimated you." Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the giant demon clan. At the northern part of the giant demon clan, 500 kilometers underground, there was a golden cave with one person sitting inside. This person was sitting in the lotus position and cultivating. He looked very handsome. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cave walls and see the outside. Shortly after, his eyes became cold and he muttered, "Junior Wang Lin, I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer. Once I have finished my possession, I'll kill you. Even if you seal the giant demon clan members, I can just unseal them." With that, he closed his eyes again and began to cultivate. Just at this moment, his bag of holding began to glow black. He frowned as he slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword he had stolen from Wang Lin flew out. Black gas came out of the celestial sword and took the form of Su Ligua. Su Ligua's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was filled with hatred. He looked into the distance and said, "Master, I can feel that the fiend is here. Master, I swore to get revenge on this person. Let me go out and fight him." The giant demon clan ancestor looked at Su Ligua. Throughout the last 2 years, he had interacted a lot with Su Ligua. He felt that a sword spirit with intelligence was really amazing and he really liked the sword spirit. "You want to kill him, but you have to wait until I finish my possession." Su Ligua immediately changed his expression to one where he was trying to please the giant demon clan ancestor. He quickly nodded and said, "Master really cares about me. You're much better than that fiend Wang Lin. I will forever remain loyal to Master. However, Master, when you are killing Wang Lin, can you let me land the final blow?" The giant demon clan ancestor laughed and said, "How did that Wang Lin treat you to make you hate him so?" Su Ligua clenched his teeth and said, "Master, you don't know how much I hate that Wang Lin. Not only did he force me to work, but he would call me out just to beat and curse at me. Those don't matter much, but the more important thing was that he never gave me any benefits, unlike Master, who gives me spirit stones to absorb. Master, when we kill that Wang Lin, how about you award me with a few women? How about calling out little sister Fairy? I haven't seen her in a while and I really miss her." The giant demon clan ancestor faintly smiled and said, "This is easy. Once we kill Wang Lin, I'll call out Feng Luan's soul and let you meet her. Now this old man needs to go into closed-door cultivation, so go back inside." With that, he reached out. Although Su Ligua had a smile on his face, he cursed in his heart. He went back into the celestial sword and was put back inside the bag. This sword spirit is filled with human greed. It is indeed very mysterious, but this also makes him easy to control. I can give him spirit stones and female cultivators, so I don't believe he will betray me. Also, this sword spirit seems to be obsessed with Feng Luan's soul. With her in my hands, he won't be able to escape me. The giant demon clan ancestor sneered as he closed his eyes to cultivate once more. Feng Luan's soul was the soul of a treasure he accidentally obtained one day. This soul was very beautiful and filled with lust. When he met it for the first time, he was almost mesmerized by it due to his low cultivation level back then. Luckily, this soul was damaged, so he was able to escape that calamity, and to this day he still dreaded it. After obtaining the celestial sword, he found that Su Ligua was very mysterious and so, to control the sword spirit completely, he called out Feng Luan's soul. As he expected, Su Ligua jumped at the soul like a hungry wolf and was completely captivated by her. Wang Lin waited in the sky above the giant demon clan for a while. After seeing the giant demon clan ancestor not appearing, his expression darkened. The giant demon clan was very large and contained many mountains. If he really wanted to hide, it would be very difficult to find him. Wang Lin looked toward the east and saw the tallest mountain in the giant demon clan. For some reason, he felt a mysterious force coming from that mountain. Just as he was about to check it out, his eyes suddenly became serious as he looked toward the north and let out a faint smile. Su Ligua. Wang Lin's figure disappeared and he charged north. He was flying with the body of a 3-star ancient god, so he moved as fast as lightning. With only a few teleports, he arrived at the northern part of the giant demon clan. Looking at it from above, it was a grassy plain. Wang Lin's eyes were sharp. As he spread out his divine sense, he felt like something was off. Around 500 kilometers underground, there was a thin barrier that would gently redirect his divine sense when it passed over it. If he wasn't so close, he wouldn't be able to detect it. With a sneer on his face, Wang Lin let out a roar, formed a fist, and smashed into the ground. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed and a crack appeared in the earth. This crack spread in all directions and also quickly spread deep underground. Waves of crackling sounds came from underground for a long time before it finally died down. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he let out another shout and punched the ground. The violent shock wave quickly spread underground. The sound of the earth shattering was like a dragon's roar. Giant demon clan ancestor, come out now! Wang Lin shouted, and then he threw another punch. Boom! With this punch, the plane immediately collapsed, creating a huge hole, and then a green figure suddenly charged out from underground. Sang Niu. This person was middle-aged, but his eyes revealed an age not fitting for his appearance. He looked at Wang Lin and shouted, I originally didn't want to deal with you yet, but since you came, it's obvious that you're looking for death. With that, he took a step forward, closed in on Wang Lin like lightning, and threw a punch. Wang Lin let out a laugh. He didn't back up but instead threw a punch to meet the punch of the giant demon clan ancestor. Boom! The shock wave blew back all the surrounding rocks and sand. The giant demon clan ancestor was knocked back tens of feet and cracks appeared in the bones of his right fist. His face was filled with disbelief. Wang Lin's body only backed up several steps and his arms slightly trembled. He could feel a powerful force enter his body and try to tear him apart, but that was quickly dissolved by his origin soul. The giant demon clan's body refining technique is indeed mysterious. Wang Lin charged toward the giant demon clan ancestor once more. The giant demon clan ancestor cursed in his heart. His possession wasn't complete, so he could only use 80% of his power. But even at 80%, the strength of his body was terrifying enough that he was not even afraid of certain treasures. But just now, when he traded that punch with Wang Lin, the hardest bones in his body had cracked. How could he not be shocked? What is your cultivation method? The giant demon clan ancestor quickly backed up with a gloomy expression. However, Wang Lin was too fast. He had already arrived before him with another punch. This punch created a pressure that locked him in place. Thin lines appeared out of nowhere and attempted to wrap around him. The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes lit up. As his body moved, it creaked due to the pressure and the thin lines. He jumped into the air and used a kick to meet Wang Lin's punch. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound echoed across the entire giant demon clan. The giant demon clan ancestor's face turned red. He used the force of the impact to quickly back away. Wang Lin felt pain in his right fist. He took a few steps back before finally stopping. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This giant demon clan ancestor hadn't finished his possession, and yet his body was almost on par with a 3-star ancient god. If he was able to complete his possession, his body would be almost no weaker than a 3-star ancient god. The giant demon clan ancestor's face was really gloomy. When he saw Wang Lin destroy the 12 pillars, he decided to not appear. However, now that Wang Lin had found him, he had no choice but to fight. Wang Lin glared at the giant demon clan ancestor and charged forth once more. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar as his body grew and became a giant more than 100 feet tall. Without any hesitation, He used celestial spiritual energy, and a golden light spread across his body. The amount of celestial spiritual energy Li Yuanfeng could use couldn't compare to him. After all, the giant demon clan ancestor had reached the early stage of soul transformation on his own. This old man didn't want to use celestial spiritual energy because it will mess with my possession. Otherwise, I would have instantly killed you with it. Now that you have forced me to use celestial spiritual energy, you're just asking for death. The giant demon clan ancestor shouted, and the golden light on his body became even brighter. Like the sun, the light was blinding. As his body moved, the sky shattered, creating countless spatial rifts. Waves of destructive wind came out from the rifts and covered the surrounding area. He threw a punch filled with golden light. This punch was filled with celestial spiritual energy. It was the full power of an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. Normal cultivators would infuse celestial spiritual energy into their spells and techniques, but for the giant demon clan members, nothing was better than their bodies. So this punch not only contained celestial spiritual energy, it also contained the powerful force of the body of a giant demon clan member. The power of one punch caused the entire plain north of the giant demon clan to shatter and collapse into countless specks of dust that were pushed far away by the pressure. Wang Lin, accept your death. The giant demon clan ancestor also felt helpless. Now that he had used celestial spiritual energy, this body could no longer be used again and he would have to find another body. After the body has been damaged by the celestial energy, he won't be able to properly fuse with it anymore. It would only be possible to use it if his cultivation level was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with a strange light. The power of that punch made him feel a sense of danger. Aside from the time he fought against the Heaven's Messenger, this was the second time Wang Lin had felt danger when he was fused with his original body. But at this moment, Wang Lin wasn't afraid at all. He let out a roar as the 3 stars on his forehead began to rapidly spin and a purple aura covered his body. At the same time, the figure of the ancient god appeared behind him once more. Wang Lin took a deep breath and gently threw a punch. Although the punch was gentle, it moved the ancient god figure behind him. The figure also raised its fist and threw out a punch at the same time. The giant demon clan ancestor's fist quickly arrived and collided with Wang Lin's fist. Boom! 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 The giant demon clan ancestor's face became pale as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his body weakened. Without any hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding, causing the celestial sword to appear. His expression was fierce as he shouted, Wang Lin, accept your death. Then he threw the celestial sword and then pointed at it. Wang Lin's body flew back like a meteor and was thrown far away. His entire right arm felt sore and numb. He had lost all feeling in his arm. The combination of the giant demon clan ancestor's body and celestial spiritual energy inflicted damage upon him, causing his body to turn from a giant over 100 feet tall to normal size. But his eyes were still sparkling. The moment the celestial sword appeared, black gas came out of it, forming the shape of Su Ligua. The giant demon clan ancestor's face was fierce as he shouted, Slice! The moment he said that word, a powerful sword energy gathered on the celestial sword and descended upon Wang Lin. Su Ligua let out a roar and shouted, Wang Lin, I'm coming for my revenge. The giant demon clan's ancestor revealed a smile and laughed. Wang Lin, watch this old man use your own treasure to kill you. Wang Lin revealed a mocking smile. He didn't dodge but pointed at the celestial sword. The celestial sword suddenly turned around and slashed down on the giant demon clan ancestor like lightning. The giant demon clan ancestor was stunned and his expression changed. The sword energy was already upon him, so it was too late for him to dodge. He was only able to move back a bit. The sword energy slashed down and along with a splash of blood, the giant demon clan ancestor's left arm was cut clean off. He let out a miserable groan as he quickly backed up, leaving a trail of blood. Su Ligua, this old man will extract your soul and refine you alive in yang fire. The hatred within the giant demon clan ancestor could shatter the heavens and his anger could swallow the land. He let out a roar of rage as he quickly backed away. He couldn't help but back away, for he hadn't finished his possession and had to use celestial spiritual energy in that punch. Then Wang Lin met it with a punch with power equal to his own, causing his injuries to worsen. But he calculated that Wang Lin would be injured as well, so he took out the celestial sword to kill Wang Lin. However, at that important moment, Su Ligua betrayed him, and he wasn't able to dodge in time, so he lost an arm. Su Ligua immediately laughed and shouted, "Little brat, no matter how powerful you are, you can't compare to your grandpa Su. I'm forever loyal. How could I be so easily controlled by you?" After Su Ligua finished speaking, he quickly turned toward Wang Lin and smiled. "Master, how was it? How was it? Have I done good this time?" Wang Lin let out a faint smile. He moved and grabbed the celestial sword. Then he charged toward the giant demon clan ancestor and said, "You did good. After we kill this person, I'll take you to the foreign battleground and let you absorb the wandering souls there to increase your soul power." Su Ligua immediately became very happy. During these past 2 years, he was indeed tempted. After all, the giant demon clan ancestor was good to him. However, whenever he thought about how Wang Lin treated the wandering souls and number 2 and number 3, his heart shivered and he immediately gave up on betraying Wang Lin. In his view, this Wang Lin walked a bloody path. Everyone who had messed with Wang Lin had been killed and none were spared. He felt that this giant demon clan ancestor wouldn't be any different, so he had to make sure he picked the right side or else there would be disaster to come. Right now he felt very proud and thought, "Your grandpa Su is still the smartest. It looks like I did the right thing this time. In the future, this fiend will definitely see me in a new light." Thinking about how good the giant demon clan ancestor had treated him, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad and think, why couldn't Master have come in a few years, so I could enjoy it a bit more? So unfortunate. Especially when he thought about that little sister fairy. His heart ached and he thought, "Don't worry, little sister fairy. I'll definitely save you from the sea of fire." Another reason why Su Ligua betrayed the giant demon clan ancestor without any hesitation beside his crippling fear of Wang Lin was Feng Luan's soul. When he interacted with that soul, he personally promised to save her from the hands of the giant demon clan ancestor. Thinking about this, he quickly said to Wang Lin, "Master, that giant demon clan old bag of bones has a wheel-shaped treasure inside his bag which has a soul sealed inside it. Once you kill that old bag of bones, you have to save that soul." Wang Lin nodded. He moved like lightning with the celestial sword in his hand as he chased after the giant demon clan ancestor. The giant demon clan ancestor continued to roar. Most of his anger came from Su Ligua. In these past 2 years, he had treated Su Ligua well and even took out the sealed lust soul. But in the end, this Su Ligua still defected. Su Ligua, this old man will definitely refine you alive. After the giant demon clan ancestor shouted this, he started moving even faster. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and swung down the celestial sword without any hesitation. A ray of sword energy suddenly shot out from the celestial sword. The giant demon clan ancestor dodged it and continued to escape. Soon, he arrived at the eastern edge of the giant demon clan. When he got here, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He slapped his bag of holding and a black stick appeared. He waved the stick, causing black flames to appear. Then the stick suddenly turned into a torch. "Wang Lin, this place will be your graveyard. Your body will be used for my next possession," the giant demon clan ancestor shouted, and then he swung the torch in his hand. With a boom, the surrounding 10,000 feet suddenly became a sea of fire. "Black flame beast." As he shouted, he stabbed the torch into the ground. Then he activated the celestial energy in his body and started to create seals, all of which were thrown at the torch. The black torch quickly started releasing a demonic light. All of the surrounding flames suddenly began to move mysteriously toward the torch. The flames gathered above the torch to form a beast over 100 feet tall. This beast had a big head and its body was covered in flaming spikes. The beast kind of looked like a bear but didn't seem to be one. This black flame beast let out a roar as its fiery red eyes locked onto Wang Lin, and then it charged toward him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He swung the celestial sword and a ray of sword energy hit the black flame beast. The black flame beast was knocked back and a wound appeared on its chest. However, that wound quickly healed. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He waved the flag and countless strands of restriction gas flew out. He softly said, "Seal!" The restriction gas transformed into many lances, all of which flew down on the black flame beast like a rain of lances. After a series of bangs, the lances landed all around the black flame beast and completely trapped it. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand and whispered, "Explode!" Boom! All of the lances exploded in one loud boom, creating a shock wave that spread out in all directions. As the shock wave approached Wang Lin, a soul flag flew out. This wasn't the 1 billion soul flag, but the 1,000 soul flag that Wang Lin had refined himself. However, with Li Yuanfeng as the primary soul of this soul flag, it had already become very powerful. With a shake of the flag, more than 1,000 soul fragments flew out with Li Yuanfeng's soul fragment at the front. This soul fragment had long had its memories wiped by Wang Lin. Now it was just a primary soul that accepted orders from the owner of the soul flag. Destroy! Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The 1,000+ soul fragments all let out ghostly wails. Under the command of Li Yuanfeng's soul fragment, the soul fragments all charged toward the black flame beast that had just escaped the shock wave. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. Wang Lin didn't believe that a soul transformation cultivator only had this small amount of techniques. The giant demon clan ancestor had to be hiding his ace. Also, there must have been a reason for the giant demon clan ancestor to stop here. The giant demon clan ancestor took a deep breath. Both of his hands formed a seal and then a giant print appeared before him. With a roar, he pushed the giant print into the sky. The print quickly turned into countless smaller prints and disappeared. At the same time, the giant demon clan ancestor moved. He got down on both knees in the air and bowed to the sky. Then he shouted, "The giant demon clan's 67th generation clan member requests to retrieve the treasure left by our ancestor to resolve a calamity for my giant demon clan." The moment he finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened and the ground began to shake across the entire giant demon clan. There was a mountain on the eastern border of the giant demon clan. This mountain was very tall and was in fact the tallest mountain in the country. From a distance, it looked like it pierced into the heavens. At this moment, the mountain split in half and a giant axe emitting a red glow flew out. The giant demon clan ancestor revealed a look of respect he had never shown before. He reached out and the giant axe flew into his hand. In an instant, rays of red lightning came from the axe and covered the giant demon clan ancestor's body. A powerful aura never felt from the giant demon clan ancestor suddenly appeared. Wang Lin, back when my giant demon clan first moved to this planet, our founding ancestor used this axe to break into the Immortal graveyard. While in there, he killed 2 nine-leaf savages to earn the right for my giant demon clan to live here. Today the founding ancestor is still missing, but the axe still remains here. Wang Lin looked at the red axe in the giant demon clan ancestor's hand. He couldn't help but think of the body that was buried under the corpse sect in Zhao.